Why, hello. Oh god. Wait, what is that? Oh, they changed everything about hype trains and now it's broken. Okay, so I was hoping this wouldn't happen. StreamerBot changed everything about hype trains for their API, and I didn't test it. And now it's broken. Yeah, now it's broken. Yeah, that's not correct. I'll need to change all of this, but it's probably broken now. Yeah, no, it's definitely not working right. This is StreamerBot being updated. That's the problem. I don't know what they did. Let me try this. Man, that train percent is super wrong. Hold up. That train percent is insane looking. What if I just did this? I don't know what's gonna happen. It might blow up. Maybe. Yeah, it's probably gonna blow up. Nothing is working, which is great. At least the hype train width is working. Technically. The percentage is completely wrong, though. What if I just did this times 1? Is that cool? Are you cool now? When it updates with the next... Yeah, the timer's fine. The level is wrong. The bar is correct. The percentage is very wrong. If you guys throw, like, a bit, it might update. Or not. What'd you do? Nothing, actually. I updated StreamerBot, and StreamerBot changed all of its hype train everything stuff. Oh, wait. 0.57%. Okay. Well, that's slightly better than it was. So I guess it's... Why is that broken? Wait. I changed it from times 100 down to... Well, that's not... None of that's right. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, level should just be a straight throughput on that. I don't know why that's changed. This is super broken, dude. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. No. Grab all this stuff. I'm gonna put it over here. One sec. I was looking at these docs last night, and I was like, well, I guess I've updated to 103. Hype train. Yeah, they said Twitch hype train events to use V2 events from Twitch now. And that's the update. So it is destroyed this somehow, and I don't really know how. That's definitely not 18.57%. It's definitely not. It's currently like 0%. Yeah, no, that's really... Look at it. It's really broken. Okay. Yeah, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Yeah, no, it's not right at all. I don't even know how that could work that way, dude. Because it's not even, like, scaling linearly. It doesn't really make any sense. What if I just did... that? What if we just did that? Yeah, push on a Friday and log out. Yeah, exactly. If we just set the train percent. Whenever we get train percent. Let me go look at this. This is gonna be Twitch hype train. Hype train update StreamerBot. Yeah, this is completely broken, dude. Where is percent? It's supposed to be percentage of the current level as a decimal. That is not the percentage of the current level as a decimal. That is completely wrong. That's completely wrong. So the variable that's coming in is supposed to be that, and it's wrong. It's just not that at all. Yeah, no, that's not it. That doesn't make any damn sense. It's not even setting the width of the train correctly. What is... Wait, why is this N2 now? Oh, Jesus. Everything is wrong. That should not be that. Yeah, they changed all my variables around. Everything is broken. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere, I think. Kinda. I think. Maybe. We're like almost at a number. Right? Yeah, this is pretty bad, dude. Is this supposed to just be... Let me just try percent. Let me just try percent instead of trying percent. Instead of percent decimal. Maybe that'll work. It's got 26 seconds left. The level's not even right, which is the part that's even funnier to me. Because that's just like a hard-coded value. Like, I'm not even modifying that one. You know? Ah, Nan. I love Nan. Yeah, to give you an example, here, let me just do this and show you guys what's up. As I'm barely awake right now. To show you why this is very silly now, is this shouldn't have changed. Like, this letter literally shouldn't... Look at it, it's broken. It's completely broken. But if we go into this is... Like, I changed it down to percent times 1. It was percent decimal times 100 before, which is correct, which is what it should have been. Because this is supposed to give a value of 0.8 back out. Yeah, it doesn't do that now. It just shows like a random number. It's like 50,000 randomly. Percent is also supposed to just be percent. That's not working. Level's supposed to be a flat level amount, and that's coming in and just instantly being put in here. Like there's no modification of that. Like it's supposed to just be straight 1-to-1, and it was like, yeah, 4,700. I can't tell where it takes those numbers from either. Like that doesn't make any sense at all. So cool, you know, like really neat. So I'm gonna have to do a bunch of debugging now, probably live, in order to figure this out and find out what numbers it's actually putting through, because this is not what they are. Yeah, pulled fresh from an ass is basically what just happened there. I don't know what they've done, but that is not correct. Yeah. Their V2 system is not pulling the hype train variables correctly at all. Yeah. I don't know if that's a problem on Twitch's side or if it's a problem on StreamerBot's side, but either way, it's wrong. Yeah. You need to use the V2 Twitch API variables? Dude, I'm using StreamerBot. I have to wait for them to update. And they're supposedly already doing so. So I don't know what those variables look like, because this is their documentation. I didn't write this system. I just build framework shit inside of it. Yeah. Can you turn on Blockgame server? It broke again? Dude, it always breaks. Blockgame is always broken. Literally always. Alright, one sec. Yeah, no, this is... it's kind of a meme. Grab that. Let me hide this real quick. Then we'll go over here. And I'll do this. Bring this over here. Excuse me. Are you gonna slide? There we go. Give me just a sec. Blockgame. Where's my host for Blockgame? It's possible to get a job in cybersecurity with an OSCP without any experience. Do bounty programs, dude. Like, legitimately, if you're trying to get a job, you need to do everything you possibly can to make yourself stand out, and doing bounty programs is a really good way to do that. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some water, and then we'll get started. So, give me just a minute. Alrighty. I've returned. I have a gigantic chocolate milk. Delicious. Delicious chocolate milk. Alright, Blockgame server is on. Blockgame Hytale server is on. Everything good. Chalky milk? Yes, chalky milk. Alrighty. So, this is what Jake and I were working on for the last, 2 days. There is no documentation for Hytale modding right now. They have not released any of their docs. Any of the docs that you find online, we went through 5 or 6 different sources for that. They're all AI generated and false, usually using stuff from Minecraft. Yeah, not good. Not good. So, we had to reverse engineer everything. But we got something working that actually is pretty cool. Check this out. Tome of Firebolt now has a value on it called damage base. So I was able to add this using the asset editor, which I'll pull up real quick. I'll show you what we've done. Firebolt. And we'll go into here. We'll go into Blockgame. So Firebolt, the weapon, has a special component on it right now under the weapon category. First, we had to create a new stat. That stat is called damage base. And if we go look at this, damage base under entity stat type, that is a custom entity stat, kind of like health, hunger, stamina, etc. So damage base was added to weapon Firebolt. Damage base is we don't know what target does quite yet. We're still trying to figure that out because it's only got min and max and doesn't seem to do anything, right? Additive instead of multiplicative, the amount is 10. So now what we can do is we can then hook that using Java and then use that as a determination for damage. So we were able to hook the damage event and then overwrite it with our own new value. So whatever value was going to go through, we can now change it, which means we can start to build our combat system. But check this out. Damage changed to 0 on that one. I think this one is broken. That's why. One sec. We'll grab a new one out. A new fresh one. Where's that dude? Where'd he go? You son of a bitch! I need to find an enemy. Wait, what? Is that glowing? That's glowing. That means it's a dude. There we go. Maybe it broke. It may have broken in the night. It doesn't work anymore. Now I gotta message Jake and ask him if he changed something in the Java side. Yo. Yes, 0 DPS build, but you get the idea. It was working last night. That's all that I care about. That means that something got changed. He said, no, I did not. Did the game update overnight? Maybe? So neither of us changed anything, and it broke in the middle of the night. Okay, it did update. Chat says, yes. Okay, so we had it working yesterday, and then they hotfixed something, and now it doesn't work anymore. How long will it take to port Blockgame to Hytale? Well, yesterday I would say quite fast. Today, now I don't know, because our damage component system doesn't work now because they did an update, and I have no idea what they updated, and neither does Jake. Yep. Imagine updating from like 1.21.0 Minecraft to 1.21.4 as a modder, and then 1.21.11, but you never chose to update. That's the environment we're in right now. Yeah. That's where we're at right now in terms of the modding ability of the game. So randomly updating. Yeah. It's very funny. Thought your whole thing was being supportive of indie developers? Of course it is. What are you talking about? There was a hotfix for yesterday. Let me see what the hotfix was. If you're upset about something, elucidate, my dude. What is this? General serviceability. The game will switch to offline mode. Fix invalid token errors. So something changed in combat, though. It's not listed on the hotfixes. No, we had this working after this hotfix. We had this working after listed hotfix. Are you still using damage base? Is it because you're in creative? No. We had this working yesterday in creative mode and in basic mode. I'm not quite sure what has happened here. Maybe I have to go into adventure mode, put the weapon on, and then go out of adventure mode. Nope. The item is unchanged. Ah, I figured it out. I figured it out. You're going to hate this. You cannot have stats applied by an item in creative mode. You must drop into adventure. And then back. Okay, so you have to drop into adventure mode, apply the stats, and then drop back into creative mode, and then you get them. But as you can see, it actually does 10 damage. It actually does AoE 10 damage, and direct damage 10 damage on the you know, the powered up one. So we have two types of spells right now. We have the left click, which I fixed their explosion. Their explosion was set to be 0.5 feet above, or 0.5 blocks above where the impact was, and it looked really weird. So that one works, and now this explosion also works. And I was able to change the charge-up animation speed, the charge-up speed of everything. So if you look at that, it now actually has like a full 1 second charge-up, and I know how to modify that now. There are spells in the game? Yes, and I'm adding more today. Today we're going to be making a spell effect for Frost, and I'm going to be making a completely new book, doing everything from scratch and kind of going from there. I think the only thing that I'll be using is their animations and their models, and that's it. And then we'll be creating our own spell effects and doing it all. How can you modify the charging speed? So, if we go into here and we look at Firebolt. Firebolt on the weapon will have... This is going to be a long chain, so it's kind of a long explanation. I'm going to hit snooze on the ads for a minute, because it's going to get spicy. It's going to take a while. We're going to go all the way down here until we can find... Where is it? Firebolt Instant and Firebolt Charged, right? So those are the two root interactions. You have to have a root interaction. So now we're going to go down to here. Let me go to source on these, and we're going to find the root interaction, which is these. So root interaction, Firebolt Charged, Firebolt Instant. Now, why it's a root interaction, I don't know. But from the root interaction, it then takes it to a normal interaction. In this case, the normal interaction is up here, and that's doing Cast Hurl Charged. And this one right here. See where it says Next 1.0? Change that to 0.5. Save it. Get back in game. Now it's 0.5 second cast. That's it. We go back into here. We change this back to 1.0. Apply changes. Now it's 1.0. Didn't realize that's how they were doing this. This is effectively a wait timer. That's all that is. So it's saying wait for 1 second before going to the next action. That's all. I had no idea that that was the case, probably because there's no documentation, but that is what it's doing. So your next is saying wait until doing this next thing, if that makes sense. That seems weird. It's not labeled as a delay variable. No, it is not. It is labeled as what happens next and how long do you wait until it happens next, which is weird, right? Your game dev correct? This is super cool. Yes, yeah. So I am. What we're working on right now is working on porting Blockgame, which is our MMO in Minecraft, to Hytale, and there's no documentation for any of this stuff yet. So Jake and I, for the last couple of days, have just been reverse engineering everything and testing everything that we can, and we figured out some stuff, which is great, which is super useful. Also, I went to go look at all the mods that are on the market right now for the game, and about half of them are like very, very tiny, and also have AI-generated icons, which is, so it's sort of a shit show out there right now. But we've learned some stuff from, like, other things that people have found, and then, like, pulled apart their stuff, and then, like, basically slowly building up information, right? But I've learned some good shit so far. I know how to make a spell. I know how to make it have a timer. One of the things I don't know how to do is how to cancel something based on another effect. So if a weapon is at 0 durability, I don't know how to cancel it yet. Quite yet. But I've got some stuff in here for, like, spell cost. Like, if we pull this up, I managed to make it so that spells actually cost durability instead of costing, like, mana, which is their base system. So I got rid of that. Yeah, a lot of Gen AI on the mod page. It's wild, dude. Yeah, no, item interaction is super weird. It's very, very strange. Yeah, 0 durability, have a stat explode in your face. Did you see Choco? You did. I have Choco milk. It's not Milo, it's Ovaltine. I love Ovaltine. So yeah, this is super weird, though. Like, some of this stuff is quite strange, but that's okay. We're just learning how to do it. Now we understand. Let me see. So under Firebolt, we've got a couple of different things here, and, like, this one is not what our intention is for the end game. Like, we're not going to have this be, like, we go back to source on this. We're not going to have this be base damage, or damage base, rather, as a value. What I want to do is I want to do damage physical, damage fire, damage etc., right? And my hope is that we're able to, instead of displaying damage base on the item like we are now, is that we can do a localization thing for this, where basically we replace that as a token with a localization string, such as damage physical, right? And, like, right now we can't do that. So that's the hope, and it's going to take maybe some changes on their end to make that happen, because there's no way to do it. Yeah. Yep. What are you talking about, Curb? What, dude? That's not even good rage bait, dude. Does drinking Ovaltine make you an Ovaltinite? Yes. Yeah. What is that? Yeah, Simon said he'll add hide helmet. There's actually some other stuff that I think is really cool, too. So if we go in here, you can actually have a backpack. So one of the systems we have in Blockgame right now is a backpack using mine packs. And mine packs is an item that is in your inventory. This has it built in natively. We can just add a backpack and then add extra slots to it for you. We can even detect that backpack separately from the basic inventory as well. So we can do different things on it. Like when you die, you won't drop your items in your backpack. Shit like that. Which I think is really, really good. Like, I'm really excited for this because it means that a lot of the functionality that we had in Blockgame is now this. You know, it's now able to just be in there natively. Yeah. A giant butt pocket. I know, right? That's the whole idea. Let me do time. Noon. Boop. There we go. So with that in mind, let's go and pull out... Let's think about this. I'm going to be building a new spell today, so we're going to get Tome of Frostbolt. Yeah. We got ads. We're going to wait on the ads. Yeah, all this sound you're hearing is from Hytale, man. I have Heartbound's music turned off right now. Yeah, Curb, did you forget what category you're in? This is the software and game development category. It's for making video games. If you want only programming, you need to go find a only programming channel. This is for game dev, which means that it's programming, writing, voice acting, you know, art, implementation, whatever, right? We're making games here, buddy. You're in the Hytale section? Oh, yeah, I am actually in the Hytale section. Which is even more appropriate, because it's Hytale. Never mind. All right. That's even funnier. All right. Let's grab that firebolt spell, and then we're going to make another one. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Duplicate. Boop. Is there a icon for this? I don't know if there is. Ah, there is. Oop. Welcome back. So, making a new item is as simple as duplicating the old one. And now we can go pull it up, and we can go into here. We can type in the word frost. And this will not have a localization token on it yet, but you can see it actually already does what we want it to. It just shoots fire. So now we're going to make it do a frost spell. But you can see the model's already there. The book is already there. It's already hooked up. Now we're going to go and have some fun. Yeah. So this one is a completely different item, and you can see here it's got items generated weapon spellbook frost, which is a built-in that they already have in there. We can also see, if we go back into the source here, that its description and its name are tied to these translation properties. Translation properties are things that you can go and set up for the language that is available for that player, so depending on what language they have, it will pull the name, which is easy. Does it have ground effects? I can do whatever I want with it, man. We're going to build the next piece. We've got a firebolt on this. You can see that the next pieces on this are all of the rest of the attacks. These ones are under staff, so I'm going to be changing those over to make them not shitty and broken, which is the whole thing, because once they're in an area, you can't drag and drop them, which is sort of annoying. But we'll fix that. So I'm going to go and fix these first. We got to go into this. Under Interactions Weapon. Where is Interactions? Or not? Where the hell is it? It's under Item Interactions Weapon, of course. Okay. Item, Interaction, Weapons, and then Spellbook and Staff and Attacks. So now we got to make a new one under this. Create Interaction in Folder. No. Create Interaction Folder under Weapons Spellbook. Under Interaction. We need to create a new folder in this. Test. Asset type is interaction, weapon spellbook. Why is there no way to create a folder? How do we create a folder in this? Find in folder. Maybe I can duplicate to another spot. Weapons, spellbook, create folder. Attacks. There. Okay, now we can do it. That's such a weird way to do this. That is super weird. Let's grab that. Create. There we go. So now I have to put each one of those on it. All the way over there, and it's just going to be a nightmare, dude. Relic just spawned in AOC. Cool. Where? Where did it spawn? And to who did it spawn to? In Wildport? Wildport? That's a hell of a distance from us. Do we know what they were doing? By the way, if you get a caravan there, you can steal it. They have to use a caravan to move it. Yep. They have to use a caravan to move that. Let me announce something. There you go. I just announced it on the Discord. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that dude. Let's go and pull this up. We're going to duplicate this, and we'll pull that up for the other one there. And we're going to change it over to weapons and spellbook attacks, and we're going to start moving these around. I really wish there was a way to, like, do this fast, but there is not, which is super annoying. You can't just drag and drop, which is kind of obnoxious. So we have to take each one of these and then move them. Change it over to weapons, spellbook, attacks, select. But it's important to get this done correctly so that when I make the next weapon, it's also done correctly. And I don't have to worry about it. This should actually just be in weapons. The spellcast cost? That shouldn't be under spellbooks. Yeah, that should be like a root thing. We're going to do that under weapons itself. Do that with this one, too. Okay, and now we can change this one. Spell, firebolt, charged, new. My hope is that with Blockgame, by the way, we're going to be able to make it so that you guys can have 2 different types of spellcasts on every spell. You have an instant version, and you have a charged up version. So you as a player... Ah, crap. You as a player will be able to decide which one of those you want to use under different kind of like combat scenarios. Spell, firebolt, instant, new. There we go. And now we can delete the original ones. So if you want to use like a spell cast instantly, or if you have time to charge up for the better one, that's going to be up to your decision. I just realized that this is not in the right folder. Nice. Fantastic. Yeah, this is all early access shit. Spellbook attacks, thank you. Create. There we go. Delete that. And then duplicate this one. Spell, firebolt, instant. Your spellbook, weapons, spellbook, attacks. There we go. Create that one there, and then delete this one out. There's no other way to move folders right now, which is... It's ass, but, like, there's nothing we can really do about that. Okay, there we go. And then we can rename each one of these individually. Everything that looks good. Now we can go to this one and rename all this, and then we'll go test the spellbook and make sure that it is still functioning correctly. Okay, that looks good. Let's go try it out. Firebolt Instant Next is missing. Somehow, that got lost, and I don't know how. Let's go look. Spell Firebolt Instant. Firebolt Instant is right there. Next is Spell Firebolt Instant. Spell Firebolt Instant is right there. Are you upset in some way? Why did you break? Item. Weapons. Spellbook. Firebolt Instant. Did the game just crash? The game just crashed. Hell yeah. Nice. All right. Well, back again we try. I said there was like, there's no reason that this wouldn't detect, and then it had no reason, you know. Oh yeah, Mirror. You know how you were talking to me about them updating the hype train stuff? They didn't update their documentation, so it's just completely broken now. Yeah. Springs, are you okay, dude? Okay, I'm gonna do whatever you're doing. I'm gonna put you in the corner for 30 seconds. Yeah, no, they just broke. Oh, I think it just crashed again. Yeah, check this out. So if we have the hype train level was like 4,300 earlier, and it's just pulling the level variable, and they didn't update their documentation, so it's just. Yeah, they made a big deal about the hype train being updated. Yeah, but the docs are the same, so I don't know. I don't know how it's supposed to work. In AOC, there's a relic drop in Wildport. Yeah, you should look at the announcement that I made in the actual Pirates Discord about the relic that dropped in Wildport. You know. Yeah, they didn't update the documentation, though. So if I go pull up the hype train update thing here, it's still the exact same docs. So, example, level 3, but like I just have it going straight through as level percent for update, and it is giving the wrong information. So, yeah, they should probably fix that. They should probably update that documentation because it kind of is meaningful, really meaningful, actually. Yep. All right, let's see what's going on here. Why is this not working? No, that's crashing. That's crashing on startup. That's really weird. I'm going to restart the server. Yeah, something's wrong. Something's really wrong, actually. Let me go see what the server logs are showing, because something is super, super wrong there. Oh, my God. Steam Deck. Stream Deck, what is wrong with you? Play the damn music. There we go. Well, what is wrong on the console? Let's see what's happening here. Nothing? There's got to be something wrong. Okay, I'm going to try to log back into it. Authenticated flow is working. Identity token validated for me. That's fine. That means that the login is actually occurring. Servers. Connection opens. Load player config. Send common assets. Send config assets. Explodes. All right, restarting the server. Gotta wait for it. Yeah. Where can you put an image of me? On the Discord, man. Yeah. I did, Mr. Savage, for 15 years. Think you have an infinite loop? You change spell Firebolt Instant to Firebolt Instant? Probably. Alright, server should be restarted now. I might be able to just connect to the asset, like the asset editor to it. Jake said that that's possible. I haven't tried that yet. Join via code. No. Yeah, no, that's not working. So I can't get into the game. I'm waiting to find out how to launch the asset editor standalone. We can go into single player. I'll go into a single player world and then add and turn on asset editor and then get that to connect to our server. I think is the right way to do it. Yeah, okay. Asset editor, you can disconnect and then connect to another server. All right. I have not tried that before. Be gone. Be gone! Disconnect from server. It's Angry. Now we can add servers. Ah, now I gotta hide this. One sec. Whoop. One moment. Don't worry about it. Alright, there we go. Now let's go find out what the hell happened here. Okay. Firebolt cast launch instant. Firebolt cast launch instant. Charged. And then we go down here to Firebolt charged. Firebolt instant. Alright, those should now both work. Yes, very cool. Quit to main menu. And now we should go back into servers, and now it should let me log in. Works. Alright. Very nice. Trying to cast it blows it up. I don't know why yet. Yeah. Ever thinking about playing Eve again as a recession indicator? You're not even wrong. Let's reconnect again. God damn it, dude. Let's find out why this is broken. Appearance Firebolt. Okay. Weapon. Firebolt instant. Firebolt charged. This is going to be under the root interaction. Firebolt instant. Firebolt charged. That goes to interaction. Firebolt instant. Firebolt charged. Spell Firebolt instant, which is under the attacks. And there's Spell Firebolt instant as a simple interaction under spellbook attacks, which used to be under staff attacks. So what is the problem? Yeah, that's weird. Do TTS. Oh. It's probably true. That is probably true. Firebolt cast launch instant. Firebolt cast launch instant. So that's hooked. And charged is also hooked in the exact same way. And spellcast var. Fail. Let's go grab that and make sure that those are hooked up correctly. Spellcast fail. Is that broken because it's on spellbook? That might be the issue. The issue is that this might be under spellbook and it's looking for it under attacks. And it may be looking for this and it can't find it. I'm going to try to remove this real quick. Excuse me? I said remove this. Yo. There we go. So remove that, and then we'll also do... remove failed. Jesus Christ. Okay. Spellcast cost. We'll remove cost as well. Now we'll go to the source. Charge and effect. There we go. And now I'm going to try that in-game. Nope. So something is super wrong here. TTS was muted? Great. I could hear it. Why is that broken? Okay, one moment. I have to destroy SpeakerBot and then restart SpeakerBot because it's literally not showing up in OBS. That also updated today. Great. SpeakerBot. Yeah, updates are shit, dude. There.
Darkest_Sun has obtained the cursed quest.
There
A
we
poll
go.
has begun for chat to decide their fate.
At least that shit works. Okay, so neither of these is functional now. But why is neither of these functional? Should be attacks under spellbook, right? Super weird. That's super weird that that's broken. Well, it's not that. It's the firebolt launch. Well, instant firebolt
Chat
charge.
has cursed Darkest_Sun with music.
The horror. Cursed with music. One of these is mad. And I don't know what it is, because the console is returning no values. It's returning 0 problems, which is insane to me. The sound effect is playing. Let me actually try this again while I think about your curse quest. It is firing the sound effect. Wait. We have an error this time. Exception while taking entity interactions. But why? Item interactions, weapons, spellbook attacks, firebolt cast launch charged. Why did it do charged on the instant? Let's go find out. So it is actually getting the correct one. If we go to weapon firebolt. Primary on... No, it should be doing instant on left click. Let's go find out why. Functionality. Weapon. There's our stat modifiers. Let's go to interactions. Primary and secondary. Root interaction. Instant. Weapons. Spellbook. Instant. Firebolt. Weapon. Spellbook. Charged. Go into this. We'll go over here and look at staff. We'll just delete that folder. Delete that other folder. Yeah, this looks like it should be correct. Spellbook is there. Attacks individually. Maybe the problem is that. I don't know why that would be broken. Yeah, I don't know why that would be broken at all. It's almost like it's not able to find this asset for some reason. Even though it has the asset path. It's calling it. And then it says, nah, and then just crashes. Which doesn't make any sense, really. Yeah, that's super weird. There's no tests. We can delete that folder. Get out of there. Watch the chocolate milk break? I know, right? Too many of these open. No, come on. I wish there was like a close all button. It'd make my life super easy. Okay, so when we have this, we have Firebolt Instant, Firebolt Charged. Let's go to Firebolt Instant. And this Firebolt Instant is under Root Interactions, Weapons, Spellbook, Instant. So that's all the way down here. Under Root Interactions. Where the hell is Root Interactions, my dudes? Where does that live? It's under Item Root Interaction. Because of course it is. What the shit is this? Root Interaction, there we go. Weapons, Spellbook. There's one called Staff and Attacks and Spellcast Fail. What is that doing down here? The hell is that? Is that why we're having this problem? Why is there a root interaction here? Huh. That's a bit weird, right? Why is there a root interaction for this one? Was there always a root interaction for this one? That's a little bit odd. Okay, Firebolt Instant changes to Firebolt Instant, Firebolt Charged. So, let's go back into here. We're going to go to Interactions, we'll look at 0, we'll look at Firebolt Instant. That's under Spellbook Interactions. Good. Okay, so it actually is doing that correctly. Go to this one, Interactions, Firebolt Charged. Actually goes to Firebolt Charged. Firebolt Instant on this one goes to Spell Firebolt Instant, because this is necessary and stupid, right? And it's doing the item animation, the ID of Cast Hurl Charged, which is correct. That is normal. Spell Firebolt Instant. Spell Firebolt Instant is then going to a parallel action with a number of different abilities, which are all goddamn a mess, because this editor explodes itself all over the place like a gigantic firecracker. There's no reason to show all these values. It's super annoying. Type replace. Default value, spellcast cost. It is doing spellcast cost directly, so why do we have a spellcast fail down here? Is this why spellcast fail hasn't worked until now? I think it is. Let me actually go see how this is set up in theirs. No, I want an ice staff. Just give me a copper staff. For fuck's sake. Is it staff copper? Of course it is. Weapon staff copper. And that will be to... God, this is a mess. That will be to primary. Staff primary. So we'll go staff primary. Staff cast summon charged. Staff cast summon charged. And this is a parallel attack. Staff cast summon fail. These are all under attacks. Yeah, that's really interesting. Staff cast fail is an attack. I don't know why we have ours as a root interaction. That should be an attack, not a root interaction. Staff cast fail is an attack that goes to an interaction called staff cast fail. Okay, I think I know what may have gone wrong now. Yeah, that's super weird. It's super weird. So we have a root interaction there that goes to this. And we have a spellcast cost, which doesn't have a root interaction. So if we go to staff cast, and we look at the Hytale version of this, we have staff cast summon charge. We have staff cast fail under root interaction. Staff cast effect. Staff cast effect. Staff cast fail. So for some reason we need a root interaction for every one of these, which is... seems unnecessary as shit, but maybe it's not unnecessary. Maybe it's required. There we go. Spellcast cost, spellcast fail. And those should both go to that. These don't need one, though. But that should be functional. I don't know why that would need that. Let's try it. Totally did. That's weird. Okay, so if the root interaction doesn't exist, it won't throw an error. It will instead crash at attempt. That's really weird. I feel like that's a bug. Yeah. Crash bug is fixed. Cool. Neato. Alright. Let's go make some shit. Yeah, it sounds like a bug. It might be. It might be a bug. I don't know yet. It's odd. Can we add effects to magic like PoE 2? That's the intention. Okay. This is now finished. I think the way that I want this set up right now is I probably want to change some stuff around. We have this set up as individual attacks, right? And this is just all attacks for this, which doesn't quite work. I think what I want to do is I want to make a folder of, like, attacks. And then we make one that's called, like... Let me duplicate this up. We're going to take the same thing. We're going to call it Firebolt Cast Effect New. And I want to put a new folder under attacks, I think. The more that I think about this. And just call this Firebolt. And basically just create a folder and put everything for Firebolt inside of the Firebolt folder. So we can create it in there. That is not where I wanted that to go. I wanted that under... God, it's so annoying having to, like, make folders in this way. Like, that's really, really annoying. Duplicate this. Firebolt charged. New. Put this under weapons, spellbook, attacks, and then new. Firebolt. create a folder there, and then in that firebolt, select create. You can't just like right-click create a folder, which I don't know how the devs survived this long doing it this way, because this feels like shit. That's like, I'm kind of blown away that they managed to make it this long this way, because that's horrible feeling, my dudes. And you have to delay, there we go. Yeah, no, I don't know why. Firebolt, instant. New. Like, I can't even imagine having to do this over and over again for everything. If you want to move a file structure, you just can't, you know? Which is sort of weird to me. Yeah. It's not a file system, it's a database. You can still make it so that the user can drag and drop, my dude. You can still do that. They even have icons for it, too. And go to this, go to that, go to that, go to that. There we go. Select that one. Firebolt, cast, effect. And no, this is the same interface that they use, to be clear. Somebody was saying they probably use a different interface. Nope, this is what they use. Same shit. There are better ways to display this to the end user, for sure. I can't imagine having it like this forever. They're going to change it for sure. And I know they will. Just going to take them time. Duplicate that. There we go. Firebolt. Cast. Launch. Instant. New. Delete the old one. Duplicate this one. This is the only way you can move stuff. Thankfully, once I get this done, I can make lots of things very fast, which is all I really want right now. Spell firebolt charged new. Delete that one. And then duplicate this one. Select that. Spell firebolt instant new. And then we can keep these at the spellbook level, because these are global for all spellbooks. Hopefully not too much time. You're getting pretty old these days. Zoltralord, you don't look a day over 80, bud. You're looking spry today. Alright, just want to let you know. Okay. Now, the interesting part to this is now that we have this in, now we can have a folder for each one of the spells we want to do. Which is nice. Super nice, actually. So let's go test that and make sure it didn't blow up. Totally blew up. Charged is working. Why is instant not working? Did I screw something up? Let me look. Excuse me. Charged. Instant. Charged. Instant. Charged. Instant. Why are you broken? Delete that test item out. You know, sometimes I just have no idea why something breaks. Let's duplicate this. We're going to put this under here, under weapons, spellbook, and then a new folder called Firebolt. Create that folder. Go to there, select it, and then say Firebolt charged new. Create. And delete the old Firebolt charged. And then duplicate this one. No, select that one, please. Duplicate. Weapons, spellbook, Firebolt, select. Firebolt instant new. And delete this one out. There we go. Almost got this all done. I'm really excited for this to actually be nice and clean. I think that's one of the hardest things in the very beginning is not only getting something to work, but getting it to work in a way that is scalable. Like, really nice and good for that. Spell, cast, cost, new. And what we can do with this is once it's nice and scalable with this, get it out of there, put it in spellbook as the root there. Spell, cost, or spell cast, fail, new. Then we don't ever have to worry about this again because the entire structure is set up and working. And that'll be that. Makes life really easy. Now we can rename these, remove that. Rename this one, remove that. There we go. What's up, Little Ham? Have you shown that towns exist now? I have not yet. Now you could say new town on our server, and you could be like, I want the town of Asgard. You can create that town, but the town already exists. I may be on the wrong micro server. Let me go into the creative tools, go into world instances. Are we in persistent? Is that the one where the town exists, Jake? I'm pretty sure it is. That's definitely not the same world. Instances, is it in default old? I think it's default old. No. Do TP world? How many versions of this damn world are there? Okay, there we go. There's Beppis Town. Where the hell is mine? There it is. Asgard. Yeah, Jake got towns working last night. So now we can have land claims already. So here's Asgard. So it says entering town, shows it on the map, shows the actual outcome, like the surround for it and everything like this. What is Beppis? That's Jake's word that he uses for everything. But yeah, so we have claims now. And what I'm working as trying to get spells to be sane inside of our asset editor, which they are currently not. Nice. Now I need to find out what the difference is between the instant one and the non-instant one. And I don't know what the hell is the matter. As you do. So instant goes to Firebolt instant. Firebolt instant is an interaction. That is doing cast roll charged for spell Firebolt instant. Spell Firebolt instant is another interaction that is doing this. Why do we have a double chain? I don't think we need a double chain. I think I can make this easier. Let me look at this. Oh, no, that's because that's how we do the charging. Okay. That's how we do the charge attack. So just have it replicated for that. For instance, instant, we do Firebolt cast launch instant. Firebolt cast launch instant. And that goes to the projectile ID of Firebolt instant. And Firebolt charged. So why are you mad? Is this thing named wrong? Did I leave a space on the end? No. What? Something is very wrong. One moment. I'm going to check the server. That works. It says Firebolt Instant Next is missing. The hell? Why, dude? That means Spell Firebolt Instant is missing? Wait, why is that set to a parent? Oh, wait, that's why. Because it's instant. Next one is spell Firebolt instant. Firebolt cast launch instant. Firebolt cast launch charged. What the hell is wrong here? Hold up. Nothing changed. I edited it and saved it again. I'm gonna lose my mind. It's the exact same file. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it at all. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. But anyway, we have a tiny spell. We have a big spell. Everything's looking good. Everything's working. The only thing I can think of now is maybe further down the line I want to move spellcast cost and spellcast fail. Maybe. My fail system is not working yet. Which is fine. Not worried about that. I'm gonna go make frostbolt now. So we're gonna start building this. It was gonna be frostbolt instant and frostbolt charged. Now, unlike firebolt, I don't want frostbolt to have any gravity for its effects. So we're going to apply those changes. It's going to break, and that's perfect. And now we're going to duplicate all of these, but make them into a new spell, which is kind of cool. Kind of excited for it. They going to save 5 times to be sure, and all right. Lightning bolt? No, this one's going to be a frostbolt. Effectively, what I want to do with our spell system is I've decided I want to do this. I want to have physical damage. I want to have fire, earth, wind, and frost. And I want to have that work that way. Every one of these is going to have a damage over time effect that is associated with the element that you are using. Physical will use bleed. Earth is going to use poison. Fire is going to use a burn effect. Frost will use chill. And wind will use shear. So all of those together will do different things on top of dealing damage. So frost will slow them and do damage over time. Fire is going to... I don't know yet. I know that one's just going to do damage over time. Shear is going to reduce magic resistance. Bleed is going to go through armor and deal damage. So it'll be like pure damage without dealing with their defenses. All kinds of stuff like this. And that's kind of what I want to do for that. Fire reduces healing. That could work. That could totally work. Yeah. Might be poison, though. Earth might do that. Don't know yet. You playing Hytale today? That's exactly what we're doing right now. This is the asset editor for a Hytale. Right now I am adding in a frost spell. Can you combine them to summon Captain Planet? Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Can fire burn through durability? I think that would suck very badly for players. Yeah, that'd be really bad. In Guild Wars 2, it's poison that reduces incoming healing. Perfect, then. I guess it makes sense. Yeah. Poison reducing healing seems like the right way to go. And I think what I want to do is I want to make the effects stack to a certain number of stacks. So the more sources of this that apply the debuff, the higher that it builds. So that's something that I'll end up doing, over time. Fire damage, tender skin. You take extra damage on the next attack. Stuff like that could be cool, yeah. High frequency would penetrate armor. Would it be edible glue? No. No. Poison reduces healing, burn reduces armor. I think burn reducing physical defense and shear reducing magical defense makes the most sense to me. I think that works. Yeah. No, Shepard. We've got like 10 times as many people over on Twitch as usual, man. If you've only been watching on YouTube and you're like a kind of an orbiter and not like somebody who's really part of the community, you probably have no idea where anybody is. But most people are over on Twitch. Moving Blockgame to Hytale. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're moving all of Blockgame over to Hytale, and right now what we're working on is different systems. Jake is working on, he was working on towns last night, and he got part of that working, where we can do claims now on the server. And I'm working on figuring out how we get our weapons to work, because the problem is they tied all the damage to projectiles. But last night we got it working so that now we can do a component called damage base, and damage base passes down to the projectile itself. The problem is we have to re-implement projectiles, because projectiles in Hytale, for whatever reason, can't have inherited abilities to them. They can just be replaced in terms of the damage dealt, which means that we now need to make it so that a projectile, when it is formed, passes this variable to it, stores it, and then applies it. Otherwise, you could swap weapons as the projectile is in midair, and then it will do the damage of the secondary weapon when you swap over, which is not very good. That's a pretty nasty bug. So we need it to snapshot at the time of creation. Well, having looked into Hytale, do you think that it and its system are stable and flexible enough to support Noita-like spell scaling? I wouldn't say Noita-like. No, not currently. I would say that if you wanted to build something like Noita, it'd be a huge bitch, Tarmok. Does Hytale seem way more amenable to modding than Minecraft so far? Dramatically so, yes. As a good example of this, like, I just made those changes live on a live server that is shared. I can just change things that I want to, right? Like anything that I want to about this spell. The visual indicators, the size of the explosion, the damage that it deals, everything. And I don't have to restart the server. I don't even have to do a reload command. It's just instant for all of you. If I want to change stats on something, it's just instant. There's no bullshit in the way. Yeah. Nuke spell win? I've already done that. I actually blew up all the leaves on some trees the other day where I just changed the AoE size on this thing to be 100 blocks, right? And that's it. Like, I'll give you an example of this. Let's go pull up a torch real fast. We'll grab this torch. We'll set time to midnight. I'll go grab this torch. And you can see the torch is, like, kind of weak, right? So let's go pull this file up over here, the asset editor. We're going to go over to Hytale, and we're going to say torch. And the torch right now that we're using, I believe... Which torch version is this? This is a crude torch. So we're going to go grab crude torch. And we can just grab this furniture crude torch. We're going to then overwrite that asset. We're going to make our own version of this. This is our local one. See, it just changed in my hand for a moment there? It's because we changed this other local version. And now we can do this. And we're going to look for something on this. We're going to look for a variable that we can mess around with. Let's change this. See the particle colors right now? Let's go into hex color. I'm going to go to Google, and we'll change the hex color of this value right here to that value. And we'll apply the changes. And I don't know if we can actually change it in a way that looks good to you right now. It may only be when it's placed on the ground. No? Oh, there we go. It's the destruction particles. See how they're blue now? And that's directly on the server immediately, which is kind of hilarious. I was wondering what the particles were. Okay, let's go and look into this, and we'll look at distance of some stuff. Let's do custom model scale. We don't have to care about that. Let's go into here, and we'll look at state definitions. We don't care about the sound. Fuel, we don't care about that. Where is the lighting for this? There's supposed to be one for light and radius. Oh, this is the furniture version of it. Actually, we don't want that one. I need the crude torch that is not the furniture version. Where is this one? Is this the only furniture? Maybe it's the only one. Maybe it is the only one. It might be. Hold up. Furniture lighting. Oh, it is. Okay, so when it's in your hand, it still counts as the same asset. That's kind of cool. I hadn't played around with that very much. Allow rotation is false. Torch is set to wood. Flame. Let's do the scale to 3.0. There we go. Now it's just a big-ass flame. And now remember, everyone on the server can see that, not just me. Anyone can see that at any time, right? And I think that's the part that's really interesting about that, is you can just change these things. Set that back to 0.7, and we can change that back down like that. So anything you want to do, you can just do it. And to be honest with you, I kind of don't like how small that fire is, right? It looks kind of weak. So maybe we should change that up to a certain amount. Probably not to 3, but you get the idea. So if we change that probably to 1.2 and apply that change, now it looks a little bit more torch-like, where it's kind of burning the top of this, right? But you can play with all of this stuff. Change the lighting radius, change the colors of everything, whatever you really want it to be. That one. Can we change that? Apply that change? No, that doesn't change the particle color. I wonder if you can't change particle colors for this. Maybe you can't. Maybe we'll play around with it. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, weird. Trying to see all the different variables that you can change on this. Anyway, let's set the radius to 50. Boop. And now you can see, I can see up to 50 blocks away. See? And all the other crude torches on the server are also like that. And see how this monster is actually carrying a crude torch? And now he gets a 50 block radius on his light as well. And if I change that back down, we can go back into this. We'll find that variable again. And we'll change that back down to, say, 5 and apply that change. Immediately it applies on the server, and you can see that he's now got a radius of 5 as well. Everything is fully server-side. Everything. And every single time you change something, it changes it for every version on the entirety of the server, which is phenomenal. The idea of doing this live for all of you guys while you're on the server is insanely powerful. Like, it's very, very good. Like, I can't stress enough at how useful that's going to be for us making stuff. It is incredibly useful. Look at these. Look at this environment. It's very pretty. Live mods? Yeah. Yeah, you can just live mod it, which is not something that we're used to seeing. Blockgame already works with a system of reloads for that, but imagine this. We can change world gen that way. We can change assets that way. We do all of that stuff. And that's it. Yeah. Yeah, Flying Lizard, but what I'm saying is the source of truth is on the server. Like, I can change that, and immediately it changes on the end user's machine. What does the color in the next line change? I don't know for that one. I haven't played around with it. Yeah, so when I'm saying that it's server-side, what I'm saying is that the source of truth is on the server, and when I change one of these assets, no matter what it is, whether I'm changing a variable, a stat on an item, or the spell that it casts, or anything like that, that's all done instantly. Yeah. Instantly. For players. Which is insane. I guess it's basically the same, just asset delivery is client-side. Lamau, don't listen to me. Don't worry about it. I think the biggest thing is trying to get people to understand what that means for them, right? You can build an MMO with this. That's what Blockgame is. So Blockgame is an MMO that I have built in Minecraft for the last 5 years. I brought Jake on about 3 years ago. And it's something that we just did as a community. It was kind of fun, right? It's not monetized or anything like that. And we were waiting for Hytale to come out since 2023, 2022. When I got into Minecraft, I was like, this kind of sucks, to be real with you. Like, I thought it was kind of shit. And it was because it's very hard to mod if you want to do everything server-side. You have to make a client-side mod if you want to make stuff really, really good, right? And didn't want to do that. I wanted it to be server-side because I wanted the experience of the player to be, like, kind of fluid. And Hytale presented a better option there. Then it got canceled. Then it got uncanceled. So, yeah. Just waiting to see if you try it live with 100 clients and it breaks. We know that it doesn't break for that. Yeah, not an issue. This is perfect for Blockgame. Y'all are about to go so hard. Now your pipeline is a straight shot. That's exactly it. We've got a couple of issues. So, Flying Lizard, I'll show you some of the stuff that we've got as roadblocks that I've talked to the dev team about. What's the server pop cap? It starts at 100. Now remember, this entire server is running on 8 gigs of RAM. That is fine. So it runs on a potato. Yeah. Yeah, the Curse Quest music. Curse Quest music. Oh, Curse Quest petitioner, are you there? Why not Roblox? Because I really don't like the way that Roblox looks. And I really don't like the weirdness of Roblox with all the shit that they have going on. Not interested. Could it run on a fridge? I don't know. Maybe it could. Yeah, no, it's crazy how efficient this shit is, dude. I really don't like the models in Roblox. I think the character models in Roblox freak me out. Can't believe you skipped my wall of text. Zoltralord, I would skip you every time I had the chance. uh. What did Kronos send me? What is this? All right. Now that we're back. But yeah, I'll show you some of the stuff that we're kind of stuck at right now. Let me grab this. This was the documentation we're putting together for crafting blocks. But the idea is this. Right now you have a weapon. The weapon can have a stat on the weapon. Right? And then that weapon can produce a projectile. That projectile is then what should be delivering said stat, right? Well, that stat can't actually pass down to the projectile. The projectile has a hard-coded stat on it, which is really weird. I don't know why they did it this way, but there's no inheritance there that we can do. So we have to re-implement our own version of projectiles that can then inherit statistics and then hope that that works correctly. That's the only option that we have right now. Originally, we couldn't even put a stat on a weapon, but we figured out how to do that with the combat system. The problem that we're having right now is two different issues. Is we have to kill off their version of projectiles, implement our own that allows for inheritance, and then also create another system which, when you shoot a projectile, because it inherits the statistic down to it to do that damage, we need to make sure that that stays on it, inherits to it, and stores it on the projectile. Otherwise, you will shoot a projectile and then swap weapons. And before that original projectile hits, it will now gain the stats of this weapon and then do damage, which would be the problem. So, like, we need to make sure that the projectile can inherit and then store statistics, and so that it doesn't swap midair. Sounds like a feature swap. Weapon at bullet hitbox. Yeah, no, it's not good. It's really not good for that. All right, let's see. Doop-a-doop. Grab that. Is that going to load? Come on, YouTube. There we go. Pin that. Will there be a Hytale game dev channel on the Discord? We already have a section under Blockgame for Hytale, but I probably could make that. I don't see why not. All right, let's delete this out. And now we're going to go into spellbooks, and we're going to make a frost one. I will probably have to make a totally new chain. This is one of the biggest problems I have with this, is having to create the interaction chain is sort of a bitch. For, like, no good reason. Okay, we're going to duplicate that. We're going to call this one Weapons Spellbook. And we're going to create a new folder in here called Frostbolt. Create that folder. Go into there. Select. And we're going to change this one to Frostbolt Charged. duplicate this one, and we're going to call that one frostbolt as well. I just have to get all these moved over, basically. And then after we get all of them moved over, then we can start getting them to do stuff. And see how this one's saying? Firebolt charge. We're going to change all of that to frostbolt charge, and frostbolt instant and everything. But I have to get all of them made first. And that's it. And then we can go start working on the spell. If implemented in Hytale, look in Blockgame modders. You have been implemented in Hytale. What did you do? Blockgame modders. Oh, God. Oh, no. Why do they have legs? Why do those have legs, man? Man, I don't like that. I don't like any of that. Yeah, I don't. Look how they have little feet, dude. Yeah, that freaks me out. I don't like any of that. Who's working on that? What are you guys doing? Why are you doing this? The horror. The absolute... Don't worry about it. I'm looking at it, dude. All right. Fallout 4 has a mod for Thor 2? What do you mean? What did you do? No, I'm just gonna get rid of that, dude. With regards to fire magic, fire sucks in most games due to lack of effects and damage to compensate. In order to make it more competitive with other damage types, you need to either ramp it up, its damage, or give it a worthwhile effect. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. So, like, my hope is if I go pull this up, we've got a number of effects here. Let me grab this. This is kind of the new crafting system that I put together for like our design document for this, of like kind of what crafting does. And we have a couple different types of crafting now. So we've got our gathering system, we've got freestyle crafting, we've got template crafting. And freestyle crafting allows you to combine 2 items together, and then 3 items, then 4 items, and 5 items based on your skill. And you can create new and weird, resources, new and weird stuff. And then template-based crafting is kind of like it shows you the image of something, and then you replace all the pieces of that image with different, materials, and then that modifies the outcome of that. And every material has a density, a resonance, and an element applied to it. Oh, and a durability as well. So the density for that element is the physical side of it. The resonance is the magical side, and then the elemental damage type is that. I'm not really sold on this for density, resonance, and element. I may actually do something else with it because I kind of want there to be 5 elements, and those 5 elements would end up being right here. And then we could do damage physical as another one. Physical, like that. So we could have 5 elements, and physical would be bleed, fire would be burn, frost would be chill, and then wind would be shear. And then damage earth would be poison for that. And like poison would be like reduced healing. Sheer maybe reduced, I don't even know. Magic defense, Chill is reduced movement. Speed, so like cast speed, attack speed, stuff like that. Burn can then be maybe reduced defense, like you burn off their armor kind of a thing. And then bleed is just pure damage. And I think things like that kind of work really well. Physical is the odd man out, though. It really is the odd man out. I want defense to reduce your overall damage taken. So, like, even from magic, so if you get hit with fire, defense actually works, and, like, burn makes it so that their defense drops, which is very strong. And then magic defense, sheer would reduce things like fire, frost, wind, and earth resistance on top of it. If chill reduces attack speed, I think it'll dominate PvP. Yeah, it will. I'm okay with that. You'll still need other stuff. Like, you can slow a dude, but, like, I don't want chill to be easy to keep up. Like, you gotta pummel a guy, and, like, only that dude, you know? With no lightning or plasma, would you consider sparking visual effects to high-end fire? I think we could do, when I'm talking about fire, lightning could be fire, right? Like, that's a burn effect. I think that could totally work, if that makes sense. Plasma, lightning, fire, that all lava, that all kind of goes in the same element, you know? Sheer could reduce accuracy. I don't want accuracy. I really dislike the idea of you hit the enemy but you miss in a skill shot based game, right? Like, if you land a spell on a guy, it hits the guy. Is how I feel about it. Like, if you have some extra stat that's like accuracy, oh, you missed. It's like, dude, I landed that spell in his face. How the hell did I miss? Like, like, that sucks ass, you know? Cold effects usually dominate because of how powerful slow is in games. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I want it to be reduced movement speed. I may make it cooldown reduction and attack speed. You know what I mean? But that's kind of the idea with that, is to do something there. Yeah, accuracy only works in action RPGs. It kind of does. Like, some MMOs have accuracy. I know WoW used to back in the day. You modding the game? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we've been doing the whole time. We're putting Blockgame in it. But yeah, no, this sort of the idea with that is, like, I need to do some work on figuring out what bleed should do, because I don't like the idea of just pure damage. That seems overpowered. It seems like bleed would just dominate, you know? Because it just goes through all defenses, which is stupid. Yeah. BDO has accuracy effects in PvP. It sucks. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But I've got resists in here for burn, chill, shear, and poison. So I may just do resist bleed. Right? And we can get rid of these. And just get rid of that. Because I don't like these. I don't like those. And these are the status effects in the game. Bleed, burn, chill, shear, and poison. Heal reduction is a classic for bleed. I don't really want that to do that. I kind of want poison to reduce healing, because I think that's more interesting. Like, you'll want to have an earth mage caster, right, in your group, kind of a thing. And I think to me, that's fascinating, right? Bleed could be reduced physical damage. Could be. If you have them bleed out, they do less physical damage. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. That'd be the only one that reduces damage dealt, though. I don't know. I don't know yet. Weird Hytale? Yes. Yes. Max health reduction? That gets spooky as shit. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that at all. I think if we have bleed reduction, like damage reduction bleed, or resist bleed, I think that works just fine, because that'll be a percentage. Like, if you have a bleed that's supposed to do 100 damage a tick, and you have 25% bleed resist, then it would do 75 damage a tick, right? I think that would work just fine as a mitigator, you know? You gonna make a healing class? Oh, have you not played Blockgame? So Blockgame is our MMO in Minecraft. We already have a healing class. It's called the Thaumaturge. And the way that they work is they use their own blood as healing magic. So you damage yourself to heal another for more than you cost. For more than it costs you in health. And that's the idea behind that. So Thaumaturges are already a thing. And they do like AoE healing. They also do magic where they can reduce an enemy's capacity to heal. So they curse others as well. You have a minigame for crafting? Not yet. No. How do they heal? They hurt themselves to heal others. Yeah, they're a blood mage. Why not have physical damage as base damage reduced by armor defense? Well, physical damage is already going to be that, Snappy. I'm talking about the bleed effect. Every one of the damage types will come with a status effect, is what I'm doing this time. And that status effect will do things. How do they heal themselves? They regenerate over time, and they can also do AoE healing that heals themselves. It is a balance for them. They usually also go down the alchemy tree so that they can go and build healing potions. Yeah. Be a summoner or necromancer class, not currently. Have bleed deal extra damage if the target is moving. That's kind of like Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter's kind of interesting for that. You got to crouch to get rid of your bleed. I think it's kind of cool. I like that. It changes active gameplay. I don't know. I'll think about that. Yeah, I'll think about that. Not moving in Blockgame is death. Yeah, it is death. I forgot Monster Hunter has bleed. It does. Bleed should hurt stamina. We rip stamina out of the game. There is none. Monster Hunter and PoE do more bleed when moving. That makes sense. Not moving in Blockgame is death, though. I don't know. I'll figure it out. This is not my primary task for the day. But it is something I think about all the time. Whoop. All right. Bleed can be slowing the target, while Frost can make the next attack or shatter for extra damage. I don't really want to do one that's just combo only. Combos should be something outside of that. That's a status effect. Like, I want to do the status effect to do status effects, if that makes sense. You see Tabula release? What the hell is Tabula? What? Oh, is that the Balatro chess game? It is. Yeah, it's the Balatro chess game. Who's it by? Noah Games. Yeah, I don't know anything about this yet. It even looks like Balatro. Neat. Yeah. Yeah, it's just Balatro with a chessboard. What if bleed adds stacks that reduce your defense or increase damage taken? I don't know yet. Snappy. I need to think about it. Because I need to think about it in terms of balance and design. Sheer already reduces magic defense. Bleed reducing physical defense would make sense. How do you like AOC Relic Update? Would you like an AOC Relic Update? I mean, just, yeah, sure. Where did it go? I know it was down in an area that we don't control, so. Bleed is already OP. If it does true damage, it is. Yeah. I think if it does damage that is reduced by defense and bleed resist, and then reduces defense temporarily, it could work really well. It's bugged, Caravan can't move, and cannot die. Okay. Classic. Classic Ashes of Creation. You know that worked last phase. I suppose melee classes like Warrior will do physical damage? Yes. Generally. So, kind of. This is generally how the combat system is going to work for this, right? Your weapon can have a number of different components on it. So let's say that you have a weapon, and that weapon has 2 damage components. One is physical, one is frost, right? The physical damage is 10 to 15 physical damage. The frost damage is 1 to 4. So the overall damage is 11 to 19. If you have 4 of that damage divided by 19, you have 21% of the overall top-end damage is down here on your frost. Right? Does this make sense so far? 21% can be frost. And then if we do 15 divided by 19, you'll get the other top-end damage, which is 78%. Just about. And there's like a 1% variance in there. Let's just round it out, right? Whatever. We'll just leave it without the 1%. So it'll be 99%. If you roll that a status effect procs, it will roll based on these 2 factors. So it is a 78% chance to be bleed and a 21% chance to be chill. Because you're doing both elements. The more elements you add, the more chance it has to be of those elements based on the damage that was just applied to the opponent. That's how that works. So if you focus on one stat, you can get a shitload of status effects of that singular stat. If you spread out stats, you can do a bunch of different effects, but they don't last very long. The idea is that I want these status effects to last maybe 3 seconds. So if you spread out, you are less effective. But you will apply a lot of things. But if you focus, you'll be more effective and you'll apply one thing. So this is kind of the idea for the combat system that I want it to be, to make it so that it works. Can you proc both? That's what I just said, yes. Yeah. Only one at a time, though. So on fast-hitting weapons, more status effect is kind of better? Yes. Yes. And status proc chance is a stat that I want to add to the game. Fast weapon, good, right? Now understand something. The effect of the outgoing damage, the effect of the status, the strength of it, is going to be based on this value here. So if you're doing a fast weapons generally have less damage per hit, so their status is going to be less effective when it applies. Does that make sense? Can you make a Chaos Mage? I mean, I guess. Right? Yeah. And that's it. Can we get a unique guard effects, like for guarding against attacks? I don't really have anything for that yet. Shields is something that I want to do, but I want to do it in a different way. So, if you hit the enemy while they already have the effect, does the timer reset? They gain a stack. I think I want to do it up to 10 stacks, Schnappy. Maybe. I might just stack it infinitely. I don't know yet. We'll see how that feels. That's a further down the road problem. But for now, this is the intention for this. I need to do a write-up for our combat system. And I have not done the write-up yet. This is all in my brain shit right now. The only write-up that I have right now is for crafting, and I need to do a review of it because I don't know if I like density and resonance quite yet. I'm not sure. Not sure if I like that just yet. Can you make it go Daka Daka? For the wall. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I can. Alright, let's go grab this. We're gonna go make frostbolts. Duplicate this to here. Weapons, spellbook, attacks, frostbolt. Create frostbolt. Select that one, and we can say frostbolt, cast, effect. There we go. Create that. And it begins. Duplicate that. Put it in here. Honestly, this is going to take 10,000 years. I wish I could just drag and drop all of these. Yeah. Oh, dude, don't worry about the hype train thing. It's broken. They updated the way that hype trains work for StreamerBot, and their documentation has not been updated. It's kind of a meme. We go to StreamerBot. I'm going to here, and we'll look at docs. Come on, go. And then we'll look at, let me see, StreamerBot, docs, and hype train. Yeah, it's completely broken, dude. So we look at this, and we look at event for update. It's supposed to update with level equals the level of the hype train. Yeah, it doesn't do that. Because if we go to progress, and we go to level, and it's supposed to level it, there's level. There's level. And it just produced whatever the hell that number is over there, which is great. Yeah. This is not updated. And I don't know what the new one is supposed to be. So now, instead of updating correctly, it's giving me 1600. I think it's level 1 hype train. Wait, is that 1.6? Is that what it's trying to do? Hold up. What if we do this? Grab that over there. Go over to this. We'll go into here. Can we pull a math on this? And we could do level. No, that's just wrong. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't think it is. Because look, it's 1.8 at level 2. It doesn't make any sense, dude. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I have no goddamn idea. Yeah. Like, that's not even scaling correctly. So, like... Why? Like, if we do this... And then put that in there and say, okay... when it updates now, it's going to be broken. 1.8K, which is 1800? Yeah, but it's not 1.8K. It's level 2. That's the level variable, my dude. Seems to be correlated with bits needed. Is that what it's doing? Yeah, it says that it needs 1,800 bits. So level... The variable's completely wrong. Okay, this is not what level is anymore. That's the number of bits required. So they hooked it up wrong. They hooked it up completely wrong. Oh, Jesus, dude. No, they hooked it up totally wrong. I'm going to need to go and put in a bug report for them and be like, yo, what are you doing? Where are they? I'm on their Discord, so... This is in general release. It's not even a beta. It's just like the full version. And this is totally wrong. What is the other variable that's wrong? Train percent is also releasing some kind of weird ass number that I don't understand. If we go to train percent and I get this to 1, I don't even know what that is right now. Yeah, that's set to 5,000% right now. I don't know why. What's up? Train percent could be the subs required times 1,000. It says 4 subs right now, though. And it's got 5,000%. So that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, percent decimal is the thing that it's actually pulling. Like, that's the variable it's supposed to be doing stuff with. And if we go look at this, percent decimal is the issue. I've got it set to times 1 right now, and it's still showing 350. It's showing 350%. So, like, what is that even doing? Now it's showing 600%. That used to show 0 to 1. Also, music quest. I have a music quest for you. Like, none of that is correct. I got nothing, dude. Yeah, it's not the level percentage. It's something else, dude. How's it going with the coding in Hytale? Setting up new items is pretty easy now that I understand what we can do. I put it into their general chat. I'm going to figure out what the hell is going on because this is really weird. Because, yeah, it's not supposed to be that. Found the thing which probably caused it to break. Yeah, I know they moved over to V2, Matt, so I knew about that. But the problem is StreamerBot didn't update their docs and is now returning incorrect values. So, like, I just need them to fix it. It's on their end, and I don't really know what to do with it. The only thing that they said in their patch notes is that they updated to V2, which is like... Yeah. Apparently, it was in a caravan with no driver. The caravan despawned. Relic also disappeared. Very cool. Sounds like ashes. What are you talking about? To bacon or not to bacon? What, dude? All right, let's pull this off. Yeah, definitely not working. I don't know why that's broken. I can't touch it. I just need to wait for them to figure it out because their shit's busted, you know? I'm going to grab this and put it to the top up here. All right, so answered TTS. At least everything else works. Darkest Sun, are you there? Are you there, Darkest Sun? Hytale is a hell of a game. Yeah, it is. It's awesome as shit. I'm building a frostbolt today. That's my job. Level 2100. I don't want to talk about it. It's broken. Are you there? Darkest Sun. Are you there? Sounds like friction. I know, right? No, we didn't break Vital's record. It's StreamerBot is shitting itself, dude. Like, obviously. Yeah, StreamerBot, they updated their shit. It doesn't display correctly, and that's it. So, in fact, I'm just going to do this. Just to make my life easy. I'm just going to go in here, and I'm going to do this. And that. And then when it ends, I won't have this problem anymore. And it's disabled until they figure it out. So that way it goes away. Because otherwise I'm going to have to explain it for 12 hours. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, it's not good. This will be the last time that you see it. Yeah, good move. Exactly. In fact, I'm just going to do this right now. Run action immediately on train. Progress disabled. And then do this. And do that. And do this. And now it's gone. And now we don't have to deal with any of it. I've just disabled all of it while I'm waiting for them to figure it out because their shit is broken. But yeah, Darkest Sun, if you're there, at me. What are you building? What are you coding? Right now I'm building a frostbolt spell. And I need to duplicate over the firebolt spell that I already put together. So firebolt right here, as you can see, I have two versions of it. We have a left click that's an instant cast, and it's got a tiny little explosion. And then a right click hold, it's a big cast, that then explodes for a very large amount, right? So that's the difference between the two. And now I'm going to be building a frostbolt variant for that for this other book that right now shoots a firebolt. So we're going to build the frostbolt version of it. And that's kind of the idea of we need to get some spells set up for each one of these and then kind of go from there. Also, the firebolt, if we go and look at this, it actually has arc. So I've got gravity on the projectile. And I think I want to put more emphasis on the spell itself when it's the charged up version. Because right now it's got kind of like little emphasis. But you can see like it's got particles coming off of it. And, you know. It looks cool, but I want to make it look cooler. We're going to make the frost version of it, so we're going to change all the effects around. But right now, I need to duplicate my entire system and then put it in, because that's the best way to do that, and then we just change stuff from there. And it kind of sucks to do that inside of Hytale, because it takes 50 years. Because you have to do it like this. Boop. And you got to do this for each and every one of these. So I just copy paste the name and then duplicate and then make sure that it goes into the other folder. Because you can't just drag and drop or copy pasta. Even though I wish we could. Boop. Yes, Deadmans? What's up, dude? Yeah. Thankfully, when we're done with this, we'll be able to have, like, a cool-looking effect. And I'm kind of into it. Please. AOC crafting? No, thank you. No, I think AOC is in a really bad spot right now, to be honest. I'm not really happy with it. Really not. Frostbolt. Nice. I love when I typo. There we go. No more YAML? No, we don't need to. The only reason we used YAML in the other system is because it's easy. And like, to be honest with you, there's no reason to use it if you don't have to. Use the system that works best with what you're currently building, my dude. Build that. Attacks into frostbolt. Select there. And we're going to bring this over as spell frostbolt. Charged. Create that. Friost. I know, right? Okay, cancel that. We're going to duplicate this over. And we could do interaction. We're going to go to here. Spellbook. Darkest Sun, are you there? No more Notepad++? Nope, don't need to use it in this. I think something that's, like, kind of funny to understand is you just use the tools that are best for the job, dude. It doesn't really matter what you use. And it never really will. So, like, use what makes sense. You know? Frostbolt cast effect, Frostbolt cast effect. Apply those changes, go to this one. Yeah, I think too many times people freak out about that stuff, and they think that there's like a best way to do it every time, and that's not really the case. You just do stuff that makes sense for the thing that you're doing. There we go. Apply that. We're going to change the charging on this one. Apply that. Launch instant. Frostbolt instant. I want to change the projectile sound for that as well. Frostbolt charged. That'll be a launch projectile. This is going to be flame fireball launch. So I need to look for another effect. So let's go into here. We'll look at SFX, staff, ice shoot. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I guess we could do ice shoot for that. I don't know what that sounds like. There we go. Apply that change. Go back over to ours. Okay, then we can come down here to spell Frostbolt charged, and we change that over to Frostbolt. Apply that. Go over to this, Frostbolt. Apply that. Spellcast fail, spellcast cost, both of those are working correctly. And now we can go up to our weapon Frostbolt. Frostbolt instant, Frostbolt charged. And we can come down here to projectile, spells, Frostbolt, or Firebolt instant, Firebolt charge. So those two that are down here are projectiles that are set up specifically for our Firebolt spell right now. I need to make two versions of this that are different from each other. And then we'll go from there. A monk class? A monk class would be kind of neat. Yeah. Can we cast fists someday? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll call it Frostbolt charged. And another one called duplicate Frostbolt instant. Now, nothing is going to look different on this one right now. So we charge Firebolt, we shoot Firebolt, Frostbolt, Frostbolt. They look like Firebolt, but it's actually a full duplicate. And now what we can do is we can go into here. Let's see what this sounds like. That is the wrong sound. Let's go into Weapon Frostbolt. Weapon Frostbolt is doing Frostbolt instant, Frostbolt charged. Frostbolt instant is this right here. Frostbolt, Frostbolt. Frostbolt instant. Frostbolt charged. There's that sound. No, that's spell Frostbolt charged and spell Frostbolt instant. Spell Frostbolt charged is this one. Frostbolt cast launch charged. Frostbolt cast launch instant. And Frostbolt cast effect. Frostbolt cast effect is the SFX staff ice shoot effect. But it looks like it's not playing that right now. And I don't know why. I will probably need to get a new Frostbolt book. Throw that one out. I'll figure it out. I don't know what's wrong with it. Yeah, I know the game is muted for you. Because I'm going to play music instead. Alright. This is using the appearance of Firebolt. Firebolt is the name of a projectile. That projectile we're now going to duplicate and change it to Frostbolt. There we go. So this individual spell projectile model is what we're changing. Where the hell did it go? Man, it would be cool if when I search this and then I click on something, it would just stay open. Model asset. Now I gotta go hunt it down. Model asset. Projectiles. Spells. Cool. This is super weird. Alright. With that in mind, we've got a texture of Fireball. Fireball blocky model. Let's go see if we can change that around. Ice Bolt. Ice Ball. And then Ice Ball. There we go. That looks cool. And now we can play around with this. Frostbolt charged. Go back into source for this. Appearance is Firebolt. Appearance is going to be projectile, spells, Frostbolt. Appearance is projectile, Frostbolt. That is not using the right spell. Weird. Let's go find out why. This seems almost worse than no multicraft in AOC. I don't know how you could think that. That's wild. That's like an honestly insane take to me, to be honest with you. Explosion fire small is irrelevant. Why does this do that? Where is the appearance? Why is that not pulling in? Let's try weapon Frostbolt. Frostbolt instant, Frostbolt charged. Let's do this. And let's do that. And apply those changes. Ah. Frostbolt instant is not decoding. But why? Okay, let's go into the weapon. We're going to go to editor. I'm going to go to functionality. We'll look at weapon. Stat modifiers is correct. Let's go to interactions. Interactions, secondary and primary. Frostbolt inst. I don't know how that had two T's on it. I don't know how it did. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so it's an ice ball. It's an ice bullet that has fire particles on it. And the left click is not functioning. We'll have to find out why. Part of it is working. Yep. You didn't see anything? That's because the left click isn't working. And we gotta find out why. Frostbolt instant. Why are you broken? Okay, Frostbolt instant. Frostbolt charged. Frostbolt charged. And then we'll go up here to Frostbolt instant. Caster roll charged. Next, spell Frostbolt instant. Just spell Frostbolt instant. Frostbolt charged. Next, 1.0. Spell Frostbolt charged. Okay. Spell frostbolt charged. Next. Interactions. Replace. Frostcast launch charged. Okay, we'll go into source because it's way easier to see with that. Why is the charged one working? The instant one is not. Let's just try resaving this before I lose my mind. No, we just hate ourselves. Is that's the reason? Apply that, please. Okay. It's exactly the same across both of them, but like one of them just decides that it's... Oh, wait, I see why. Frostbolt. Save. Hey, okay. Now it shoots an icicle that has fire on it. Alright. Time to fix that up. Now we can go to the projectile itself, which is the frostbolt, and we can look at its effects. System ID is fire projectile. So we're going to change that around. The particles are not correct. We need to go to this, read only, fire projectile. And this is the fire projectile particle system. So I need to duplicate that over. We're going to grab that, override the asset, and call it fire projectile. It should not be under test fire, though. It should be under... combat, no. God damn it. This could be a whole mess. That's going to be super dumb. Yeah, shooting a glob of icy hot. Yeah. Alright, so I need to create a new one because they have theirs under a folder called underscore test. Which is a nightmare. And we're going to duplicate it out of that. And I need to make a new folder. It's going to be under particles. And we're going to call it projectiles. Yeah. Create folder called projectile. And then we'll go in there and we'll put it as fire projectile. Create. We'll go back over to theirs. Excuse me. Go back over to theirs. And I guess we could do, like, this is set to spawners. We're just going to duplicate the same thing. Under projectiles. Just like that. Same name. Oh my god, name it the same thing then, you goblin ass. Go back over to here. Override that asset. Put it in the same thing. Fire projectiles, fire trail. There we go. Next one, read only. Put that in there. Projectiles, select. There we go. Did I already make that one? I have a fear. Which one am I missing? Is it core? I think it might be core. Oh, did the server die? It did. You sure it's inspired me to start game dev? You know C++ and JS, and a bit of structural programming. Your dream is to remake Nosferatu Malachi's Wrath. But since you couldn't find an updated Unreal Engine 5.7 guide, you used Gemini to build a sprint stamina system. You understand the blueprints, but you feel a bit lost. Is learning from AI a good idea when doing up-to-date tutorials? So, if you're trying to learn from AI, just don't implement that directly. Don't implement it wholesale, man. Use AI to teach yourself something. If you just are having AI do something and then just throwing it in your game and you don't learn anything from it, you're honestly robbing the shit out of yourself. So use it to learn something from it. Do not use it to replace yourself. The moment you replace yourself and you don't get anything out of it, just so you can get the project completed, whatever it is, you've lost. You know, and that's not what you want, man. What mess? Avatunka. Also, if your code ever breaks, how do you fix it? Because you won't know how it works. Exactly. It's good. AI is good to learn from. It is not good to replace with. Do not replace. Learn. Yeah. Oh, there we go. All right. Yes, please. Reconnect to Blockgame Dev. Shit. Where did it go? What was I working on? Projectiles, particles? Projectiles? There we go. Fire projectiles is what we want. There we go. Now, we can have different projectiles in here, which I think is fine. It's a lot of shit for this, though. I kind of wish that I had made this in a different folder. But oh well. Goblins made a mess, always. The relic is gone, I heard. Nitrado Performance Server Saver plugins help stop your server from having as many heart attacks. Not perfect, though. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I think that might have been an update. I don't know what that was. Yeah. You work on this game? I work on our game inside of it. Yeah. Do you think AIs ask other AIs for unknown knowledge? I mean, I guess. Probably. The moment they do, you're screwed, though. Let's see. I think what I'll do is I'll make a folder inside of this, now that I think about it, because then we can do a projectile type for each of that, and we'll call it Firebolt. Because we need to have specific projectile constraints for each type, not just a fire projectile. A Firebolt projectile makes the most sense. So we'll grab this core. We're going to go and... I think I'll actually go and duplicate these again. I'm going to delete all these out. And we're going to make a new folder and make this, like, really easy, because otherwise I'd have to type out every name again, and that's super annoying. We'll go to read on this one. Fire projectile. There we go. We can then take this, and we'll duplicate this over into the folder projectiles, and we'll make one called Firebolt. And we'll create that folder. And go into Firebolt and select that. And now we'll take this, instead of fire projectile, it's Firebolt projectile. And then create that over there. And then we'll go back over to Hytale, and we'll start doing that as well. And the idea is that you always want to have, like, a baseline for what you're doing. And they've, thankfully, given us that baseline where we can now look at how they implemented something and then implement our own, because there's no docs yet, which is a nightmare. But that's fine. And we'll have to go into each one of these, and we're going to change some stuff around to make sure that it works. But the idea is to build these out in a way that works for us, and change the effect to be what works for us as well. And now we can go back over here, and we can go to ours, and we can say Firebolt. So the idea is, in terms of naming scheme, is I want to search the word Firebolt, and then see everything that goes with a Firebolt. Absolutely everything. And we don't have to change anything with that. And they're all under their own folders and everything like that. Yeah. Done. Easy. And now, this Firebolt projectile, you can see in here, it's got different particle effects. It's got the position for those particle effects. Firebolt is what we're going to change each one of these to. So each time there's a fire projectile, there's the fire trail for it. Fire projectile sparks. There's our spark system. And we can apply this. This is the projectile itself. This is all the individual effects on it. So this is the sparks effect. This is the fire trail effect, right? And I could change the name out of this. I don't really like this name of Firebolt Projectile Fire Trail. I think it should just be Firebolt Projectile Trail, right? And then this one should be Core. Because there's no reason to have, like, a redundant naming scheme like that. And now we can get rid of it on this, and we can get rid of it on that. We can apply those changes to that, and then we can go up to our spell, our Firebolt, right? And we can look at the system ID of Fire Projectile, and we can change this to Firebolt Projectile. and apply that change. And this is the system for the particle effect that's going off on it for the firebolt. And now, when we go back over here, it'll either crash or it'll work. And it worked. So there's our fire. There's the fire coming off of it. And now, this one doesn't have one. Because we haven't changed the name. But as you can see, it still has an impact of fire when it hits. But now we got to give it a nice ice effect as it goes. And a nice ice explosion when it hits. And I want it to be more spiky, you know? And there we go. Now we can build out our frostbolt ones. And we'll give them their own nice little folder. Yeah. Can you make a screaming thube? I mean, I guess we could do that, you know? Any Heartbound updates? The last one was 17 days ago. They're every month. You can find it on Reddit, on the Steam page, on Twitter, or on our Discord. If you have not seen the Heartbound updates, I'm going to be honest, you have not been looking, because they're in every location I can place them. Would have been a decal of ice instead of an explosion? Could be. We could do a decal of ice. We could also change all the colors on it, anything that we want to do with that. So, now we're going to do it. So let's go and do this. We now have Frostbolt. We've got our Frostbolt spell here. This is the actual icon for it. And I don't know if I want it to be that ice ball texture, or if I want to use a different texture, because the ice ball texture it's two planes, which feels kind of weird, right? You know, like that doesn't feel as good as something else. Might have to do some other impact for it. I don't know which one I want to do. Might have to make one in Blockbench. But for now, we'll just use this. Has the question of Heartbound update become a meme for trolls? Kind of. Like, to be real with you, I don't see any way that you could miss the information for Heartbound at this point, unless you don't care. Because, like, it's on the Steam page every month. It's on the Reddit every month. It's on our Discord every month. It's on Twitter every month. Hell, it's even on Blue Sky every month. It's like, if you want to miss it at that point, then you will. But, like, I don't have any other places I can put it. So, yep. Let's see. So here's the big thing. Do I want a big damage radius on a Frostbolt, like a charged up one? And I don't think I do. I don't think I want that at all. No. I don't think I want that at all. I think it should shoot upwards more. Like a pillar. First off, gravity. 5. Frost will shoot farther. No. Apply it. There we go. Apply that change. So now what we can do is we can have our firebolt and see how far it falls, and then our frostbolt and see how it doesn't fall as much. But it also looks really bad. From the side it looks kind of cool. But frostbolt having like farther range is kind of cool. I like that. Is it because air friction? That's kind of the idea, is like the fireball is more heavy and dense and I want it to fall more. Yeah. Frostbolt could be a multi-bolt instead of a big explodey bolt. I agree with that. You could do a chain, just... That'd be kind of cool. I like that. Yeah. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. And I'm back. You prefer Big Lizard? Nice, dude. That's the way to go. Can you make the bolt have 3 models in the 3 planes to create a 3D illusion? We could. I'm trying to think, like, if we want to do, like, a charged up fireball, big explosion fun, right? Like, that one already feels good. A charged up frostbolt, big explosion doesn't make sense. So a triple shot actually might be really cool, you know? You just go... And I think it'd be neat, like a machine gun. And they'd be slightly off from each other. Yeah. Or a shotgun scatter, that'd be neat. You shoot like 5 of them at once. 5 projectiles. Okay. Let's see if we can do that. I haven't made that yet. So it might be interesting to shoot multi, you know? There'll be DACA, yes. The Fracking 5, damn it. Speaking of the Fracking 5, I received something in the mail. Presented to Jason Thorhall in appreciation of 7 years of service for the Fracking 5 Industries. It's a mirror plate. As you can see. God damn it. So thank you for that. And now I have to find a way to put it on my wall. You had to? Great. By the way, Darkest Sun, are you there? Is Darkest Sun still here? They have not responded to me. No, they're not even here. All right, well, they don't get a curse quest then.
Wobberjack 2718 with 500 bits said I have the fire you ordered for. Oh, there's no need to come down. Would you mind just saying that I can come in? Please.
Nope.
It's kind of cold out here.
Anytime, anything asked to be let into my home, the answer is no. If you have to ask, the answer is no. Onto your shit. Onto your shit. Onto your shit. The
Zultra
Doofus
Lord
thing?
with
Which one
1000
was it,
bits
Noctis?
said Thor smells. Pass it on.
Yeah, the only thing that I smell is you, Zultralord. You're overpowering, my dude. Take a shower. Yeah. Yeah, what was the thing that got sent? We received a whole bunch of stuff in the mail, and I have a book. I've got a mushroom thing. I've got a needlepoint made ferret, which is really nice and super cool, and then like this fracking 5 thing. The tea maker. You talking about this one? That little guy? So I've got that. And I have not used it yet, but he's fun as a finger puppet at the same time. Yeah. I received many things. Is that Kenny? No, it's like a little diver. It's a little diver guy. Yeah. It's kind of like a rubber one, so I don't know if that changes the tea in any way. But he's got little feet. He's just a little diving guy with a diving bell magnet thing. That emote is horrific, dude. Bobblehead Thor figuring? That's amazing. What is that emote saying? I don't know. What is it telling you? Right? Can we see the ferret? The felted one? Or the needlepoint one? Shay has it. I don't know where. Is this Heartbound? Are you working on something else? I'm working on Hytale right now, which is what the title of the stream is that you're in. And I'm working on our Blockgame implementation in Hytale. So we're porting Blockgame over to Hytale. Yeah. I work on Heartbound off stream, and I do updates every month, which you can find on the Steam page, the Reddit page, the Twitter, the Discord, or the Blue Sky account. Wish to see Nemo. Nemo was out today, and he was so cute. I think the Swamp Boys are out today. Let me go look. I'm pretty sure the Swamp Boys are out. I might be wrong. They're not out. I don't even know who's out. I'm not sure who's out right now. Yeah. Might as well take out ads in newspapers for Heartbound updates. I know, it's super weird, right? I think that's the strangest thing to me is like I've done updates monthly for a year now. And I said I was going to do it in January of 2025, and I did it for a whole year, and I'm still doing it this year. And yet every day there's still people that come in and go, why haven't you updated it? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, it's on the Steam page, it's on the Reddit, it's on the Twitter, it's on the Blue Sky, and it's on Discord. Where are you looking if you're not seeing these? They're trolling. The thing is some of them aren't. Some of them legitimately are not seeing updates, and I'm wondering why, right? Like, I'm wondering how at that point. Because you can't treat everyone as a troll. Not all of them are trolling. Some of them just want to play the game. They just don't know anything. And they just saw like a YouTube video saying that I don't actually update it. And then they never looked at the Steam page. But you go to the Steam page, you can see I update it every month. Like if we go to the Reddit, man, we go up in here and I'll show you. Like in the patch notes thread, it shows you every update I've ever made for the video game. Like they're all here. So like all of these are for 2025. These are all the updates I made once every month. So it's like, I guess the thing that I'm seeing is people will get one source of information and they will never investigate that. And then they come here and then scream at me. And I'm like, have you tried looking? And then they go, oh. It's just like, dude. Like, come on, man. Ugh, it's so weird. It's just weird-ass behavior, dude. But on in-game patch notes, dude, the update happens when you download the update. Like, it still shows. It's just internet brain, dude. That's all that is. It's just straight-up internet brain. Let's see. Develop.game still says I work on Heartbound on stream. I will update that then. That's a good point. That helps me. Here, let me go fix that right now. Boop. Let me grab this. Because it's not supposed to be on there. And I haven't updated that in ages. Add my keys. Grab that. Cancel that. Start up this. Root. Undevelop. There we go. Then do this. Index. And then grab that. Look for the word Heartbound. All right, there we go. That is now updated on Develop.games. Fixed. It's just a trolling tactic to mess with your head and derail the stream. It doesn't really derail the stream, because you have to understand something, man. Like, I have spent the last, 8 years streaming. Something like that. And I have always made this stream a place where if somebody comes in and asks a question, I will do my best to answer it. I'm not going to change that just because some people are doing some stupid shit. I'm still going to answer them just the same as everybody else. And it doesn't really derail the stream because I stream for 12 hours every day. There's enough time in there to answer some people that are asking the same question, even if their question is disingenuous. Not really worried about it. It's been like that forever. I'm not going to change just because some people are acting like jackasses. Boop. Let's see. All right, so if we have a frostbolt and we have our explosion fire small, we want to change this to explosion frost small. So that won't work anymore. So we'll apply that change. That won't exist. And it will just be Madge. All right. It is angry about this. We need to go and grab explosion. Duplicate that. Oh, this is going to be a whole thing. You make the explosion blue, we can do whatever we want. Explosion. Frost. Small. And now you can see, check this out. Look at all of these effects. We've got a glow. We've got a shockwave. We've got a small hot. We've got a smoke, a main, a linger, a sparks out, and a glow. So we have a lot of different effects. This is actually small glow and small flash glow. So there's a lot of different effects that we can now change over the top of this. And right now it's just got position offsets for all of these. And if we go into each of those, so we go into, say, explosion over on this side, on Hytale, you can see all of those effects in here, right? I'm going to sneeze. God, that's the worst. So we'll do explosion, small glow. And you can see under explosion, small glow, we have particle lifespan, right? And it can do a minimum to a maximum for the particle lifespan for this. And I don't know if there's a color in here. Yep, there is. Opacity is there, and the color is there. And let's go see what this color is. We're going to go over to the old googly moogly, dude. What's it going to be? And that color, as we can see, is that orange color there. So we can recreate this effect using the exact same animation, the exact same information, and just change the color around. That will be the basis of our new system. I will have to duplicate all of these spawners over, which is kind of a bitch, but that's fine. That's not a big deal. Yeah. It's just the stuff that you set up in the beginning so that you can make cool shit later on, is sort of the idea there. I wish there was a way to inherit that down, though. We also have this color. What is that color? Looks like a dark brown. Weird. Great googly moogly. Yeah, I think what it does is it starts off as this. At 7%, it's that bright. At 65%, it's changed to this color. And then at 100%, it fades out to that color. So it gets big and then shrinks back down, and it changes color throughout all of it. Which is cool. I think it's actually a really neat system. I like their particle effects system a lot. We can do a lot of cool shit with it. Oh. Yeah, there's no accessibility options in Hytale right now. That's something that they're going to be adding. Yeah. You got horrible motion sickness in Hytale? Is that going to be a problem in Blockgame? No. And the reason why is they are going to be implementing, like, different filters and things for people with accessibility. If you're having motion sickness, we can fix that. There will be ways to do it later. Yeah. You can turn off the head bob, and I believe you can turn off motion blur as well already. So that may help you a ton. There's an asset editor. Where do we find the NPCs? I want to make my own NPC with items that he sells. Sure. You can actually go in here and actually just type in the word NPC. And you can start finding all the stuff that's named NPC. Check up here for read only. This is the Hytale version. And then you can start grabbing those different NPCs and doing stuff with them. Understand something that if you were going to change the items that are sold by a vendor, I believe that's actually up on the server itself. So you'll need to go to your Hytale server. You'll need to go to, I think it's under Universe. Let me check. Blockgame. Where is it? Oh, no, it's under Hytale Shop. And then barterstate.json. And this will show you the stock for the Quebec merchant, as you can see right there. It's bartershopstate.json. And this is stored as a file on the server under mods and then Hytale_shop. Which is kind of weird, you know, but like everything else is in the asset editor, so don't know why it's on there. You saw Asmongold played Hytale and apparently enjoyed it, which is good to see. Hopefully it gives the game the attention it needs. I mean, yeah, the way that I feel about it is this, man. We were super severely limited by Minecraft. This game, Hytale, gives us a future where we won't be as limited, but I have to learn how to use it first. It's a completely different tool. And I've hit the ground running, and Jake's hit the ground running, and we've got systems going in. Like, we've got stuff like up the top left, we've got Hunger and Balance working right now on a rudimentary UI. I've got special spell effects that you can charge and fire or instant cast and fire for different effects. I've got, like, ice bolts that we can shoot now, or that version of the ice bolt, right? Like, I'm getting spells set up, Jake is getting systems set up, and we're trying to find a way to make this all function correctly. And that's it. Like, we just kind of spend time on it. Yeah. There's only been 3 days, and it is in some way leagues better than Minecraft, and in some ways it's dramatically worse than Minecraft, right? Like, there are areas that are deficient. I've given that over to the dev team and I said, like, hey, this sucks for this. This is really good for this. Can you make custom fluids in this too? You can. I just don't know how yet, right? What is Blockgame? Blockgame is our MMO inside of Minecraft. Like, we made that in Minecraft over the last many years, and players like it. It's fun. You know, there's a lot of shit in there. I can actually show it to you here. Let me go grab this. I'm going to start at Minecraft and I'll show you. Yeah, Cube Game, dude. Yeah, I got bored of waiting for a social sandbox game to exist, so I just made it. Right? Is Hytale going through legal disputes, or is that just fake news? Oh, you mean all that fake news where they're saying that Minecraft is suing them or whatever because the internet is insufferable and makes shit up and then everyone believes it? Yeah, it's pretty good. Because remember, guys, Mojang owns voxels. So you know it's true when the internet says that it's true. Insane shit, dude. All right, so inside of Blockgame itself, we actually have like a number of items. I actually have a list. One sec. Let me grab the list. We have 1,918 items, 1,296 recipes, 233 monsters, 15 worlds, 9 professions, reputations, talent trees, and a ton of stats and systems. If we go into our profile here, you can see all the different statistics that are actually on every single one of these. It's a lot of stats for the game. It's also a lot of professions for the game. It's also a lot of reputations for the game, and then proficiencies for each one of those things, and then a talent tree system, and then all of the items themselves. There's a shitload, dude. Is it on console? No, it's on Java version 1.21.4. So if you have that, then you can play it. That's it. Power World got sued by Nintendo, so it ain't that absurd. Yeah, they did it over trademark, though, and there's nothing in Hytale that is trademarked by Minecraft, so they can't do it. It doesn't make any sense. It's just the internet being the internet, dude. But yeah, if you can see with this, they all have set bonuses and statistics that go onto them. So if I go into here and we pull up some items... we do corrupted armor on this, and then I grab this. You can see all the stats and how they apply, and the fact that corruption is like reducing the overall stats. Like, we have a lot of work to do to make sure that these items work inside of Hytale, because right now they just don't. We can barely get one stat onto an item right now, and that's it. That's all that we can do right now. So it's a lot, man. It's a lot of shit. Where stuff's going to be so dope? I hope so. I just need to get, like, a spell working right now. Like, a custom spell. Because I'm using their baseline spell for the Firebolt, and I kind of modified it a little bit, but I need to, like, make new shit for this now. So, explosion, small glow. Let me go and make all of these explosions different. Yeah, we got to go over here. What is this? We got to go explosion... small. So this is everything for explosion small. And I think what I need to do is make a folder called explosion small. And we can just duplicate that over. Why are you like this? There we go. Override asset. There we go. And we can do explosion to explosion small. And I think that's fine if we just call it that. I think it's just called explosion small right now, but I could change the name. Did we call it explosion fire? It is called explosion fire, isn't it? What changed between those two? Weird. That's okay. So this is called explosion fire. We need to call it explosion small and just kind of go from there. And I need to make different effects for it. So we're going to call it explosion fire. Firebolt. Small. Do I want a different effect for every single spell? I think the answer is yes. Did Minecraft tweet something with Hytale chicks? No, those were Minecraft's chicks. I'm going to be honest with you. Minecraft seemed afraid and just added a bunch of baby animals. Because the baby animals in Hytale are dramatically better. No? Abudi? What, dude? Fireballs always? Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll probably add a special effect for every single spell. So we'll have a firebolt effect, we'll have a frostbolt effect, and then each spell can have its own graphical effect. I don't want to reuse explosions, right? I want to do a different one for that. Craftlings released today? Did they? Let me grab this. Craftlings? Did they actually? Let me go grab this here. Craftlings. Craftlings. Grab that there. Let's see. Hey! They did. They're out. Wait. Didn't they have a publisher? I thought Craftlings had a publisher. What happened? Am I wrong about that? Assume you may know me at least a bit. For many, I'm an unknown person, releasing just another solo developer game. Writing to those who are interested in me and project. Furthermore, to say thank you to everyone. Discover video games. Oh, that's cool. No, that's really nice. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, I thought he had a publisher. If two people use the assets editor, it updates in real time. It does, yeah. Yeah, very weird. The game Craftlings, developed by the solo studio Ariano Games GmbH, is published by Raw Fury, who announced their partnership in late 2024 to bring the game to PC, is what Google says. But I guess they left the publisher. Generally, the developer doesn't leave the publisher. Generally, the publisher leaves the developer. I would love to know what happened there, because this game is quite good. Here, I'm going to link this out to you guys. There you go. Yeah, no. We had them on for in December, and the game is fantastic. It was incredibly well designed. It is like Lemmings, but more. So they took Lemmings as kind of like a baseline, and then evolved beyond it, which I thought was fantastic and really cool to see. Have you seen that you can bounce on certain mushrooms? I did see that. Yeah, Craftlings was very good. So I'd be interested to know what happened with their publishing deal. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, the dev was incredibly passionate about it. I'm excited to see it. I'm going to play it now that it's out. You got stuck at the elevator in the demo? You can solve it. Raw Fury's latest retweet is the Craftlings release announcement. Is it really? Then why aren't they listed? You got a link to that, man? Yeah, they did. They did actually tweet this 17 hours ago. Weird. Why are they not listed as the publisher anymore? Huh. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, that's weird. Did they forget to put themselves on? No, because it used to be listed there. Pretty sure it was. Very odd. Whoop. Yeah, former publisher. I wonder what happened. Yeah, I wonder what happened there. That's weird. I think that's strange because that means that they lost the publisher after being on in December. And I'm wondering why, because that was a really good thing for them. I don't know why the publisher would be interested in backing out. That's very odd. Yeah, no clue. That's super strange, man. Because that game is quite good. It's a strategy, automation, relaxing. I'm wondering why it doesn't have puzzle on it. It's definitely a puzzle game. Yeah. Publishers don't generally have the ability to sell it back unless the dude bought it from the publisher. If he had given them rights. That seems unlikely. Now he can get more funds. He can, but what a strange move. I don't think I've seen a publisher do that. Can you business check with the publisher? Maybe they have some opposing interests. That's the only thing I can think of, because that's quite weird. But Craftlings is a really good game, so... Huh. Are you okay, Dio? It sounds like you're, like, upset over something, my dude. It's still on the Raw Fury webpage. Even stranger, right? Anyway, I'm going to change these to have the word Firebolt in them, and we're going to do a special effect for each one of those. I think it probably is going to be better for that. I could do it where all fire effects have the same explosion, but I feel like that loses something. Does that make sense? Like, if I want to do an explosion effect, if I use the same explosion over multiple spells, you're going to notice. You know? The video and the audio is not synced? That's on your end. Yeah, just refresh the page. What is this? Did you know that you're streaming the Hytale category without streaming Hytale? Did you know that this is the Hytale asset editor? And that I am streaming Hytale and I'm adding special effects to the video game? Go make a firebolt. Did not know? Don't worry about it. It's just funny. Yeah, no, this is the asset editor, so you can actually change stuff in real time, and it will enter the game immediately. So what we're doing is we're adding a special effect, and in this case, I'm going to be recreating all the explosion effects and remaking them as frostbolt. You know? Yeah, you're modifying Hytale. Yes, bingo. And what you're seeing is I've got a spellbook here that shoots a fireball, and then if I hold it, I can make it so that explosion goes off much larger. And we've got a special stat on it now called damage base, which is not what it's supposed to be, and that allows it to do that amount of damage to an enemy. But the left click, the instant cast, is a little baby fireball, and then the right click hold is a big fireball. There's a big old explosion with that, right? And that's kind of the idea with it, is to make sure that we can make different effects. And this one shoots an ice bolt that doesn't look very good right now and doesn't work, and it does the fire explosion when it hits the ground, so I gotta fix that. That's the next piece. What is this? Oh yeah, the Monster Hunter Wilds performance mystery solved is pretty funny, dude. Yeah. Boop. That one blows me away, to be honest. Where is my explosion? Where does that live? Particles. Explosion. Explosion small. Delete that. We have fire small and frost small. That's the problem. What are you talking about, Wolf? What do you mean something's really wrong? You need to explain yourself. Because he's shaking? Is that what you mean? Yeah, you need to be very clear with what you're trying to talk about if you're saying that something's wrong with one of the ferrets, my dude. Yeah, shaking a lot? Dude. 60% of Henry's brain tissue is scar tissue. Or 60% of his brain is scar tissue. Henry shakes. He was born this way. He is a special needs animal. He's always been shaking. Forever. Yeah. Yep. There's nothing wrong with him. He's just like that. Yeah. What's the performance thing in Monster Hunter Wilds? Basically, they found that it's constantly checking for DLC. And if it doesn't find it, it tries to check again, and it destroys the performance of the video game. So if you trick it into thinking you have all the DLC, performance goes through the roof. Yep. Yeah, if you're wondering about Henry, that's what he is. He's always done that. Yes. Well, the part that kind of amazes me about this one, dude, you've been here for years. How have you never seen his head doing this? That's like the whole thing about him. He always, like 100% of his life, he's done this. For years, no. You have been here since August 3rd, 2024. It's 2026 now. Yeah. But no, he's been like that forever, man. Forever and ever. He's always been that way. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with him. So he was born with let me pull it up. So Henry Pirate Software Wiki. Let me grab this. Oh, hey, there's actually a Reddit thread about this. There we go. There's a Reddit thread about Henry. It's actually crazier than I thought after the main vet visit. So if you look at this, do you see that white area? The white portions of his brain are actually scar tissue. So we ended up getting him an MRI to find out what was going on, which people don't normally do, but we needed to understand what was wrong with him. And 60% of his brain is scar tissue. He was born this way. He asphyxiated at birth, is the idea. But somehow his brain didn't implode, I guess, didn't kill him. He just survived somehow. And you can see that it's symmetrical in the way that the scar tissue has gone through. So that's the best guess that we have. They thought it was either going to be asphyxiation or viral. So it's either before he was born, when he was in a fetus, when he was a fetus, or at birth, and we don't know which one. Yep. But 60% of his brain is missing, and that's why his head does this. And he runs in a circle. But he's quite happy and healthy outside of that. So, yeah. Cerebral hypoxia ischemia. It's comparable to cerebral palsy in humans. Can be, but it's actually physical damage. So, a little bit different. Yeah, Henry returned somehow. But no, he's always been that way. That's why I was like, what do you mean something's wrong with him? I went to immediately check, and I'm like, no, that's just him. Yeah. Your first language isn't English? Let me see. In simple terms, it's bad, but he survived? Yeah, he survived. Yeah, no, he was born this way. So he's always been that way. His life has been like that, no matter what, like forever. Okay, so I need to make new effects for this. That's the problem. We have no spawners on any of these. Yeah. Do I want to make a firebolt impact effect for the small one? Brains are incredibly fickle but resilient organs. Yeah, they are. All right, I'm making the call. I'm going to do it. We're going to go all in on this. We're going all in on it. It's going to look real weird for a minute. Because I want other spell effects to exist, you know. Time to block bench this? There isn't a need to. We're going to make it all in the asset editor, in this case. I'm going to make a different spell effect for every one of these, and we're going to base the fireball one on the basic explosion one from Hytale's core assets. And we'll just go from there. Yeah. Any plans for a lightning bolt spell? Oh, yeah. No, I want to do that. I don't know if I want to do that with fire later. It might be fire and wind damage together for, like, combinations. Yeah. This is going to be a lot of copy pasta is basically what's going to happen right now. Because you can see explosion, big flash glow, explosion, big sparks out, right? Like all this shit. All of these effects need to be copied now. So explosion, big. And we'll go over to Hytale. And now we can go to each one of these and override the asset as explosion, firebolt, big crack. the biggest. And then go back over here, and then click on that, and then do it again. Firebolt. Big debris. And then over here. By God, it's going to take 50 goddamn years, isn't it? This is the rest of my goddamn life, isn't it? Oh, hell. The horror. The deep horror. But yeah, once I get this done, we can start modifying these and play around with it. It's kind of nice. Boop. And then Hytale. And then lines. Look how many spell effects are on this one effect, you know? Shockwave ground. And then shockwave. And then soon I will change it all. Shockwave 2. That's a shit name for that, isn't it? Why do you have Shockwave and Shockwave 2, man? Oh, because you have an erosion render mode and a blend add render mode. So this should be Shockwave Blend. Is really what that should be. I'll just keep it as 2 for now, and then we'll update it. Yeah, super weird, right? Boop. And boop. And once I get all of these done, then I have to do it again, but call them frostbolt, which is going to be annoying. Did I do this one? I think I did that one, right? Nope, already exists. All right. We're on spikes now. And then we're on linger. I really wish there was a way to, like, group dupe like this, because this is kind of the worst experience in their editor. But I'm sure that all that stuff will come eventually. And for now, it's just kind of a meme. Okay. The final one. All right, there we go. And now we can do explosion. And you can see explosion for all of these. And then we can go explosion. And explosion for all those. All right. And now we can take this explosion firebolt big right here. And we can change this to have the word firebolt in each and every one of these. And it will tell me if I missed one, which is nice. And then we can go through, and we can now have that as specifically, of course, that just overwrote for some goddamn reason, specifically a different effect for both of these, which is really nice. Looks like debris just goes off, which is a little bit weird. All right, and now we can save that. Everything seems to have worked, and now we can go into explosion for our firebolt itself. We'll go grab the firebolt, and when it's done at this firebolt projectile, that's good. That's the ID name for it. And when it dies, under firebolt projectile trail and core, that's the actual system there. And trail is using firebolt trail for that. Good. Sparks, I don't believe is using anything. Core is using the fire small texture. And now we can go to firebolt explosion big. And I think we have to do that from the actual firebolt itself. Remember right. I may be wrong. Cast effect, explosion. We're looking for explosion. Explosion. No? Is it not in there? Where is it? Charged. Instant. Firebolt instant. Ah, explosion fire small. Explosion firebolt big. There we go. And now we can apply those changes. And now when we get back in game, That is still working. That one is missing. And the reason that that one is missing is because when we go into here, we change Explosion Firebolt Big, and it looks like Explosion Firebolt Small does not have these assets for whatever reason. Explosion Firebolt is what we want. Firebolt Small. And now we can add that effect back. And now we can apply those changes, and now we're good to go. And now it explodes. And now that one explodes. And now we can modify. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the small one. I'm going to go into there. We've got Explosion Big, and I want to rename this folder. So we're going to say Explosion Firebolt Big. Rename that. Renaming directories is not supported yet. You son of a bitch. All right. Well, that sucks. Renaming directories is not supported. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Because that means that I have to remake every single one of these in another folder. Look in the bottom right. Rename. Firebolt. Rename. Renaming directories is not supported yet. My sadness. My actual infinite sadness. Can you copy the directory? No, you can't. You have to duplicate every one of them and then delete the original. Individually. I don't know. It's pain. There's no local browse. No, this is the only editor you can use. The horror. The absolute and unadulterated horror. I just said it. I said it to Budokat, and I said the horror of this. This has got to be what Simon was worried about. Oh, yeah. No, there's a lot of scuff, dude. How do you access the editor? So what you do is in-game. All you do is you hit B, and once you hit B, you can go to Assets and click on Asset Editor. And that's it. That's all you have to do. There's also a model editor in here, and you can go and open up Blockbench that way. There's an Asset Node Editor, where you can open the asset node system, which is like a visual scripting system. And you can also do the asset editor itself. But the node editor is like this. And then the asset editor itself is like this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. To be clear, there's a shitload of scuff. This is day 3 on a project we never thought we'd be able to access. I am incredibly happy with the state of the game. To be completely real with you, because I know the internet is stupid and will like clip things out of context and shit. I think this game is amazing. I think what they've done is fantastic. And I don't give a shit about the early scuff that we're dealing with right now. It doesn't matter at all. Yeah. And this code base is like 4 years old, yes. Yeah. Have they been editing stuff like this the entire time? Or is this some leftover Riot crap? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what this stuff is, but I've been building our own shit, so I'm happy with it. I hear there's so many people confused about it being owned by Riot. It's not owned by Riot anymore. Yeah. Like, the best way to look at this, dude, Hytale is at its worst it ever will be right now. And it's already better for me to mod in than Minecraft was. Because it's instant. I can just change shit. I don't have to care. I don't have to worry about adding a model and then having to restart the server and waiting 5 minutes for a jar to compile. Like, we don't have to give a shit. 99% of this, we just change it and it's done in the asset editor and it's live on the server. And you just be like, wow, I have a fireball now. That fireball explodes. Like, or now it's a frostbolt. Like, you know, like, this is not stuff you could generally do in Minecraft. You can't update that stuff instantly, you know. And that's it. Plus, you don't need a mod. To use a mod to edit a thing? Yes, exactly. Super easy. Can you copy-paste the files? Not easily. So, in order to copy-paste the file, you have to hit duplicate. You have to show where it's going to go to, and then write a new asset ID on it, and then save that. Which means if I want to change this folder name, I can't. Because that's not supported yet. So I'm just going to ignore that and leave it alone, right? Yeah, Flo, I did. If you want to see my work history, just do exclamation point jobs, if I can talk for whatever reason. I know you're probably trolling, and I know it's probably just banter, but if you're actually interested, there's the link, man. As a save load states, like an export-import tool, you can export to local. So if we go and grab this, and we go grab this here, there should be an export to local. I don't remember where the button is for that, honestly, because I haven't been doing that. But you can. Is it this one? There's some way to export to local. I don't remember how the hell it is. But you also have the editor version and then the source version. I prefer this because it's just faster. Their editor does work, but this is faster. So, you know. It would be better to make a catalog outside of the editor? Well, kind of is the problem. Because what I wanted to do was do that originally. Like, if I go and grab this and we go do... I think there's a way to show an explorer. You can find the file in the folder of your world save folder. Maybe we can actually do this. Hold up. Let me go into Blockgame Hytale. There might be a way for us to do this. Hold up. Let me cook. There might be a way. Worlds. What folder, what world are we in? Resources. Instant data. No. Chunks. No. What world? Are we in world? I think we're in world. Config.json. Grab that. That's the Blockgame world. Yeah, we're in world. No, it doesn't look like it's actually saving it in there in any way that is tangible. Damn. I was hoping so, but I guess not. I don't know where that gets saved. On the server. It might be in a database. But it'd have to be like a local one, right? Right? Where the hell does that shit live? It's got to be on here somewhere. Nah, dude, it doesn't exist. I have no goddamn idea. Yeah. Yep. You can use VS Code and live update the asset editor from there. Can you actually? Can you update folder names and everything like that? Because they don't allow you to do that. Because VS Code is cool, but, like, I'm not gaining any extra functionality just for, like, text management, I guess is the only thing. Yeah. If you create stuff, how can you send me the stuff that you did? Right now, I have no idea for transferring. Like, legitimately. I know we can use this and then port it over. Use Claude. Bro, AI only knows how to use what other people have already used. There's no documentation out for this, which is why if you go to those websites that say that they have Hytale docs, they're using Minecraft docs because they used AI to generate it, and it's wrong. Yeah. Stop using that shit. Stop it. Stop using it. No, you can't copy paste. So, like, if we go and grab this, I'll show you something. Like, if I grab, I don't know, my own face. There's my face, right? And I try to drag that into here. It'll do a little plus symbol, and then nothing happens when you release it. So we cannot do that yet. That is not supported yet. This is just growing pains for stuff. I'm not too worried about it. So, let's go make a new folder. We're going to go do a frostbolt. What I want to do is I want to come up with a naming scheme for this. So, explosion, frostbolt, small is what we're after. Let's go over to server. We're going to go explosion, small. This is all the explosion small stuff. We're going to duplicate this, override that asset as explosion, frostbolt, small. I'll grab frostbolt inside of this. We're going to go in here. We're going to create a new system under explosions. And there's explosion small. We're going to make a new one, explosion. And then frostbolt. and then small. And we'll create that folder, go into there, and now we can select that and create this in there. That's a lie. You're a liar. God damn it. Now I gotta go back into the other one. Blockgame. Explosion. Frostbolt. Okay, delete you. You're dumb. Get out. And then go back over to here and do explosion small. Small. There we go. And then grab that and then duplicate it over. And now we should be good to go. Explosion, frostbolt small, and then select that folder. And this will be the root effect. And we can go back over to this in read only. And now we have all the spawners. So now I can go through all these and we can duplicate those. And these are going to be different. So explosion, frostbolt small sparks out. And we'll go into here, explosion, frostbolt small, and then we need to do spawners for a folder in there. And now we're good to go. And we can create that. And we'll just do that for each one of these. And then I can modify them, which is going to be great. Explosion, frostbolt small, spawners. Select. But yeah, a lot of this is kind of like setup. A lot of people don't realize how much organization and kind of like minor shit like this actually goes into game dev, because you have to organize everything that you create. You need to know exactly where everything lives. It needs to have a naming scheme that makes sense. You know, like all of this shit has to be done. And that means somebody's got to do it. Let's go into spawners. We'll do that. And we'll do frostbolt and create that one. Did I already make this one? Did I miss one? Weird. I read that one then. I really wish it would like show me what is in the folder. There we go. Oh, I guess it did. Nice. There we go. Go back over to Hytale. Number 5. This one. Explosion, frostbolt, spawner, select, create. Back to Hytale. Hot. We'll have to change the names of these, I think. And I think that's fine. We'll just kind of go from there. Explosion, frostbolt, small, spawners. Select. And then we'll go back over here. I think once they get, like, large amounts of copy-paste done, and then also being able to rename folders, this is going to go a lot faster. For right now, this is, like, the most scuffed it could be. And then eventually it'll be much faster, which is good. Which is all they need. They need the tools to get out of the way. Alright. Explosion, frostbolt, small. There we go. And now we can take this, and you can see each one of these in here. It's using the non-frostbolt version of this, so we're going to switch that over to frostbolt. And go like that. And then we'll go over to the frostbolt itself. And we'll go into frostbolt, which is our projectile. You got frostbolt instant up here. Weapon frostbolt. We've got... Where is our frostbolt spell? There we go. Explosion, frost, small. Explosion, frostbolt, small. And we'll save that. And it's going to be mad for a moment. There we go. Apply that change. Now it's fine. And now we can go to the charged one, and we can say explosion, frostbolt, small. Again, because we want to do a multi-effect. So we don't want to do a big explosion for this one. We just want to have a small one. And now we can go to explosion, frostbolt, small, and we can change everything around that we want to. With a small effect, I really don't want to have it go up by 0.5. So I'm going to go through this, and we're going to change all of these to be 0. Because the baseline explosion effect in Hytale is actually half a block above where it hits. So it looks really weird. So we're gonna hit that and then switch over to this. You see it explodes directly on target. And when it was set to 0.5, it would actually do it half a block above, which looked very strange. It was the same problem with the firebolt, and I changed that. I fixed it. And now when we do that one, it actually detonates. You know, that one detonates in place, and this one detonates on place. Now we're going to go turn that into fire. Or not into fire, from fire into frost. So let's go take a look at this. We've got sparks out. And let's look through this and see if we can give it a proper color. So this color right here, we're going to grab that, we're going to go throw it into the old Google. and it's kind of a light yellow color is what it looks like, which is not that big of a deal, so I'll probably leave that one for right now. We'll probably change it to a light blue. Let's grab that. That one's like a light yellow as well. So it looks like this effect, these sparks, are kind of going out and changing to a more and more yellow color as it goes. And let's change this one. This one's going to be orange, probably. Yeah, it's more and more of a yellow over time. So what we want to do is we're going to switch that up. We're going to change it to more of a blue. Yeah, it's a hex color. All of these are hex colors. Which makes it really easy, to be honest with you. We're not really bound by Minecraft's bullshit. Minecraft, for instance, would only allow you to recolor, what were they? Redstone dust particles. So you had to do everything with a redstone dust particle. But with this, we can do whatever graphic we want. In this case, it's glowdirection.png. So let's come up with another baseline color. Let's go over here. We're going to grab the very first one, which is right here at opacity 1.0 for this base. And that is that really kind of light white color. And I'm going to switch it over to more of a frosty. So we'll change that up. And now we've got this hex color that I'm going to put in here. And we're going to take the next one. And the next one I'm just going to go kind of further down this system. A little bit more. Grab that there. Why did this just reset? The hell? Whatever. Grab that there. And then the next one, we've got this at 50. I'll kind of do this. It looks like it's resetting every time I do this. It's kind of annoying. So when we get down here to 50, 10, 50, there we go. And then when we switch back over here, yeah, it's resetting. Look at that. Why does it do that? That's super weird. And then the last color is going to be that color there, and I think I can do just a little bit more like this. And we'll make it that color. And now we can apply this change, and this is for frostbolt small sparks out. And now when we hit with that, do you see the little blue particle effects coming out? And that's how we can change that. Look how fast that is. And it's directly on the server in multiplayer in real time. And now we have blue sparks shooting off in all directions. Isn't that cool? And now we can change the rest of it. Now, I don't want kind of... Do you see the spiraling ones that kind of come up and come back down? The orange that you're seeing there? That effect we don't really want. Because it doesn't look frozen. It looks more like fire, right? And I think that's the problem with this, is we want the spikes coming out, but we don't want the swirl soft. The swirl soft feels more like lava. So when this hits, that's very lava, right? When this hits, we want it to be more burst, more instant. Could look like snowflakes. They could. We could change it to snowflakes. Yeah, more like hazy mist or a snowflake particle or something, right? Yeah. Now I'm going to save these colors for myself. So we'll have these as baseline colors. Now I'm going to put them into a file over here. So that way we build a theme around the colors, right? You look at the frost staff in the game for the effect of Blizzard? No, I'm building my own. More fun. Waiting on the ads. Do some more TTS.
Zultralord with 500 bits said my dog is cooler than your dogs. Unfortunate.
Zultralord, if your dog is cool, you left it out too long. Always eat the dogs when they're hot. That's upsetting. I'm upset for you. Ridiculous, actually. Man left his hot dog out. That's sad. You gotta peel him, too. That's true. Yeah, he should know better. Man left a hot dog sitting out. Zoltrolord leaving food uneaten. Insane, actually. This helped me think through stuff for my game, because I want to make sure it's moddable. Rock on, dude. I'm glad. All right, ads are over. We're back. So yeah, we've got the first effect now. The first effect on this is now our nice little particle effect that shoots off in all directions. I kind of want it to be longer, though. I like the idea of shooting those longer. So let's go take a look at this. We're going to go back into our editor, and we're going to look at probably sparks out for this. And you can see the spawn rate is there. We've got the particle lifespan is there. The lifespan feels pretty good, I think, right now. I want to do the size of these, though. The speed is fine. The damping multiplier is fine. I don't have a problem with those. We need a size of this. The scale here. Maybe make this up to 2. And then apply that. Let's just see what happens when I do that. A little bit... Not really what I wanted. Change that back to 1. Not really what I wanted on. Because that's the animation state. Let's go to, instead of rotation, do they have one for size? Because this should have done it. Let me change that to 2.5 and change this to 5. What does that do in the animation scale for this? It doesn't look like it's changed it at all. That's a little bit weird, right? That's weird. I wonder why that doesn't seem to have changed. What does the scale do in this? Let's switch over to the editor for a moment, and I'm going to see on that end. Because that's a little strange to me, and I want to see how this is structured in the editor. So if we have the particle itself, we've got the animation here. That's the scale and rotation. The scale in this should be... Oh, does it change scale for each one of these? It does, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? Okay. Min-max 5. Max 5. Just to see what happens. I have no idea what that's going to do. Wow, they look really thick now. Look at them. Thick particles. Okay, so we'll keep that at 0.5. We'll probably do 0.5, and we'll do this as a max of 4 to 10. And now we can see what that looks like in game. It looks like the particles are quite thin. It looks like that might be the distance that it can travel as well. A little bit more spiky. A little more spiky, right? Get it a little bit more spiky than that. So let's do 8 to 15. Just to see how far we can take this and make it look a little bit weird. There we go. See how much more that looks like icicles, right? It looks more like a burst now. So we'll do 15 to 15 on that. It still doesn't look like it's multiplying that. Look at that. Wait, is that not min to max? Hold up. Is that not min max? That doesn't seem like it's doing min max correctly. Oh dear. Because if that's 1 to 15, and the lines are quite, like, long, and then we go into this and we say 15 to 15 in terms of the size, which means it should scale it always to 15 times, but it's smaller. That's a bug. That's straight up a bug. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Yeah, that's not right. That's really funny. Okay, so the particle system is not working as intended. Yeah. They might have scale by velocity. There's no velocity change between those two. The issue is this, is it looks like it's doing the difference between the two. So if we do 1 to 50, it will make it very large, is my anticipation. And it does. Okay. However, if we do 50 to 50... Instead of doing a random, it puts it all the... Oh, wait, no. Now what does it do? Oh, wait. No, I understand. I understand what it's doing. It is doing it as an animation over the course of the animation itself. It is scaling from 1 to 50. So now it looks really weird. Oh, that's strange as shit. So the scale starts as 1 to 50. It starts at 1 and then scales to 50 over the course of the animation, is basically what's happening here. Yeah. I saw the stutter, I saw it. And then it scales back down to 0. So my guess is there's probably another variable in here that shows the size. Do we have a scale in here? We do. No, stop it. Get out of here. So at 100, we have the scale of 1 to 2. I understand now. I understand now. The scale is changing throughout this. Okay, so we want to do... We want the scale to be between 20 and... probably 30 and 40. And then we'll drop it down to 20 to 30 here. On that one. This one doesn't have a scale involved. And then we'll drop it down here at 10 to 20. At first I thought that was a bug, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute. And then we'll have it fade out completely. So now it looks like light beams almost. It's a little bit too spiky, right? But you see what it's doing now? Yeah. Those numbers are effectively keyframes. Yes. Yes, you got it. A little bit too long. So we'll play around with it. I didn't realize that they were keyframes. See, this is why we do this shit. You kind of like it? I do too. But a little bit too much for right now. Do this as 15, and we'll do this one as 20. And we'll do this one as 10 to 20. We'll do this one as 5 to 15, I think actually is much better. That looks good. I like that. It's very spiky. It's very icicle, right? Which is what I'm after. We want to make sure that this cannot scale awkwardly, so I'm going to put that down there. We always want it to be shrinking. Always. The size of this makes sense. I don't want that to shrink. I don't want that to go that way, so we'll make it go this way. Probably like that. Because there's a chance that it could fatten up and then shrink back down, which is a little bit weird for ice. There we go. Look how nice that looks now. It's just shrinking out, and it looks painful. It looks sharp, right? It's kind of the idea with that. So now what we want to do is we've got our glow direction particle. That's the one that's being used. The scale looks good. The animation looks good. The colors are correct. And I think, yeah, it feels stabby. It feels stabby. And the total number of particles is the next part now. So if we look at the animation on this, where can we choose the number of particles? I don't know where that's actually chosen on this. Scale on this looks good. And this one fades out completely. So we'll make that one go there, and that'll be the final frame index, and that's fine. We'll make this one 1, 2, 4. There we go. And I think we're good. Where do we get the number of particles, though? That's where I don't understand. Particle. No? Open everything. Number of particles. We do not get number of particles. How do we determine? Maybe in here. Total particles. There we go. I want it to do 15 to 20. So I want to do a little bit more. I want it to be a lot more oomph behind it. Particle lifespan, 0.2 to 0.3 seconds, I think is fine. That looks good to me. What? I feel like that might be wrong. This might be a little... just a tad. I don't know what happened there, but we're going to figure it out. Back to 10 to 15. I think that was probably in the final frame, is what I screwed up there. This should be at 0.1 to 0.1. I think it was scaling it wrong. It is, yeah. That's what was scaling wrong. They need to fade out and disappear, is the point of it. They were scaling instead of fading out. Beautiful for a laser wizard. I could do light magic, you know. Keep it as fireworks? No, not yet. We'll do this as 20 to 25 for total number of particles. There we go. Look how nice that looks, right? And now we're going to do one more effect on this. We're going to go to particles, and I think there should be a speed in here somewhere. Maybe not. Particle lifespan is in there. Particle rate, particle burst, initial velocity. We want speed to be 0 for all of this. We don't want a fast particle. We don't want to move at all. Oh, that looks a little bit weird. So it looks like it's doing an only up and down now because there's no speed for them. So we need to give it a very, very minor amount of speed. 0.1 to 0.1 because we don't want it to move very far, but we need it to choose a direction so it can move the particle to face the direction that it's moving in. So we give it the illusion of being still. See, like that? And see, now it looks like ice because it's no longer moving in a direction. But see how sharp that looks now? That's exactly what I was looking for. Cool, right? Yeah, isn't that awesome? Are you a Hytale dev? No, we're putting our MMO from Minecraft into Hytale. So I'll be doing this 100%. Okay. Try 100 particles? Sure. We do thousands if you want to. But, like, that's the idea is, like, I love doing technical art. This is one of the things that I enjoy very much. It's very fun. It's kind of like zen for me. But yeah, look at that. And we could do anything you want to, right? But I love technical art, man. It's super, super fun. And I get to make cool-looking effects and go from there. All right, so that part of the effect is now finished. Can you make the lines thicker? We could, but then it wouldn't look sharp, would it? Right? Now it's sharp. The sharp effect. Let's go and make the next piece. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. And that's why I like doing this stuff. Let's go to Sparks Linger. So Sparks Linger is a new effect in here, and I think that's probably the little fireball pieces that go. So what we're going to do real quick is we're going to set this up to a crazy-ass number and make sure that that is the layer that we're looking at. So we're going to do that. And we're going to go like this. Yes, that is exactly what it is. Those like, pieces that are shooting out, that's what we're going to be changing next. So we're going to make this 10 to 15. We want to go down here into the particle effects system. We'll open all these up. And now we can play around with these, right? And I don't necessarily like the glow on this. Maybe we'll make it into a star. Maybe we'll make it into something else, right? We can change this to any effect that we want to in the entirety of the game. And, like, maybe there's, like, a snow shape that we can do. I don't know yet. There might be some way to make this more interesting. Ring. There are so many different particle layers in this. Light beam, gradient triangle. I think glow star might be the way to do it. So let's try it just on glow star. And then we're going to go in here, we're going to change up some effects, right? We've got our different colors that I've written down now. And we could start at this cool effect and then kind of go from there and go into this cool effect. And we can change these colors around for each one of these. And then I think this one here will be like that. And then this one here will be like that. And we'll probably have to fade it out in a different way. I just don't know yet. And now, see, that's actually doing what looks kind of like spiky little pieces. How awesome that looks now, right? Much better, eh? How much nicer that looks. Yeah, it looks more like ice shards, right? But that's kind of the basis of doing any type of particle effects, is you think about a tiny little component. What does that look like? And then you layer them. Can you make the smoke white? We're going to change that too, yeah. So that's the next layer. We've got a couple other things in there. There's a little fire explosion in there and a little burst that happens. Those have to change as well. So this is the idea of changing this around to make this look really nice. And if we look at this, this is what it used to look like. And this is what the big fireball one looks like. And we're going to change both of those for this, for Frost, you know? You put gravity in those particles? Yeah. Yeah, we can. In fact, they already have gravity on them, which is why they fly downwards like this. Right? So we pull them downwards back towards the Earth. And some of them fade out before then, and some of them make it downwards and then fade out. Just got the game yesterday, and you're so pumped for you in the Blockgame community. Dude, I'm so excited for it. Do you know how we used to do this, by the way? Do you know how to do this in Minecraft? I had to go into Java. I had to write it in Java. I had to compile the jar. So, like, package the jar up, put it on the server, and then restart the server and then try it again. For every time that I wanted to change it. And I couldn't use custom textures like that for everything. I had to do it using redstone dust, and that was it. It was horrible. The fact that I can do this in real time now, I cannot express to you how nice this is. I can't. This is why I was excited for Hytale, because I can do this now, right? Yeah, this is fully server-side. This is all done, like, this is happening on a live server. If you walked up and looked at me, you'd see this effect going off as I change it. And the item in your inventory that is this book would also change to do it, too. Which is like... It's great, dude. Can you port the script? Yeah, we could just load it onto our local machine and just have it. That's awesome. Yes, it is. It's really nice, dude. It's really nice. Anyway, let's start making the rest of this effect. You being giddy about that makes me scared for April 1st? Yes. So let's go look at this, into the particle effect for this. I don't know which one this is. It's got those orange kind of colors, and it looks like it goes out to brown, right? So this is the smoke color. So the smoke color that we want to change to is probably going to be a very light sort of blue. And this one is likely going to be sort of a slightly less light blue. There we go. And I'll do that for the smoke effect, and we'll just leave that for now. This one is also going to be probably pure white, would be my guess there on that one. And we'll try it out. Yeah, see the smoke coming out of it now? How that smoke is kind of like going to pure white. And it kind of looks... It looks almost frosty. We need to... Probably the pure white at the end is not good enough. I think I need that to fade more as it goes. Yeah, I think it needs to fade more. I want to play around with it first. Before we get rid of it, I want to play around with it. Where's the opacity on each one of these layers? The opacity is there is 0.85. 1.0 is 0.85. I think I'll drop this down to about 7. And then we'll drop this one down to about probably 0.3. And this one to 0. And I think we're good. And then this final frame index is going to be 0 as well. And we'll try that again. It looks like it's fading out too quickly now. There's a second layer of smoke that's in there that's not what we're working with right now. But I'm gonna fade this a little bit slower, I think. So we'll change that to 0.8. Like that. So we start at 1. And then at 18 frames, we do that. And then we change it to about probably 0.7 there. And then on this one, we're actually going to delete the opacity variable and have it go to 0 by the end. Doesn't quite look the way that I want it to. There's a little bit of an aura effect that goes off in there. Let's try this instead. There's that smoke again. I think it needs to last longer almost, because it's not looking quite right. I'm a big fan of playing around with different layered effects. Oh, is that shrinking the size? Is that what's happening there? Hold up. Opacity doesn't seem to be doing what I thought it was going to do. Initial animation frame. Is it... Wait, is this the initial? Hold up. I thought that was the end result frame. I'm dumb. Hold up. Okay, so we start at 1.0. No, we're going to start at 0. Collision animation frame, we don't care. The 100 animation frame. This one needs to be set to 0. It's going to fade up to 1 and then back down. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, what's going on here? I kind of want to get rid of it. I don't even think it looks good. The more I think about it, I don't like that layer. Getting rid of it. Yep, smoke side, gone. And get rid of that guy. There we go. I think we'll leave smoke side broken right now, and I'll play around with smoke main, and we can see what we can do with that. Is that explosion happening before the spell hits? No. No. It happens at impact. You building an MMO server? Yeah, we already have one. We're just porting it over from Minecraft into Hytale, and what I'm doing right now is learning how their spell effect and particle system works so I can create unique effects that look good, you know. I may not like the smoke on this. The smoke looks a little bit weird. Yeah, I'm gonna nuke both of those for right now. So the way that we can do that is I'll go over to here, we'll go to source, and we'll find smoke side and smoke main, and we'll grab both of those, and I'll just remove them. And then we'll apply this. Invalid JSON, you're invalid. What are you mad about? What are you possibly mad about? Oh, that's what you're possibly mad about. There we go. Apply. What? What are you mad about? Oh, is that actually part of this? Hold up. Oh, it is part of that. Okay, there we go. So this is smoke side, that's smoke main. We can get rid of all of those blocks. There we go. I was like, dude, what? And I'll save that over to the other monitor. And now we can get back into the game, and you can see we no longer have those sparks. And we just have that orange kind of explosion in the center there, and a shockwave that's blowing out from it too. That kind of makes it look like there's a little bit of distortion. And we'll change those colors around for the next piece. It does look better. I think without the sparks, or without the smoke, it looks a lot better. So shockwave. Shockwave is the next big one. And shockwave is an effect that is doing that like kind of waves going out from the center. And I'm going to change the aura on this a little bit. We're going to change the color there to more of this kind of a thing, and then we'll change kind of the deeper one to more of this kind of a thing, so it feels more like frost, because it's just not enough frost right now. And we'll grab that there, and we'll put that to there. And now that shockwave, see how the shockwave is now like kind of a bluish color along the edge, the nova going out from it? That's just showing that there's like a distortion from the explosion, right? And now we got to change the center spike area. And that'll be probably small hot or small glow. I don't know which one that one's going to be. So let's play around with it and find out. If you look at this, that's probably that right there. So we'll grab that. And I don't know which particle effect this is. So I think under general, I'd like to see what the shape is. The shape is a sphere, but what is the actual... What's the actual graphic? Which I don't think is actually displayed here. There we go. It's fireball. That'd probably do it. Fire center blue. Ember. No, I don't want a fireball. Maybe something spiky, right? You know what I mean? There's got to be something frosty. Something spiky in the center there. I just don't know which one it'll be. These are all like full sets in here. Lava dripping. Lava bubbling. We might be able to make one real fast. Let's go back into textures. Particles, textures, ice. Icy ground, ice shards. Land hard, land soft, snowflake. Snow particle. That's kind of interesting, right? Yeah. We'll go back up into textures and we'll look at some other ones for explosion maybe. There's the explosion shockwave, so that's the shockwave that we're already using. Ground crack. I like that. Ground crack is pretty cool. Let's see what that looks like. And see how that's like kind of an orange color? Let's do one exploding from the center. And we'll change the color on it completely. Because ground crack works really well, right? Yeah. Oh, laser impact might be cool too. Let's try laser impact. Laser impact is not quite what I'm after. Ground crack is probably what I'm after. Yeah, let's go ground crack. And then we'll change the colors. go pull this up. Oh, actually, I think ground crack's not going to work because I think ground crack has an inherent color. So if we changed this to a grayscale version, we could then use it. The problem is it's got an inherent color on it, which is going to make it impossible to use for that. So I may need to find another one. Oh, that's kind of cool. Boom. And it's like green. Explosion medium. Yeah, anytime you're working with particles, you need to make sure that those particles are grayscale, so you can modify them over time. Yeah. That's what you're worried about? Yeah. I didn't realize it first. Firebolt just does not work for this. Let's look for basic. So these are all the basic, like, little glowing orb things, which is kind of cool. Flash sprite sheet. Oh, that's neat. I like that. If we did that, let's try that one. Yeah. Yeah. Hold up. That's very spiky. That's very spiky. We could make a new one and make it grayscale, but I kind of want to play around with some other ones that already exist, you know? Let's grab this. We're going to put that there. There we go. And then we've got our second color that we have stored over here. And then this color, which is going to be kind of our darker one, right around there. And then this one, which is our big dark one. There we go. And I think we're good to go on this. We can try it out. And now, there's kind of like a spiky thing in the center. It doesn't quite look the way that I want it to, but you see that spiky thing in the center is starting to come through. Yeah. It's doing okay. It's not quite what I want it to be. So let's play around with some other effects. And we could change the way that it looks and all kinds of stuff. That's neat. That might look really cool. No, we needed to do more. Starting to look quite frosty. A little bit frosty, you know? We'll go to general for this, and I'm going to start playing around with the emitters. I want to do the emitter offset, and we're going to do max of 5 up here. So that way we can see this is what each individual effect looks like, if you look at that. So it's doing between 0.1 and 5. And if I go back into here, we'll change this to 5 as well. So we can see the effect 5 blocks, you know, within 5 blocks of it. You can see that there. And that helps me see, like, what does each individual particle look like when I'm doing this. You know. Probably go with fewer articles, but maybe make them bigger. Likely, yeah. I could see that. Change this to 0.1. There we go. Total particles. We'll probably do 1 to 2. 1 to 3 might actually work. Maybe 3 to 3. Probably be better. Spawn rate is fine. Particle lifespan is fine. Spawn burst. What does that do? I think burst does it in a specific radius. Yeah, I don't quite like that. I don't like that yet. There's got to be a better one. There's probably going to be a circle. Look at a basic. Glow direction. Noise, square, star. We do the stars again. The stars looked really quite good. Ooh, actually. Let's try that. That looks shit. I was loving it. Looks terrible. Can you run this server in Linux? Yes. We're waiting on Cubezos. Cubezos.
Mirror_ADA said we at Fracking 5 Industries are proud to present you with a commemorative plaque denoting your 7 years of outstanding service with our company.
Horror.
The plaque should have reached you by mail already. We look forward to 7 more years of fracking.
I have it right here. God damn it. Thank you, Mirror. Thank you for sending me that.
Cage on Twitch said hey Thor, saying hi, sup, and possibly even yo once more. Made a TTS a couple months back about having dreams of losing control and crashing cars and then losing my brakes on my way to get my first car inspected. Turns out the master cylinder failed and it lost all brake fluid. Any advice for dealing with the stress and anxiety of waiting on applications? I'm applying to PhD programs in biology and can't do anything but wait and watch. I have a backup plan, but I'm dreading having to use it.
That sounds horrific on the first part. Any advice for dealing with the stress of anxiety of waiting on applications? Honestly, man, don't wait on applications. Keep applying places. Like, now is not the time to sit there and be like, well, I applied. No, just keep applying. Keep applying to more places. Do not allow yourself to be sedentary. The job market is dog shit right now. Do not wait. Never wait. Just keep applying. And if you get, if you get a response, fantastic. And if you don't have to care. Just keep going. Yeah. You got to keep going and not wait. Bingo. And I think people are making a mistake with that, where they sit down and they're like, well, I'm just going to wait and wait for the callback, And want to know what you should do, honestly? Set up an Excel sheet, show every place that you applied at, the date that you applied at it, and put their contact information on that Excel sheet. That way, if they haven't responded in 2 weeks, call them and say, hey, I put in my application about 2 weeks ago. Just wanted to find out if there was any information about that. And if you guys have declined me, is there any feedback that you can give me? You'll find really quickly that if you do that, there's a lot higher chance you get hired. Much higher. Organize. Organize everything, my dude. Yeah. Powerful knowledge for sure. Just do it. Yeah, just do it. Good show of dedication alone? Yeah. They said PhD? Not job applications? Did I read that wrong? Let me see. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I'm an idiot. I thought you meant job applications. Job applications, the advice works. For your case, it does not. You applied, So in this case, they said, I'm applying to a PhD program in biology and can't do anything but wait and watch. I have a backup plan, but I'm dreading having to use it. How long do you have to wait? Yeah, I got that completely wrong. How long do you have to wait for that? Because if you applied for a PhD program, you got nothing but hurry up and wait, to be honest with you. Here's what you should do. Might be really useful, right? Sit down and write up a secondary paper, because you said you have to apply for your PhD program in biology. Does that mean that you had to write up an application, or did you have to write a document proving that you could do it? Right? Can you apply using that same document to another college? Can you apply to multiple colleges? Can you do this in parallel? Can you write up a document that disproves or pokes holes in your application? That's another thing you could do. Sit down and be like, why should I not be allowed into this program? And write that out for yourself. I think a lot of the times we find that, like, I find that if I apply for something or if I'm nervous about something, it's because I have a fear of the unknown, where I don't know what the other person is going to feel like about the thing that I did, right? Whether it's the document that I turned in and be like, okay, I turned in this report. Man, I'm really nervous about that report succeeding. Sit down and poke holes in it. Say why the report is bad. Give yourself feedback on that. Be vicious. And then improve it. And then go for the next one. And if you're applying for something, whether it's a job or otherwise, you can do the same thing. Why should they hire me? Not just because it's me. Like, why should they hire me? Why am I a better candidate? Figure that out. And once you find out what the reasoning is there, and you start seeing it as as the other person who's hiring or letting you into a program like this, you're going to have a much better time. Yeah. Defend your own thesis. Exactly. Afraid of the unknown? Cough, ocean cough. No, I'm not afraid of the ocean because it's unknown. I'm afraid of the ocean because it's known. It's full of bullshit. The ocean is bullshit. I hate the ocean. I am very solid in my understanding of how bullshit the ocean is, and as such, I will not go in it. That's not fear of the unknown at all. The ocean is bullshit. Yeah. Hate it. The ocean's crap. The more that I learn about the ocean, the more afraid of it I become. The ocean is bullshit. Do not go the ocean. The ocean's not a solid. Part of it is. No, do not defend your own feces. No. God damn it. We know more about the space than the ocean? Yeah, but everything we learn about the ocean is horrible. All of it is bad. Everything in the ocean is bad. There's no good in the ocean. Stay out of it. Stop putting things in it. And also stay out of it. Leave it alone. All right, particle effect. Frame size. That's the problem on this, isn't it? What is the frame size for this thing? I don't know how big this is. Could we make that good? Okay, starting to get in the right direction. I think it's a 128 by 128. That's why it looked weird before. Now what we can do is we can go into our particle effect, and we can start the scale at 0.1. 0.1, 0.1, make it very tiny. And then scale it up to 0.5 all along the way. There we go. And then we can do 0.3 at the end. There we go. And do this. It's starting to get to where I want it to be, but not really, quite really. Almost. Almost. I want a circle that does a thing. Maybe I want a circle that's the opposite of this thing. How many rings do we have? It's kind of a weird ring, right? I kind of like ring 4 for this, because it's spiky. You know? Last one is the initial frame. I know it is. It's very, very strange for this one. I think what I'll do is I'll change this one to 0 for the initial frame. So start off at 0, and we'll start off the opacity at 0, and then we'll go to the very first one. I don't know why they put the initial frame at the end. It's very weird. And we'll make this one the opacity of, like, probably 0.5. And we'll make that 0.1. Maybe make it 0.5. Yeah. No, it's gonna have to go. It's gonna have to go to 0.1. It's probably gonna start at 0. Yoop, yoop. There we go. Make that 0 in scale. Make it 0.5. This is still gonna be 0. We'll make it so that its next one at 30 is gonna be a scale of 0.5, 0.6. We'll do 6. And then immediately we're going to drop that back down to 0.1 and 0.2. Trying to visualize what it's going to look like. Does it need to be full transparency? I think it needs to actually have 100% opacity on the initial index, or it's not going to work. It is in there. It looks kind of cool. It's very light, though. That's kind of sick looking. It's starting to look good. Looks like a pressure wave? Exactly. Now you're getting it. This is basically Minecraft with mods. God, if it was only that simple. As somebody who mods Minecraft, no. Soft particles fade factor. I wonder what that fade factor does. I kind of want to play around with that, yeah? I have not touched soft particles, and I don't quite know what those do just yet. Yeah. Yeah, this is Tetris with extra steps. You figured it out. Let's try this on the first frame. We'll set that to 1. And we'll set this to 0.1, just to see if this makes sense now. There's a little bit of oddities, I think, with their particle system. That's a little bit in there. We need more. More! More! Okay, set this all to 0. Set that back to 0. What is this one? 8? Why is that like that? I don't know why we have that. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, weird. There we go. Try that. Okay, that looks fun. And then we can do this one to 2. I don't think that's coming through the way that I want it to. Let me play around with this a little bit more. Yeah, I don't think this is coming through the way I want it to. Yeah, the scale's not working right. Because that should be holding that scale for a while. Let's do like 5. Screw it. How loud is this going to be now? Let's exit this. We're going to go into here. We'll go into general for this. And I'm going to do emit offset max of 5. It doesn't even look like it's coming through at all. It's like too faded out. Well, shit. Let's play around with it. You must leave for now. Goodbye. Good luck. In the open world.
Incognito_panda said the fracking 5 needs you. Just grab your human costume and make sure your iCode doesn't corrupt. You don't want to crash on us again. Make donations to the fracking 5 at lig.mar. Take from the orphans if need be. Don't forget to wish our founder a happy birthday today and remember to catch our dad streaming at Yearjoy. Watch the ferrets and make sure to provide them with lighters else they commit thefts. Wigs can be found in the gift shop alongside other common loot. Don't forget YouTube is pre-recorded and Twitch is post-recorded. Catch Cooking by Thor in the Woods by the Mushroom Ring.
God damn it. You're a wig. You're 5 wigs. Maybe even 6 wigs. Maybe even more. Probably more wigs. I'm just going to set these to 1. I'm wondering if the initial frame doesn't... Yeah, so it looks like you need to put a size for the initial frame or it shits itself. That's what it looks like is going on. If you don't give it an initial animation frame of a size, it doesn't know what to do. So I think the initialization is... Okay, I understand now. Whatever you set the initial frame to, that is the baseline. It's such a weird way to do this. That is the baseline for the rest of the animation effect. So if we say 5.0 in this, it is multiplying the initial frame by 5. That is what's going on. And that's why I was like, what is happening here? This doesn't make any sense. There we go. So if I set the initial frame to 0, all of these are just multiplying 0 by that number, which is not useful. Yeah, now it's doing what I wanted it to. Get fracking 5 wigs. Dude, you're like 10 wigs. So we can set this down now for the initial effect of 0.3 for all of these. We can set the initial opacity to 100%. And see how small that is now? And now instead of doing 5 effects for this, we can have it do general. We'll have 1 impact effect, 1 minimum, 1 maximum. Actually, we're going to do this as 0 on these. We don't want to have any offset whatsoever. We want to have a total particles of 1. It looks like it's actually doing 2, which is a little bit weird. I don't understand how their min and max works, but now it's 1. Yeah, see that? See where it does the circle, the ring around the center now? Sometimes. Let's go grab this. We'll say 1 minimum, 1 maximum. Set 0 to the maximum. Yeah, that's not how min and max works. That seems like a bug. Yeah, that's not how min and max works at all. Yeah. It's it's supposed to, no, it's not even backwards. It's adding minimum and maximum together. So if we do max of 5 on this, right? It's doing 2 every time. See how there's 2 of those rings every time? So for some reason, this is adding minimum and maximum together. Which is not correct. Yeah. That's super weird. Total particle count is what I'm talking about. Minimum should be minimum of 0, right? And maximum of 1. So it should be 0 to 1 of them. But instead it is always 1. And sometimes 2, somehow. Maybe a rounding error. Yeah, this is not correct. This is not how that works. They are not doing minimum and maximum correctly. Something is wrong. That'll be a bug report for sure. You can have max and current and spawn rate, right? Maybe that's the issue. It's an initial single hit, 1 burst, so it should only be doing 0 to 1, and it's always doing 1 to 2, which is super weird. And if you do 1 to 1 on this, it always does 1 to 2 of them. Or just 2 of them. Actually, it adds min and max. We actually see the same thing in other effects. So I'll show you something kind of interesting, right? With this spellbook, do you see how that's set to damage base plus 10? On that, let me go pull this up for you inside of here. We'll go Firebolt. And we'll go to Weapon Firebolt. I'll show you another example of this being broken. And we go Show All Properties. And we go to Weapon. And we go to Stat Modifiers. Damage Base. 0. See this is minimum additive? You say min, right? So, like, maybe I want to do another one on this. And we'll do another. And we'll say in there, we'll say max. So, the way that you would generally read this is, you know, we're going to add 5 maximum. We'll do 5 minimum, and we'll do 10 maximum. Normally, you would see this as between 5 and 10, right? Like, that's what you would expect. Is that what you guys would expect? 5 minimum, 10 maximum, additive? Here's the problem. It now has 15. Every time. It just adds the 2 numbers together. So their minimum and maximum does not seem to make sense anywhere in the editor at all. And I don't understand how it's supposed to be functioning, but we can't get damage ranges, we can't get number ranges, and it looks like that same issue is in the particle system. So, because it's done one after the other? Yeah, but if you're going to name it min and max, how does this actually work? We don't know. We have no idea. If you do it as multiplicative, it'll actually add percentages to it. Yeah, also when using the JSON file, it's exactly the same. So we go look in here for JSON. You can see target min, and then that'll be that. And that's it. So, no idea. Because it's marked as target max for this one. It looks like target max doesn't even add it in there. What happens if we do this? Maybe that's the bug. Apply those changes. Maybe that's the issue. Nope. Still there. It's just very weird. Like, I don't know how to do stat ranges because the system is not... It's not functioning in the way that you would expect. Right? You would expect this to be minimum to maximum a stat range. And I've given that as feedback to them where like, how do you do this? And because there's no items in the game that do that. So every one of the items is fully hard-coded. Like if we go and look at, say, like an iron... we'll go look at iron... like chest. It always has 9% resistance. It always has 9% physical resistance and projectile resistance. It always has 17 HP. Every time. And there's no randomized ranges for this. So they may just not have randomized ranges for items yet. It may not exist, right? And that's all. Yeah. Because these are all static. Every one of these is static. And we just have to wait for them to figure out what they want to do with that. And I've given feedback being like, let me just have ranges. Let me create an instance of an item every time it's created with a random stat range on it, and then we're good to go. Was the right arrow at the end of the target row? Target row? What do you mean target row? What? You mean that? That expands it out so that you can click for the drop-down. And it's min and max for that, which is weird, but what are you going to do? And there's additive and multiplicative. If I change this to multiplicative, check this shit out. It'll actually make it multiplicative. So now it's 1,000%. It's 100% per point. Yeah. Yeah. And that's that. And go back to additive. There we go. Now it'll be 10 damage on that. And that updates in real time, which is kind of cool. Like number of damaged targets? No, because it's also doing the same thing with particles, which is the weird part, right? So as we're working on this frostbolt particle for the shockwave that's going out, the one that we just worked on this whole time, with that, or no, it wasn't the shockwave. It was, I think it was hot. Was it glow? Which one did we do this with? One of these we were working on. There we go. It's ring 4. It's the hot system for that. So with that in mind, like we sat there and worked with this, and the particle effect right here also has a minimum and maximum, but it's not doing that minimum and maximum. See how this says 1 and 1? Generally in a particle system or any other system, you would expect it to be minimum of 1, maximum of 1, which means you get 1 particle that comes out. But when we do this, it's always 2. That's those rings up there. So because of the fact that it's always 2 means that their minimum and maximum system is not working correctly. Yeah. Uncheck the spawn burst to see what happens. Sure. Yeah, we do that. I have no idea what that does either. The documentation's not up. Still 2. It also looks like it's delayed now. So we don't want that. Is that not the texture being 2 things? No, that's not the texture. That's the system creating 2 separate particle events, which is not correct. We don't want that. Yeah. There we go. Which is weird, but what are you going to do? And now you can see when we set minimum to 1 and maximum to 0, sometimes it's 1 particle, sometimes it's 0, and sometimes it's 2. So their system's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird, and I don't think that is correct. So we're going to set that back to 1 and 1. We'll make it so that there's no variance in the particles whatsoever, and it will just make a kind of double effect in the middle, which is kind of shit looking, but what are you going to do? Not really what I want. Yeah. Max is considered as a span. It shouldn't be, though. That's weird, right? Like, if we set it to 0 and 1, it should, like, if you're going to do a min and max, it should be min and max. But this is still sometimes doing 2 and sometimes doing 0. If you put 0, 0, it does none. It's just already weirder. Yeah. Exactly. The function range has to be set to, it's set to additive for the base functionality. Bingo. So you got it. Because, like, this is not, that doesn't make any sense. This is the total number of particles. This is not a me side bug. This is a them side bug, which is fine. Putting 0.5 doesn't make sense. You can't have half a particle. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, what? No. No. It does not function that way. I'm going to put in a bug report for this. Yeah, no, we're putting in a bug for this. This is a bug. Creative tools. Where the hell is their bug report? Commands. Bug report? I did it in another menu, but I guess it's not in here. You can't make half a particle, guys. Is it in settings? Is it really? Settings. Oh, wait. There it is. Bug report. Yay. What is the component called? Firebolt. Add a stat modifier component. There we go. Yeah, this is intended in documentation will explain why, or is broken in many different areas. We don't have the documentation yet. So, bug reported. Cool. Like, that's a pretty bad one. But what are you going to do? Right? Yup. Holy damage. Yeah. Alright, so now we're going to go back to this. Go back to our explosion. We'll go back to our section here. And I want to name this as... rename it to ring. And I want to go into here into explosion frostbolt small. We'll go into this. And we'll go into the source here. And instead of that, we're going to call it ring. There we go. And now in the ring effect... no, don't discard it. Apply it. We'll go back into the ring effect. We'll go back to the editor. And I'm going to grab this. And we're going to say the total particles is going to be 1 and 1. It'll show 2, but like whatever. There's nothing I can really do about it. Now for glow, we've got one last effect here. Let's make it big. Glow. Is it better or worse than being able to use Toolkit to do long-range movements across the map? I mean, it's just a bug, right? It doesn't really matter. There's bugs all over the place, and it doesn't really matter which bug is worse or better with something like this. It's just, it's a bug. It needs to get fixed. Is what it is, my dude. And eventually they'll get it fixed. It's just odd right now. I think what I want to do is I want to do a deeper blue on that one, and then grab this one. And make this one just pure white. There we go. Make that one pure white as well. And then make this one our light, nice blue. Alright, now let's see what happens. Cool. That's looking good. We have one last effect to play with. Which is a thickening effect. It's full of thickness. It's the flash glow. There we go. So flash glow in this case is the last piece that we need to play with this. And we got ads, so we're going to wait on the ads. Too white. Gotta fix it. Yeah, it needs to be much darker on this. I think it just doesn't look good. 20 frame doesn't make sense either. We don't really need that frame. 13 frame does make sense, but it's not blue enough. I gotta change the blue. There we go. Still too white. Perfect. Nice. How do you unlock the first bolt ammo for a hand crossbow? I don't know. I'm modding the game. I haven't even really played Hytale. Alright, we're back. Effect looks good. You can see this now works. You can see what it looks like far away. So we have our fireball. We have our frostbolt. Let me go grab firebolt real quick. That's what our firebolt looks like. With an explosion. It's got smoke. This is our big firebolt now. There, that looks good. And our little frostbolt. The frostbolt now needs air particles as it flies. There's not enough air particles there. But you can see how spiky that looks when it hits, and then it's got kind of like snow off of it. And then the fireball kind of has just an explosion with like low sparks and smoke. Yeah, we got to give it a frosty trail. The fireball has that frosty trail. The ice has nothing right now. Right? Yeah. Starting to look insane, and we're only just scratching the surface. Bingo, Noctis. Bingo. Welcome to working with particles. It's quite fun, dude. I really, really enjoy working with particles. It's very, very fun for me. We're actually going to get rid of the smoke main inside for this, because we don't need it. It didn't look good. There we go. And this whole effect now, to be clear, is just this. So this right here is the total effect. This is the frostbolt small. And it is calling the glow, the sparks linger, the small ring that we made, the shockwave, and another small glow for that. So a flash glow and a small glow. And those effects are these individual effects that we just went and built with the colors and everything like that. And that's it. Really easy to put together. Takes a little bit of time, but now we have this nice looking effect that's just kind of there. So now I need to add some particle effects for the bolt as it flies. So we're going to go do that. We'll go to the next one. Frostbolt instant, Frostbolt charge. Both of those are fine and good. Will Wind Fell Flame Firebolt? We can just make that. Just make it all green, right? You know? Is this a newish game? This came out 3 days ago. We've been waiting for it for years. And it was going to die, actually. It originally was not going to exist. And Simon bought it back from Riot, which is kind of huge. And I'm really excited about that. Grab this. I can't see the pinned comment. Mods, can you repin this one? Because I can't see it. It's broken. And I can't pin a comment. Oh, wait, no, I can pin a comment. Never mind. Nice. It's fixed. I fixed it. Is the lighting effect on the surface a trail effect? You mean with this right here? That little light there? No, actually. In fact, I forgot to fix that. See how it's orange? Let's change this to time midnight. See how that's like an orange effect there? I gotta change that around. You are totally right. Let's go grab that. We're gonna go change the light out. So we need to grab Frostbolt, which is our Frostbolt spell that we have here, right? And there's our little graphic for it. And we're gonna go into this and open it up. See the color for the light right there? That's not the right color, is it? So now we need to grab something like this, go into here, and change it to something like that. Oh, are they doing shortened ones for this? So it's going to be... What is that going to be? It's going to be 7FD. There we go. I guess they use shortened ones for this. What is that? What are you mad about? Fire projectile? Oh, no, it's mad. It's mad about something else. We don't have to care about it. And now you can see... Maybe it's not saving? Let's go check this real quick. Trails. No? What are you mad about? Fire projectile. System ID is fire projectile. We have to go to frost projectile for this. Yeah, because its particles are wrong. Frost. There we go. Apply that, and it's going to be mad. Failed to validate asset frostbolt because frost projectile doesn't exist. Do we have fire projectile? One moment. Nope. We got to go grab fire projectile from baseline Hytale. Fire projectile. Dear God, it's going to be a nightmare. A goddamn nightmare, I say. Override asset, and we're going to go to firebolt projectile. So we're going to call that. We're going to switch it out of here. We're going to go to projectiles, firebolt, and I'll put it there. And we'll do that. Create that there. Are you mad? Why is it mad? Hold up. Maybe I already did this. Maybe I'm dumb. I did already do this. All right, so that means on our old frostbolt. Where's our frostbolt? Yeah, there we go. We're going to change this to firebolt projectile and apply those changes for right now. And then that light will be set to that value. And as you can see, it's got like a blue aura around it, but it's shooting a giant trail of fire behind it now. So we're going to switch that. But you can see the color of the light is now different. And we could change the radius on that and everything. So I'm going to, because I think that radius is a little bit too large. All right, let's go into this. We'll go to the light radius. We'll make the light radius of 1, and we'll go from there. Wow, that is enormous, isn't it? Why is it still so big? Radius of... How big does that go? 0? That seems wrong. Yeah. I feel like that value is not actually working. 50? Okay, well that technically is working. Behold! Okay, well that works, but I guess the minimum range is not working. That radius is super wrong. Yeah. Try -1. -5. Oh, now it's just... forever. I can see forever. Very good. I'm glad. Eat it! Sup, dork? Eat it. Eat it. Alright, anyway. I should probably stop doing that, because it makes no sense. Well, radius is wrong. Light radius on a projectile can't reach a minimum amount. That's another bug. Yeah, I think that's another bug. Try decimal, already did. Setting it to 0.1 didn't work. It rounds it. Does it have another component that's glowing? No, this is the only light radius. So if we set this to solid black, for instance, let's see what happens. Yeah, see? It's just that component, and it's wrong. So... no, there's no documentation yet. Ham-fisting it all. Set it to 0, and that's the minimum size. It looks like the minimum size is like 4 or 5 blocks, it seems. Let's go put in a bug report. Bug report. What is that called? Light tied to a projectile cannot be set below around 5 blocks. 1, create any projectile. 2, what is the panel for this? In the General tab, change the radius of its light source. In the General tab, for that projectile, change the radius of its light source to 1. Fire the projectile. Cool. Done. Weird bug. Alright. So we can't play around with it too much yet. Is there a server for this yet? No, dude, not yet. We've got a lot of shit to do. Like, I'm barely getting spells fixed right now. Like, I'm barely even getting, like, effects in the game. And there's still a lot of scuff and problems. You have to understand that this is gonna be broken for, like, a while, man. Like... 7FD is gonna be that one. This is gonna be broken for like a while. Like it's gonna be broken, you know, and like you're not gonna be playing Blockgame and Hytale for months and months, you know. And I think that's okay. I don't think there's a problem with that. It's just it's gonna take some time because I'm gonna get some weird shit as I'm building this, and I'm gonna give them bug reports and be like, yo, this shit doesn't do what you think it does, you know. And that's normal. That's fine. Try out Blockgame in Minecraft. Do it. Yeah, play it, man. It's fun and easy, and it's free, so. We're averaging 1 spell per hour for right now, yeah, because there's no way to, like, copy-paste a bunch of files. And I'm also still finding a lot of bugs, and I'm turning those bugs in. And that's it, you know. I'll also be updating the MMO in Minecraft. Yeah, actually, we just did. So, Jake and I fixed up all of corruption in the game. So corruption doesn't work on your whole character anymore. It now works on a per-item basis, which is, I think, way better, personally. Where the hell did my chapstick go? There it is, hiding. You can copy paste within the world's mod folder? Is that where this shit lives? Let me look. mods. Server. Oh, you are totally right, my man. Oh my god, you've made my life infinitely easier. Look at this. Look at this, it lives in here. I was wondering where this shit lived. Look at that. Firebolt is in there. Fantastic. And explosion. Look. Explosion, frostbolt, small. It's in there. So now I can just make folders. You've just increased my workflow dramatically. Thank you. I didn't know where it lived. I was like, is it in our worlds folder? And it was like, no. It's in the mods folder. Which is weird. So. Can you rename in WinSCP? Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, no problem with that. It could have been a meeting. Dude, it could have been an email. It could have been docs. There's no documentation, though. So, what are you going to do? Time to swap to an actual ID like IntelliJ? No, this is actually built through this. I mean, if I wanted to do it through that, I totally could. And now that I can just take those files and do them locally. But it removes one major thing with this. One, I don't have the constraints that they have on this, because it's not set up in that. What is this? What is up, Jake? Let me see what you got. You have an opinion to share. Yes. Yes. No, I agree with that. Yeah, no, I super agree with that. I think it's a really good idea. If you want to build something like that, I'm down, dude. Because we could do that through the in-game UI and then have it hooked to Mimir directly and create a ticket for them on Discord. I don't see why not, you know? I could see that being really good. Like, really good. Just say that was blue sky thinking. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, report feature in-game is the idea. Using UI. One of the things that I want to do is if we look at this in-game, you can modify all the UI and everything. But see this over here for creative mode? Normal players don't see that. They see this. This area is empty. I want to take our stats and put them over here so that you have your offensive, defensive, and like profession stats all on a new page that's like right there. Because it's just not necessary on this. So, like, we can create our own UI and everything like that. Like, I'll show you, actually, if we say new town. You can actually make your own towns and everything already. We already have this, like, set up. And if we go to the map here, like, they're already up on the map. Asgard's over here, and then Jake's Beppis town is over there. So, like, you can do this already. And we can make our own UIs, and that's totally doable. Have you messed with the trading system yet? Yeah, so I found that it exists on the server in a weird way. It's kind of odd. It's the only thing that works that way. But if you go down to your universe, and then your world, there's like a section in there. Let me see if we can find it. Oh, wait, no, it's under mods. It's under mods in Hytale shop, and then barter shop state.json. And then that's actually this, which is the Quebec merchant. And the Klops merchant. It's very weird to do it there, but it does exist there, which means it's a mod, which means we can do whatever the hell we want with it, which is kind of cool. It's just in a weird spot that I didn't expect, right? You see the new world record hype train emote? No, I haven't seen it yet. Skins? Wait, what? Oh, Winamp skins? Hell yeah. That was my takeaway. If it's a mod, it's super editable. Yeah, actually, when we start the server up, it even says that the grand majority of systems in the game are actually just mods. They're all plugins. Like, almost everything is. You can just turn it all off. Yeah. What are you talking about, dude? I have never said that I'm a senior developer. Ever in my life. No. Please go look at my ! jobs to see all of the jobs I've ever had on my LinkedIn. I have never once claimed that, and anyone who is saying that is an idiot. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, that sounds like bullshit on the internet, man. You've been fooled by somebody. Yeah, just go look at that. You can see all of my work experience. Yeah, do not be fooled by some weird bullshit. I'm not involved in Hytale? No, we're just porting our game over. Whoop. All right, so special effects on this. Let's go see. What time are we voting the game jam? That's tomorrow. That is a cool emote. Neuro jam and evil jam. Nice. Yeah, somebody has straight up lied to you if you think that, though. Yeah, I just never said that before. Senior D's nuts? Dude, you're D's nuts. If you had a repair kit, you can open doors outside your reach while you are. That's funny. Yeah, it's just bugs. That's shit we don't have to care about on our end. I think I have those too, then, because I was part of that hype train. Let me see. Neuro Jam. I don't have them! Boo! Wait, no, I was part of the last hype train, the one before that. I was in the 123 one. I guess it didn't count. Did that one not count? Oh, that one didn't count. Oh, I got robbed, dude. That sucks. What about World Gen 1 versus World Gen 2? I can't wait for World Gen 2. Like, I'm really excited for that. You need Discord access? Just do ! Discord. Discord.gg/pirate software, dude. You're kind of a senior because of age and you're a developer? Get out of here. Ridiculous, dude. Maybe he meant senor? Senor developer? That's funny as shit, dude. Okay, let's go and make the particle effect for this. It looks like physics is the tab that particle is on instead of trails. What? Alright, that's weird. That's just weird, right? Right? That is weird, right? Alright, we're going to go to server, we'll do projectiles, and then firebolt. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new folder. Let's see if this gets mad. Frostbolt. We'll make a folder there. Did it make a folder? Let's go find out. Particles? Is that under particles? Or am I dumb? That's under projectiles. Projectiles. Get rid of this. So that is in server particles. As I'm like full of slime, dude. And then projectiles. It does not exist. Maybe I have to reconnect it. Oh yeah, I had to turn off the hype train plugin thing that I built in StreamerBot because StreamerBot is giving bad data back now because they updated everything. Oh, cool. The next update, it's going to be fixed. Yeah, basically, level in the API is now returning the number of bits, which is not correct. So showing like 3,700 for the level, which is like, what are you doing? Yeah, think of Hytale as a game engine. Bingo. That's what I'm using it as. All right, so we've got a system ID for Firebolt Projectile, but it looks like when I update this, it's not working. So what I'm going to try to do is we'll go in here, we'll take all of these, we'll go into here, and we'll paste them in there. Yeah. Okay, you're going to hate me? Cool. I love getting hated by the program. We'll grab that. We'll take that down to my computer in a folder under my downloads folder. And I'll grab this one, which is now trash. And we'll grab that, and we'll throw it over here. And then I'll rename all of these files to Frostbolt. Frostbolt. Grab that. And then this one will be renamed to Frostbolt, and then that one will be renamed to Frostbolt. I don't know if it's going to get angry about this, but I don't really care. We're going to find out, because this might increase my work speed by a lot. Take them all in, throw them in there. And now, we go over here, and it doesn't exist. So, now I close this, and then I reopen it in the asset editor. Drag it over here, and open that. And then go down here. Shit. It does not work. Maybe if I restart the server. I'm going to restart the server. Where's our login for this? Panel. Panel. Restart. That may force it to check more files. Maybe. Just drink water. No, dude, it's not working. I've just got slime, dude. Have you tried turning it off and on again? That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah. Yeah. Are you being paranoid, or is it justified to never have auto-updating on anything? Ah, the double-edged sword. Update to get more breaking, or don't update to have something vulnerable. Which one do you choose, sir? Let's see. Did you work? There's projectiles. It did work. Oh, shit. Okay. So if we want to do large-scale stuff in the server, we just have to restart the server. Totally works. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. And now I can go into here and go to source and do frostbolt on this. On every one of these. And that means I could do large-scale changes on things by just doing search replace inside of the files, which will make my life easy. That rocks. And all these we can just change. We're going to change this up. Frostbolt projectile. Nice. Very cool. Yep. Yep. And now that is working. So let's grab this, reconnect. Please. Is there... Can we make something to possibly submit it to Blockgame? Technically, yes. But not yet. Not yet, dude. Imagine if you made a better MMO in Hytale than AOC. I don't know, dude. I just... The problem I have with AOC right now is the way that they're managing it feels very bad as an end player. It's a puzzle game that is finally releasing this summer that people have been wanting for so long. Really interesting art style. What is this? Endocopia? Oh, it's a point-and-click one, too. Jesus. Look at that art style. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's a neat art style. I really like that. It's so weird, right? It reminds me of, like GeoCities, but also kind of like Homestuck. And also like old school Newgrounds, right? Oh, it's weird. What is this game? No, this is cool. I'm going to link you guys this. This looks great. Yeah. Scenes of body horror, psychological horror, distressing imagery, blood, violence, death, drugs, and jump scares. Okay. It gets a little grim. It gets just a little bit grim. Yeah. It's a little bit. Not what I expected, but alright. Yeah. Blockgame is like 2 devs? Yeah, it's just me and Jake. Let's see. Alright. Frostbolt, projectile, trail. Frostbolt, projectile, core. Those are done. So let's go look at core. Core in the editor. We're going to change the particle colors on this one. Yeah, it's a bunch of yellow and orange. We don't want that. That's not great. Let's go grab this. We're going to go grab probably the darker ones up at the top of this. Let's go grab this here. And there we go. And I kind of want to change this around because this is the core for it, which is like kind of the central glowy bits on this. And now we can go into game and we can take a look at that. You can't really see that part. Yeah, it doesn't quite work yet. We'll play around with that. Actually, let me do /world flat. Is that not what I want? Hold up. Creative tools, world, instance. Where the hell's my instances? There we go. Instances, flat. All right. All right, let's play around with that. I think I want to get rid of the flames on it, obviously, and I don't really want to make like a blue version of that. I think I might want to get rid of that, but leave the trail as like maybe something else. And I also want to change the sparks out for completely different everything, because I think the shape on that is cool, but I think the graphic is not great for this. So glow direction is what's being used. I might do spiky, right? You know? Glow star might be a better choice because it just looks cooler. So I'm going to do that. And then we'll open all of these up and we'll change the colors around. Excuse me. There we go. And then here. And then there. And then we're good to go. Now we can go into this. Is that still not working with that? Let's take a look at this. Let's go to frostbolt. Physics. That's why. Projectiles, frostbolt, frostbolt projectile. There we go. So that's actually the fire coming off of it. We need that to move in a direction because it looks a little bit weird. Ads are running. Second to wait. Oh, Creeper Lord, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm really glad Brazil likes it. I mean, it's localized into Brazilian Portuguese in terms of price, so it makes complete sense, and I'm glad that they're into it, man. Square glow, spark direction. See if I can grab this. Boop-a-doop-a-doop, glow star. There we go. All right, ads are over. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the speed of the projectile real fast so we can see the particle effect in a way that looks not stupid. So we need to go grab this, and there should be... Where is it? Is it hitbox? No. Where is this damn thing? There's something in here. I'm going to go look in the source. Is it not in here? I thought it was in the projectile. Am I wrong? Frostbolt instant. Frostbolt instant. Frostbolt charged. Where are you? There it is. Muzzle velocity. 10. We'll change that to 10. And then we'll try it again. There we go. So that effect doesn't quite look the way that I want it to. I'm going to get rid of the fire off the top of it. I like the trail of sparks behind it, but the trail of sparks is the wrong color. And the little flashies look cool too. We're going to get rid of the fire on the top first, though. That's the first move. That is the first move. We're going to change gravity to 0 as well. Apply that so we can really just kind of play around with this. Yep. Set the speed to 0.1 for gravity and set the muzzle velocity to 1. There we go. Yeah, the sparks being the wrong colors look kind of weird. It's got to go backwards as well. Actually, I think the fire effect would look really good if it was coming out the back instead of the front. You know? I think it might actually look really nice. So I'm going to play with that. And I might change the effect to do different. Let's go into here. Yoop. Where is my effects? Where are my particles? Particles, particles, particles. There we go. So the trail in this case is the glow star. This is the sparks. That's glow star. And this is the core. And that's the fire small. So core is the one that we need to change. Yeah. What does using code PIRATE do if we buy the game? Gives me money, and it's a nice thing to do. You don't have to do it, but if you do, it is supporting me and the stuff that I do with our studio and everything that we do. So, it's very, very nice of you. All right, let's see. If we can get this to work, where is the axis of rotation on this? Because that's the fire small effect. That's that one. Do we have an axis of rotation? Use emit direction. Can we make that work? I don't know if that actually functions that way. We're going to find out. That looks really weird. Well, it's kind of working now. Initial velocity is going to be the back direction from that. I wonder if we can tie an emitter to move with a particle in that way. There might be a better way to do this. Is there a way to get it to determine the direction of the projectile and then go in the opposite direction? I don't know if there is. I don't know if we can inherit the projectile's direction in a way that is sane. I don't know if their system does that yet. Because using emit direction is not what we want. That is not what we're after. Lifespan. Max concurrent particles. Minecraft meme about data packs? What is this? You little kids and your data packs. Back in my day, we only had the giant self-assembling monolith of command blocks. It's true. That is unironically true. Yeah. It was a horrific nightmare. All right. Yeah, do it. Do the login, please. How many times do I have to click login on your website? Log in, you goblin ass. There we go. Jesus, only took like 5 clicks, you know? They're like, log in. Are you sure you want to log in? Log in. Do you want to use this account? Log in. Are you sure you want to use that account? Ugh, what a nightmare, dude. All right, there we go. Nice. Are you sure? Are you sure? Website wouldn't let you use your throwaway password? Stop using a throwaway password. Use passwords. Real ones. Okay, so in this case we have pitch and yaw for initial velocity, but I don't think that there is a way to do that effectively. I think we need to do a speed of... Can we change it so that it moves in the direction... No. No, we can't. Better idea. We don't have it do this at all. Basic glow. Where's our glow? Good. Good. Wow, that didn't do what I wanted at all. Let's fix that. Now it might. Nope. Delayed fireball, indeed. Let's see. 32 by 32. We start with an animation of 0.1 on the X and 0.5 to 1.0 on that. 0.1 to that, 1.2 to 1.5 on that. And the initial is set to this. Why is that a problem? Why is that mad? That should not be doing that. At all, actually. Oh, wait. Is it this shit? It's totally that shit. What the hell is that shit doing in there? You know what? Get out of here. Alright, that's getting more in the right direction. Thinner. Thinner. More thin. Yeah, like, we can go to the explosion of the frostbolt. Right? We have a frostbolt explosion that I made earlier. And what I could do is go into explosion. And then frostbolt. Where the hell's our explosion? Frostbolt small. Spawners. And do sparks. Which was this particle. And then make that big. That is not the right one. Is it the spikes? I think it might be the spikes. Yeah, it is that. 0.5 on that one. I mean, 0.1, 0.1. All right. That's why it's broken. Go back over to this. Where are you? I don't even know where this damn thing is. Frostbolt particle trail. Is that the right one? Is that the one that we're doing? No, it's core. We're doing core. Excuse me, sir. 0.1. Make them very small. All right. So the basic is now small. And we'll set this to 0.5 and 0.5, and we'll set this to, like, 5 and 5. And just make that the way that it is. Cool. Wow, that did not do what I wanted at all. I love when it doesn't do what I want at all. It's my favorite. I love it. Alright. Is this just too tiny? Are you too small, man? I think it's too small. I think it's going to blow up and be stupid. Yeah! Yeah! Alright. Alright, that's starting to do the thing that I want it to do, but it needs to be thinner. And I don't know why it gets really mad when it's at 0.1. It like almost disappears. For some ungodly reason. I guess it's in there. It's just really tiny. Okay, no, it is in there. Weird. Yeah, no, it's in there. It's Madge and small. It's only small because it's Madge, and it's only Madge because it's small. We'll change that to 0.25. There we go. I want it to be sharper. And then 15 to 20. Yeah? And then 15 to 20. Alright, that's starting to do what it needs to. It looks stupid because it's going slow, but it's doing the thing. Within height at the top of the page? No, that's the size of the texture. We don't want to change that. That'll be weird, right? Yeah. Now we got to go back up into here, and we need to change this for the emitter offset and set that to no. Where's my emitter offset? Where are you? 0. No emitter offset. Thank you. Now it's always coming from the center. Perfect. And now we make it smaller and more. Oh, we're hearing his bow here? Bow is very small. That is true. Max concurrent particles, 30. Do a lot of them. 10 to 10. Ah, it did nothing. It's done nothing. Shit. All right, delete that. Make it max concurrence. Go. More. Spawn rate. Particle lifespan, 0.1 to 0.2. Spawn rate. 100. What does this even do? You know, honestly, it feels like it's doing nothing. It's doing a whole lot of goddamn nothing, isn't it? Ridiculous. Oh, actually? Is that rotating with it? Wait. That's totally rotating with it. I have an idea. I have an idea. This may be all for naught. I may have just figured out how this works. Where's our general here? You. Where are you? 50. Actually, 0 and 0 and 0 and 0. What if we just do that? Who are you? That's the wrong one. I don't want to talk to you. Where's the other one? Is it this one? It's this one. You. Where is our rotation on this? Increase. Shit. The initial velocity is what we're after. Is there not a way to rotate that directly? Balls. Why? It's only in the initial velocity. That's weird, right? Let's try that. Okay. So now it's going to the front. Okay. And it seems to be doing the thing it's supposed to. So this will be negative 60 to 60. I don't know where the hell the front of this thing is, man. Alright, that's the top of it. That's annoying. Yeah, we can kind of work with this. Let's go to negative 180 to negative 210. That is not like that. Where is 0 on this bitch? Because we do negative 30 to 30, right? You would expect it to be, like, towards the front or the back of the object. But it looks like that's directly up. So that means if we go negative more, it goes to the front. So we have to go positive more? So it's going to be 90, so 70 to 110. Yeah? The opposite of that. I mean, it's working, just go in the wrong direction. All right. Now I get it. Boop. 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 Actually, no, it's going to be 360, isn't it? On the other side. How do they measure that then? Because you've got 70 to 110 on that side, and you add 180 to it. It's not going to function correctly. Yeah. Because we have to do the exact opposite. Yeah, it's the exact opposite of what I was trying to do. Therefore, just 180 it. Exactly. I know it's 360 is a full circle, but you have to remember that there's like a little bit at the end, right? So like if this is there, right, and this side is 360, and this side is 0, is this a negative value? Sometimes, yes. In some engines. And some engines, no. So if we have, 70 to 110 over here, then what is it going to end up being on this side? Is it going to be 340 to 20? I don't know yet. We're going to find out. So let's put this as minimum of 20. And then maximum of 340. And now we need to find out if it does the whole circle or if it only does that little back part. And it does the whole circle. So now we need to go into here, and I'm going to try something stupid that doesn't make any sense, but might totally work. Nope. It does not like that. And it defaults to shooting out of the top of itself. So if we do negative 20 to 20, that should be on that side. It does not like that. So we have to do, I guess, 340 to 20 instead of 20 to 340. 340. No, not negative 340. God damn it. To 20. We'll try that. Nope. Does the whole thing. 250 and 290? 250, 290 could work, but that's not going to be directly behind. Yeah. Because it's right on... It's right on the butt of it, which is where 0 is in this. That's not, like, quite perfect. I guess it's perfect enough. It's fine enough. Because it's not technically there. It's good enough, yeah. It's good enough. It's not, like, perfect, but it's good enough. I'd agree with that. 0 is up. Is it? Is 0 up in this one? Let me set it to 0 and find out. Because then you might be right. Let's grab this. I thought 0 was to the back. I may be wrong about that. Oh, you're right. 0 is up. No, you're totally right. 250 to 290 is correct. I was making an assumption that back was 0. Up is 0 in this, which is interesting. We'll just have to keep that. Yeah, it's not about perfect. It's not, but it's fine. Doing 2 to 5 on the speed. I'm going to do 2 to 3. Probably 2 to 4 on the speed on that, actually. That looks cool. That looks cool. And now we can do our... I'm going to get rid of our icicle spark. The little needles. I think I'm going to go make those go away. Are you deving in Unity? No. No. I love myself too much for that. We'll do this. This one is going to be 250 to 290 as well. Yeah, for some reason I thought that back was 0. I guess not. Thanks, chat. All right, let's see. Particles, glow star, there's cool. And we got to change. Well, that's weird. Why are the colors wrong? These colors are correct. Particle. These colors are correct. Why is it doing the wrong ones? It's doing the wrong ones because I think I have the wrong ones set inside of the main emitter in here. I do. Frostbolt, projectile, sparks. That's the reason. Look at that. Look how nice that looks. It's like a missile. Look at it go. Neat. All right, now let's make it fast. And we'll see if the spike particles actually look good, which I still have no idea if they will. All right, Frostbolt, instant, interactions. Where's my source? Excuse me, sir. I need Frostbolt instant. You? No? You? No? Yes? No? Yeah? No. Is it this? It is this. Okay, so I'm going to grab all that. Put all that in this. We're going to say gravity of 1. Much less gravity on this. Muzzle velocity is fine. Speed is fine. Everything else looks good. We'll go back to the charged one. No, don't discard. Apply it. There we go. Put gravity on that. Apply that. And now... that looks pretty sick. Yeah, I like that. I kind of want to put more spikes on it. I think the spikes will look a lot better. Fireball also looks quite good. And Fireball charged up looks really good as well. So we have the tiny Fireball. We have the big boy Fireball. And then we have our Frostbolts. And the Frostbolts, when they hit, leave little ice explosions. I kind of want a little bit more. I'm going to do a little bit more on this. Looks neat. Charged Fireball is kind of small. Watch the explosion. So, like, we go into here. Watch this. See how big that explosion is? And look at the normal one. Versus this one. Right? Way bigger. It's still a firebolt. It's not a fireball. But it's very different. Alright. Let's play around with this a little bit. Give me the projectile a tiny bit bigger. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of want to give it some more weight, too. It just doesn't feel... it doesn't feel as weighty as it could be. Not yet. Smaller light radius on ice? Ah, that was a bug report that I put in earlier. We can't actually change that. The light radius is bugged. You can't make it tinier. Which is not great. Yeah. Yeah, I want to add a light source on the explosion as well. Yep. Which doesn't look good right now, for sure. The light effect disappearing on hit makes it feel like it fizzles out. Bingo. Yeah, I got to make it have a light source. There is a little bit of a problem with this, though, and I've already bug reported it to them, is projectiles do not have correct light sources. So if we go up here, and you look at the light radius, right? Light radius set to 1 on this projectile is that big. Light radius on that projectile set to 5 is still that big. Doesn't make any sense. Light radius set to 100 does that. So there's a minimum light radius, and it's about 5 blocks, and that's a bug. So I put in a bug report for it. It's not correct. You know, like it shouldn't be like that. But nothing we can do about it. Even you can't set it to 0.2 or anything like that because it rounds the number. You can't do fractions of a block currently. So I just put it in a bug report. It's whatever, dude. Yeah, they're new tools. I'm not really surprised. But yeah. Cool. Has negative light radius been tested? Yeah, it makes it maximum. Which is really weird. I wonder if the minimum scale and maximum scale will change that. Actually. Nope. Yeah. I think until light gets fixed, I kind of don't even want to fiddle with it, to be honest with you. I think that light, as it is fine. It's just not very good looking, and there's nothing I can really do about it right now. Yeah, no, it just looks really weird. I thought Pirate was developing something. Guess Hytale checks the box. I am developing something. I'm building spells inside of Hytale right now, which is for our MMO called Blockgame. But I need to make spell effects to get things different to work. So I've made this effect today. It's quite fun, and it actually has like an impact. You can see the impact explosion there. Feels good to shoot it, too. I need to change up some of the graphics there. Yeah. Alright, so I need to change up probably some of the particle effects on this to make it look good. This looks so good, to be honest. Yeah, I'm really particular about my particle effects, so I'm going to keep playing with it. Can that apply slow? Not yet. It will, though, Blurple. So, in terms of our design philosophy for this, let me pull this up. One sec. I have a number of our systems that we're going to bring bring over from Blockgame, which is in Minecraft right now, but I wrote out an entire design document for how I want crafting to work in the new system. And I also I'm going to be changing around the damage sources. So we're going to have physical, fire, frost, wind, and earth. And that will apply bleed, burn, chill, shear, and poison as different types of effects. This one may actually reduce defense in some way. Bleed might. I don't know yet. We're going to play around with it. But the idea is that, like, different elemental types will do different elemental effects and apply in different ways, right? Yeah. Design document looks like code. No, it's a design document. So this right here is explaining how I want gathering to work, explaining how I want crafting to work with freestyle crafting, explaining how we want that template to work. And then this is example pseudocode of how we would structure that in terms of saving these as items in the game. So that way we have a roadmap for how we want this to be implemented. Does that make sense? Yeah, I just built this on stream the other day. I mean, like, this is how we're going to structure everything. This is how we can get it to be read, and that way we can just kind of print the system from our brains, you know? Somebody know how World Gen works on the existing worlds? No, I have no idea. World Gen is, like, super weird, dude. I honestly would not be too attached to anything built in the world right now. You think charging spells should slow you? It does, actually. It slows you by about 20%. You're just seeing me cast whenever I'm in, like, what is it called? Let me do time, day. So right now you're seeing me move, like, pretty fast, and you can just see me cast like that. And when I'm charging, I'm still moving really fast. But if we do this, and I do GM Adventure Mode, when you're casting, you actually move 20% slower right now, and I can change that value to whatever I want. This is actually the normal speed of the player. So we do world. Oh, wrong one. Creative tools. Sir, please? Jesus Christ. Oh, do I have to be in creative mode? Of course I do. GMC. World instances. We'll go to the basic world. If you haven't seen their basic world, it's quite funny. Whoop. GMA. There we go. And now you can see, like, this is the normal movement speed of the player. And when I charge, it's a little bit slower. And I can change that to whatever I want. Yeah, welcome to Box World. Yoop. Box World. Full of boxes. Box World. Yeah, right as the ads pop up. You gotta wait on the ads. You thought I was just messing around? Oh, no. No, not at all. Yeah, I'm building on spell effects right now, which is what I've been waiting for, man. Like, I wanted Hytale to come out so I could start doing stuff like this and make it look cool, you know? But that's the whole thing. When I'm working on Blockgame, I'm doing the same shit. You know, when people say, like, oh, you just spending time in YAML, it's like, how do you think the game gets made? It's the same, you know? It's the same shit. A lot of game dev is kind of boring. Visually, you know? It's, like, not that interesting to look at most of the time. So what I try to do is do more visualized stuff for you guys. But sometimes I can't. Sometimes I gotta work on shit that looks dumb. Or looks boring. Design this weapon particle instead of the game mode itself? What are you talking about? Why are you designing this weapon particle instead of the game mode itself? What do you mean instead of the game mode itself? What? That's exactly the problem. Who do you think's going to make the weapon particle if I don't? Does it just like appear out of thin air? Like, I'm the one who makes that, right? The back end, the infrastructure, none of that's getting made right now. No. None of that's getting made right now. Because you have to understand something about Hytale. Oh, God. That's weird. Hytale is in kind of a weird state right now when we're talking about that kind of stuff. I'll give you an example. See this right there where it says damage base? We had to make a plugin, a mod, to the game already that takes that stat and applies it as damage to an opponent. And you can see it says 0 on the left side. And now I have to swap off the weapon and swap back on it. And now it'll do 10 damage. But see how it does it twice? No idea. No idea why yet. And this one only does it once, and it's fine. There's just all kinds of weird shit in this right now, dude. Like, we've got portions of the combat system in, but, like, that's not the priority right now. I don't even think it's 2 projectiles. I think it's the explosion effect counting as a damage source, even though it's not one. Which is even funnier. Because I think the projectile hit is counting as a damage source, and the explosion is counting as a damage source, even though it's not supposed to. Can you make homing projectiles? Yeah. I mean, no reason not to. I saw it shoot 2 projectiles one of the times you cast. Nope, it's actually shooting 1. It's just doing an explosion. Like, that's all. So if we hit, that's 1 hit. And that's 2 hits for some terrible reason. And this is 2 hits every time, even though it's shooting 1. Because it's counting the explosion. The radius is doing it, which is hilarious. You swap game modes by pressing O? Really? Oh my god, my life is so much better. Thank you. Just have the damage? No! So there's all kinds of shit we have to fix, but, like, to be honest with you, that's not really my goal right now. My goal is not to fix these things. My goal is to build spell effects, because spell effects will continue to look good regardless of the changes that they make on their end. We've already given them feedback based on itemization, where we can't pass down or inherent a value to a projectile. The way that they have it set up is all projectiles are hard-coded for damage, which is not good for making a video game. So the way that you have to do it right now is you make a weapon, you tie a component to that weapon of a statistic, the player absorbs the statistic, and then the projectile receives the statistic. And I'll show you what this looks like kind of on MS Paint, right, to give you a good example of this. So you have a weapon. The weapon, say, has 10 damage. Right? 10 damage. And then you have a projectile, and here's the problem. The projectile can't read that. So you put 10 damage on the projectile to hardcode it, which is what they've done. This does nothing at that point. This is bad. That's not good because you want the damage to scale with a player's stats, right? So this doesn't make sense. You don't want to have that. You want to have this. You want to have that right there. And you want it to apply to the player so you can do things like bonus fire damage, bonus magic damage, whatever the hell you want, right? Now, let's say that we make our own version of projectiles, which I believe is working. Jake is working on that side right now. If we implement our own version of projectiles, we can make this inherit. So now, the weapon will actually tell it that it does 10 damage. Because it's inherited. But here's the problem. If you have a weapon that increases your damage by 10, and you swap to another weapon that increases your damage by 20, before this projectile hits, now this projectile does 20 damage. Because it doesn't actually inherit the stat, we're just hooking it at time of impact. That's a problem. And they don't have a system to inherit these statistics on projectiles. Not great. So we gave that as feedback, and we're like, yo, dude, like... Yo. Yeah, so that's the problem. What are you doing in Hytale? You're on the server? I am porting our game from Minecraft, which is called Blockgame, which is an MMO. And I'm working on spell effects right now, which we know will work off into the future. But right now, their combat system's a little bit scuffed, and their implementation of projectiles is a little bit scuffed, so we're giving feedback and putting in bug reports and shit. We did World Gen 2 for your game? Yes. So one of the things that I really want to do is they have a portal system, and the portal system is you put like a key into the portal. So if the portal exists there, you put a key into it. This creates a timed environment, so it lasts a certain amount of time, and then you have to get out. I want to make it so that you can craft these keys using resources, and those resources will allow you to change the kind of key that you have. And it will change the modifiers on that key, and then you create a timed adventure for you and your friends. Everybody runs in there, you collect all the resources, and you get the hell out. It lasts 6 minutes. It lasts 6 minutes if you want it to. It can last any amount of time if you want it to. Yes, you're getting PoE maps. So Blockgame will have PoE maps for endgame. That is the idea. Yes. Yep. How does the player cap look in Hytale? It is dramatically more efficient, so I wouldn't be surprised if you could do 100 easily. Like, way more efficient. This server, everything you've seen so far, is running on a server with 8 gigs of RAM. It's a meme. This server is a potato. What do you mean by PoE maps? I mean that you can create dynamic maps. Like, here, I'll give you an example, right? Let's go into World Gen 2. We'll go into here, do B, and I'll take you to Instance, and we'll go to... Actually, you know what? I'll just show you the whole thing. Let's do it this way. Portal. We'll grab the Ancient Gateway, and we'll put in... that. I think this is a really good one. So, the idea is that end game, you will build this. And then it will use keys on it like this. See where it says time limit of 12 minutes? We summon the portal, and you walk in the portal. And now, you get this world. And it looks terrible, right? It looks like horrifying in here. And it's got all these weird tubes, but watch this. If we can get down in there. There we go. Let me turn this on real quick, and we're just going to go downwards through it. You see, in the underground down here is actually a massive jungle underneath this zone. And that jungle actually has, like, dinosaurs and stuff in it. Like, everywhere. And a lot of people didn't look in this at all. Lighting is definitely a problem. But you can see, like... Here, let me grab the entity grabber tool, and we will also grab a torch. Hello. You're mine now. Yoink. So anyway, this is actually the dinosaurs that are down there. Also, get rotated, idiot. You can just rotate anything you want. Watch this. Grab that, and then just whee. And then I just be like, goodbye. There he is. He's also animated wrong, which is funny. But look at all these weird animations out here. Look at this dude. It's a zombie cow, man. Also, get rotated. Oh God. Oh no. You know, that's probably for the best. Yeah, that's probably fun. But as you can see, like, there's a lot in there. And this is, imagine generating this in Minecraft. To be clear with you, right? Like, here, let me grab this real quick. We'll go grab the crude torch. We're going to go into here real fast. I'm going to grab up the crude torch. We'll go into here. Crude underscore torch. Furniture crude torch. We'll go into this. Look at the source for it. 1 sec. Light radius, we'll set that to 50. Just real fast. We'll override this asset. Yeah, do it. And then go down here and set that to light radius of 50. And then apply that. And now in game, you can see, we can see everything. So, like, if we're looking at this down here, imagine generating this in Minecraft. Imagine generating a world that has a ceiling that is randomized like this, and then above looks like this with tubes that go down into it. You just couldn't. Like, it's... The work involved with doing something like that, like, the amount of manual creation you would have to do is insane. And they're like, yeah, just generate it. Welcome to Hytale. You can just do that. Like, that's crazy, dude. So imagine you went through a portal, and then that portal took you to a place like this with your friends, and you get to survive in that environment for, like, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. Would you get stuck if the portal closes? Yes. And then you're dead. The idea is to get in and get out before you run out of time, my dude. There we go. Where is it? Minecraft is we have Hytale at home. Yes. In many ways. We'll go back into this and do portal. And we'll grab... That was the Talkesi Refuge. We'll probably do... Let's do Windrider Valley. That's a cool looking one. Now imagine these are built on the fly, right? When the timer runs out, you just get teleported out. I'm going to kill the players when it runs out. Yoop. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, if you don't get out of that dimensional world, you're basically playing sliders, but you forgot your portal thing, you know? But see this? Imagine just generating these worlds on the fly, and, like, this is the environment that you get, right? And you have, like... You can literally tell your friends, like, hey, want to do a 20-minute adventure? Right? Just like, want to do a 20-minute adventure? And you just can. And you just play sliders for 20 minutes. And then you go do a 20-minute adventure with your buddies. And then you leave and this world collapses. Which I think is the really interesting thing with this, right? Would you add a timer in the HUD? Top right. It's right up there. It's already in the game. So, like, that's the thing is, like, I want to make it so that you can change these tokens to build them and change world gen. So imagine if you could say, add poisonous materials to it, and now the water in this world is poison. Or add lizard scales, and now it's all, you know, dinosaurs. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking into, of, like, what can we do with dynamic, modifiable items that change world gen. And that's the idea, is that you get to build those worlds, and you get to have a 20-minute adventure. That's great, but what is the goal? That's the goal. What I just explained to you. Yeah, so that's my goal with that portal system for Blockgame. When we're working on Blockgame stuff, that is my vision for it, is to do that. And then you use items to do that, and then you get the stuff. Should only drop endgame gear? I wouldn't say it would drop endgame gear. I would say it would drop scaling gear based on how difficult a portal you opened, right? And that scaling gear will have a cap, obviously. I won't make it infinite. But it's mostly for materials, I think, in these ones. Maybe not even gear itself, maybe materials to build gear. Yeah, I'm thinking endgame maps in Path of Exile or Greater Rifts in Diablo, right? Yeah. But more interesting, you know? Will the server manage this? Yeah, it already does. Like, it does on 8 gigs of RAM. I think it'll be fine. You know? It can generate worlds like that very, very rapidly, too. I should get Hytale and play around here? Yeah. Yep. Can't wait for the next several years. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is over the next entire year, I'm just going to be working on this shit. It's fun. Let's see. Where the hell was that portal? It shows up on the map, too. Ah! Whoop. And blap. Alright. And now... That isn't that small. There we go. I think it needs more thickness to it. Yeah, it needs more thick. Thick. Look at him. Look at his ridiculous little face. Whoop. But now you guys can kind of see the vision of what I'm trying to do. And if it's fun to do it. Blam. Get owned. There's so much vision in this game that I'm going to have to work on monster AI. So, like, when they get hit from a super long distance, they're going to have to know where it came from. So you can't just sit here and, like, snipe, you know? Like, this is already a problem. Of, like, dealing damage to an enemy very far away. Have you seen all the weapon combos? Yeah, I have. I've also seen them in the editor, which is like a nightmare in there. Yeah, you can snipe too much, I think is the problem. Could limit range? I think I will. I think I'll limit range in some way. Because right now it just, you know, it just goes. Like, it just goes. Like, we could do this, and then, like... Look at it go! You know? Could you dimension power in the ranged attacks? What do you mean dimension power, my dude? Yeah, shoot the air for memory leaks. I love the air for memory leaks. Thankfully, I put a little bit of gravity on them, so... They're never coming back, are they? They aren't. Yeah, no. I made a mistake. See, that one's totally coming back. And that one is totally coming back. But that one... Why are you not jumping? Jesus. How long does this go up? Oh dear. Wait. I didn't put enough gravity on it, did I? It's just gonna memory leak forever, isn't it? Wait, it's slowing down. It's slowing. It just makes it all the way into the stratosphere, doesn't it? Wait, that one's still there. That's a bad sign. I'm gonna follow this one now. It needs more gravity. Wait. Okay, so it almost makes it to space. It's still going. Wait. This is it. Come on. Oh. Okay. It just disappears. Yeah, it's an ice ICBM. It's fun. It just went to space. See, that's one of the things that I wanted with fire spells, by the way, is because they have so much gravity, I want you guys to be able to do mortars. So if you're a fire mage and your team needs long distance, I want you guys to be able to do stuff like that. And it'll likely be these ones, because they have large AoEs. But imagine a team of fire mages standing up on a hill, all using AoEs, with like the long range casts like that, you know? That's what I'm after. Yeah, let loose the fireballs. You know? Have an alt mirror to your spell? Yeah, we can make that. That's fun. I don't see why not. Like, imagine casting something for like 10 seconds. You just got a dude up on the hill that's like, you know? You want spreadable fire? They don't really have that in the game yet. But yeah, I agree. Alrighty. With that in mind, I think we have our spell effect. I'm trying to think of what we would do with that. What else do we do with this? I kind of want to change... It's got to get thicker. And I want those particles to go a little bit thicker as well. I want more of them. So let's go into this. We're going to delete that out. Don't need that anymore. Excuse me. Go to this. Excuse me. There we go. Frostbolt. How much others? What do you mean how much others? What, dude? Who's the lone munchkin in the ferret cam? Just chilling? What do you mean the lone munchkin? Let me see. Who's chilling? Oh, that's Henry. He's sleeping. Yeah, Henry's sleeping right now. He's very cute. He's a good little dude. There he is. Make sure the time is moving forward on the cam. Yeah, he's sleeping right now. I'm pretty sure it's not frozen. It doesn't appear to be frozen. Trying to see if he's breathing. It's always the biggest fear, you know? I'm gonna go check on him, make sure he's okay. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Alrighty. Free feet in this economy? What are you talking about? Obviously AI, dude. What are your thoughts on the ferret snoll? What is what, dude? Okay. We need to do the trail particle, which is the glow star. And this one is another glow star. And that one's the core. The core is the problem right now. The core is the problem right now. Because it just doesn't quite look right. We need more of them. Why do they have lifespan and particle lifespan? Is that the lifespan of the emitter? I think it is. I think that's the lifespan of the emitter. What the hell is a spawn burst in this case? Oh. Oh, I see now. Spawn burst, I think, keeps the particles with the projectile the whole time. Which actually looks quite cool. Yeah, that actually looks really good. Yeah. Is this one you've created? Yeah. This is what I worked on today. And look, when it hits, look how nice it looks. Neat. Wait, you were editing a spell? Yeah. That's what I've been making today. There's this frostbolt, man. You make a nuke spell? Yeah. It's not hard. Let's make it blow up. Let's turn off spawn burst and see what that changed in terms of visuals. Yeah, I think I liked spawn burst more on that, actually. It looked really nice. That's the sparks, the particles themselves that look like spikes. I think I kind of want those spikes to be smaller. They're a little bit too long, too wide. You know what I mean? Why is it green? It's not. It's blue. Yeah, that's blue, bud. It's like a cyan color. Yeah. Can you make a spell to blow up that mountain? Yeah. Yeah, we could. On collision, we can actually change it to do different kinds of damage. So if we go into here and we look at frostbolt projectile, and we can say, I think it's under projectile. Let me go grab it. There's a whole section for dealing damage. There we go. It's under frostbolt instant. So this spell right here, we can do block damage radius, and entity damage radius, and then entity damage fall off. We can change the amount of damage on the blocks to be whatever we want, and make it so that it's quite large. It'll blow off all the leaves off the trees first. Not trolling, bro. It's green. That's cyan. Yeah, it's like a cyan or teal color. If you're seeing only green, you might have a deficiency in blue as a color blindness. It's like a turquoise cyan color. Yeah, definitely not green. Yeah. Cyan, but not pure blue. I never said it was. So it was cyan. Cyan or teal. It's not green. Not just green. Green would be like those trees, right? That's way more green than this. This is a cyan color. See the difference? Very, very different. Yeah, more like teal, more like cyan. That's red. You're red. Now what? All right. Frostbolt, small sparks out is fine. This is on the explosion for that. This is on the trail. So let's play around with this a little bit. I I kind of want to change the graphical sort of vision for these. They look cool. The trail, the core is the one that we were just playing with, and that's fine looking. The sparks, I don't know why that's set to that. And the trail. So I want to look at sparks. Sparks, if we do it as spawn burst, might look a little bit weird. Oh, that's kind of neat. When we launch it, we can actually do one of those. Where it looks like we're just firing it off. See that? There can be like an explosion of that there. If we do time midnight. Yeah, see that? So it looks like it takes off in that direction. That's kind of neat. Kind of like a jet. Yeah, it has backblast now. Which looks really cool, to be honest. I like that. I'll probably leave that on. Let me go to this. We're going to change that around. Yeah, that looks good. The backblast looks really nice. Go to the next one. Blue and green are your favorite. Nice. All right, next. Probably go into... I think this should probably be more. It just doesn't look as good. Thank you for those 50 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Holy shit, dude. It's incredibly nice of you. That is super, super nice of you, man. Remember that effect when you make the fired wand rockets? Yeah, something like that should be fun. Yeah, thank you. Seriously, that is incredibly nice of you. Satsugo, are you okay? You seem misled. Anyway, let's see if we can get this frostbolt working. It looks really nice so far. I'm pretty happy with it. I think that it might move a little bit too fast right now. The backblast on that looks really good. The projectile overall looks really cohesive and put together. Everything looks nice. The effect looks good when it lands. Looks like snow. Kind of a spike explosion when it hits. I kind of want a secondary effect in there. Yeah. We've got the core, and I think that's the spikes for this. I want this instead to be renamed to spikes. Rename that. And I want to do spikes. We'll do even more of them. And then we're going to reduce the overall amount of... Yeah, there we go. It's not going to work now. So we just have it without the spikes. Yeah. We're going to play around with this. There's an ice effect in the game that you could add to it. Yeah, I'm just making one, though. It's more fun. I think having it there is fun. We'll go to this. Go like this. There we go. We don't actually need the fixed rotation to this. And that's for sparks. I think we can get rid of this. Yeah. Get rid of that. And do that. There we go. Much, much better. Is this hacking? No. This is using Hytale as it was designed, as a game engine. Perfect. That looks exactly the way they don't want it to now. See the backblast on it when you launch it? So when you're shooting it yourself, that's what it looks like. Which I think looks quite good. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah. Yep. Hell yeah. Alright, let's make the super. We'll make it so it has a charge-up effect now. Alright, so the charge-up effect, I want to do the same thing, but have it shoot 3 ice bolts. One after the other, just... Oh, Henry, what are you doing? Henry's trying to move things. Can you go third person? Yeah. Yeah, you can hit V. Let's be third person. Well, my character looks like that. You know? Henry loves building things, yes. He's wiggling around. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's looking for somewhere to be more comfy, but he's not very comfy. So he's just playing around now. Yeah. He's on a mission, yeah. So, Frost charged. That's our Frostbolt charged. This is Frostbolt charged. And it does next spell Frostbolt charged. Now, the interesting part about this, when it does charged Frostbolt, it makes me wonder if we can do simultaneous for this. Because right now it's on type launch projectile. I don't know if I can do multiple projectiles for this, or if I have to call this multiple times. So, the projectile ID, maybe we have to get it to do this multiple times. How does this function? I don't know yet. Let's play around with it. Animation ID is correct there. I guess we only do it once, but it would be like... Doof, doof, doof. How do we do 3? Is this on failed? Wait, what is it doing down here? It's just on its own. Blocked by... Huh. Is it charge result separate? Yeah, I mean, the way that this works is we've got Frostbolt charged here, and Frostbolt charged will determine what the result is. So when we charge this, and it's fully charged, then it does this. But I don't know what happens if you do multiple nexts on this. Right? Like, I don't know. So I guess we can try something weird, right? Like, what if I did something like... Something like that, right? And then you charge it all the way up, and then it casts 3 times from there. I don't know if this is the right way to do this, but we're going to find out. Now it's valid JSON. What happens? Nope. That does not do it. Okay, so we can't do multiple effects like that in a row. At least not in that way. Yeah, science failed, but also succeeded. Could be 3 in one spot. Could be, but that doesn't really make sense. The way that this works in here is you've got kind of like next, and then next is the next thing it's going to do. So what we really need to do, I believe, is when we go into here, and this is the launch for this, we need this to go off 3 times. So this determines the next thing, which is spell Frostbolt charged, which is this one here. So what I'm going to do instead, we have this right here, Frostbolt cast launch charged. Cast launch charged is actually at firing. So we'll need to do a triple for that. Oh no. Microsoft, that's not your game, bud. How embarrassing. Legendary seed find. True. I'm losing it, dude. Holy shit. Oh, that's so good, dude. That is so goddamn funny, man. That is so goddamn funny. Well, Microsoft, someone gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him? Oh man. Who's gonna tell him, dude? Yeah, Microsoft thought that was Minecraft. It is not Minecraft. Microsoft is like, there's only one voxel game on the block and it's us. What do you mean it's not just us? What do you mean the whole modding community is playing a different game right now? What do you mean? So funny, dude. What happened? Microsoft saw a screenshot of Hytale and thought that it was Minecraft. It is not. That's so goddamn funny, dude. Yeah, no, look. Legendary seed find. That's not Minecraft. Yeah, and Simon, the owner of Hytale, responded with true. Which is probably the funniest thing that could happen there. I think that's hilarious, dude. That's a great response. There you go. No way they thought it was Minecraft? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I bet they did. I bet they did think that was Minecraft. I bet they did. What are the community notes? Let me see the community notes. That's Hytale, not Minecraft. Yeah. It does look like Minecraft, and that's... I mean, it doesn't look like base Minecraft. It looks like heavily modded Minecraft, sure. That is not the same game, though. Very funny. I'm sure they would have done the same if Roblox. True, they probably would have done the same if Roblox. However, this makes it way funnier. Yeah. That is the way funnier part. Yeah. If they would have done it in Creativerse or in Roblox, it'd be funny, but this is way funnier. Yeah, first comment from Not Simon. So, about that. Yeah. Maybe you can check how the bow skills works, and can get a clue for replicating the same. For bow skills, I don't know why I would need to. I already have this working. Like, I have this working right here. Versus that. So, small fireball, big fireball, right? And I have small frost and no big frost yet, because I gotta make the other one. Yeah. So, like, that I already know how it works. I just need to figure out how to get it to fire 3 at once. Yeah. Man on it? No. I want to do it cooldown based like we have it in Blockgame. A big part of Blockgame is that it's cooldown based, and every time you cast, you lose durability on the item. Yeah. You plan to remake all of Blockgame in Hytale? Yes. Yeah, we're porting to Hytale, man. We will be in Hytale eventually, fully. The bow ultimate ability acts as a modifier on your next bow shot. Well, that's not really what I want. It's weird, but that's not what I'm after. Yeah, the bow super attack is 3 at once. Is it? Okay, what is that one called? Do you know? Yeah, I thought you were going to say, like, for basic attacks. I was like, I don't care about that. Is it signature? Is that the signature shoot? Shoot local. Knock local. Loop local. That's sound effects. I don't care about any of this. Crossbow combo? No. Two-handed bow ability slow? No. Signature status? No. Where is this? Anyone on AOC in Vera Realm? No, I don't play on Vera, dude. Play on Lyneth when I do play. Oh yeah, we had a really good bug after the recent patch in Ashes of Creation. I signed in and all of our standard tools for our whole settlement were set to 0. So we had to refarm them before all of our buildings blew up. So that's neat. I don't know why, but they were. Yep. Yeah, I had to put out an announcement about it on our Discord for the actual Pirates Discord. Grab this real quick. I'll show you. So we actually signed in to see this. It was set to actually 0. Even though we had like 2,000 of them. So I had to set up 2 of these emergency buy orders, and then they fixed it. Like the community went and did it. Which is like, I don't know why that happened, right? This phase has been exceptionally buggy. Yes. Yes. Not really happy about it. No, the devs didn't fix it for us. We fixed it for ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, the AOC devs are not fixing that. My hope is that their patches are going to be good going forward. I'm not happy with their moderation right now, and that's kind of what I'm waiting on. In responses to that tweet, there is a duality of Grok. One person asked, explain this to normies, and Grok said, this is Minecraft. While someone asked, is this Hytale? And Grok responded, that is a screenshot from January 13th from Hytale. Yeah, this is why you don't believe Grok. Literally ever. If you're letting Grok do all your critical thinking for you, you're gonna lose. Like, it's not gonna work, dude. Will Blockgame only exist in Hytale or also in Minecraft? Once we have it over in Hytale, we're not going to be developing on the Minecraft version anymore. Whether I keep the server up or not is unknown. But really, at the end of the day, Hytale is the goal. And it kind of always has been. And I've been very public about that the entire time that we've been developing it. It's like, man, I hope it'll be in Hytale. You know, and that was always the... And then Hytale got canceled. And they were like, well, we're going to be in Minecraft till we find something better. And then Hytale got uncanceled. So, yeah. I wonder if the big patch for Ashes will come out today. I don't know. I think the biggest concern that I have for Ashes right now is their moderation is very bad. It's very bad. And for me, the reason why it's such a bad thing, dude, is the things that our community has had to deal with in there, that those people have not been banned for it, is getting to be too much. So, I let the devs know that, and I'm waiting for them to figure their shit out, basically. It's like one of those moments, like, you ever see, like, you know, figure it out. They got to figure it out. And if they don't figure it out fast enough, then I'm just going to do something else. Yeah. I mean, for moderation to be bad, it has to exist. True. Golemancer, you're correct. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about AOC, yeah. It's just not great, dude. If they release the Tolnar, we'll make one, of course. Yeah, I wanted to, for sure. Steam report went. I already reported it. Already done. Like, they have to get their shit together, dude. They have to get it together, and they haven't. And that's really, really bad. You know, it's just... The reason why it's such a problem, and some people be like, oh, they're an alpha. This was a problem a year ago, too. It's time to figure it out. Like, you can't wait a year, have the exact same shitty process, and then also launch on Steam and still have the exact same shitty process. You have to fix this. And if you don't, you shouldn't be on Steam. That's how that goes, man. Like, you need to have a moderated environment. And if you don't, like, that's crazy, dude. Yeah. Yep. I feel like AOC saw Rust, and that's the level of moderation it should have. No, it's just nuts, dude. Yeah, it's completely wild. What is this? What's the issue? People sitting on Ashes of Creation, like, spamming, like, praises to Hitler and people's personal addresses and... like, all kinds of really horrible shit, and they just don't get banned. Like, I had to report a guy, and it took them 8 days to take action. Which is like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, what the hell is going on? Like, that's completely insane to me, dude. Yeah, it took 8 days. 8 full days. And that was with me going to Steven and to Margaret, who's the community manager, and being like, what are you doing? Like, what is going on? And they're like, we have a backlog. And I was like, you can't do that when you launch on Steam. It's okay when you're on your own launcher and you're away and like it's early, right? I get it, but it's been a year and now you're on Steam. You can't shit around on this anymore. Stop dicking around and moderate your video game. You cannot dick around on this. Yeah, it's just insane. And that's how that feels. Yeah. Oh, no, that guy is still not banned on Global. I know. Yeah, we've reported him like 100 times. And he's not banned. Yep. AOC has so much going for it. It does. Like, the game could be absolutely incredible. They have some really good-looking systems. They've got some shit that is very awesome. But they just keep shitting themselves on weird stuff. Like, just really weird shit, dude. Can't they add an auto-ban feature? No, they can't. Because the way that they're doing filtering right now doesn't make any sense. I'll give you an example, right? The way that they're filtering in-game, and you could go test this yourself. Write the word simple in chat. In Ashes of Creation. What it'll change to is it'll change to this. Same thing with Basement. This is their only form of moderation on the server right now. And the only way you can report someone is you have to go to their website, fill out a whole thing, and then have a separate login for their support site, which is not the same as your primary login. It's the Scunthorpe problem, yes. And then you turn that in, and then it takes them 8 days to respond. Which is like... And by the way, they finally banned the dude that I reported after 8 days. There's still like a dozen other people that reported the same guy. They've never even gotten a response to their tickets. And they reported him at the same day in the same 10 to 20 minute time span. Which means that they accelerated my ticket because I'm a streamer. Which means the average user gets a longer period of time than 8 days. That's not acceptable to me, man. It's just not. Like, even 8 days is insane. Like, that's not good. Yeah. So, not happy about it overall, dude. I just don't want to engage with it outside of needing to for the community. Yep. It's really bad. What is this? What is this, Jake? Oh. That's useful. Is that on the, is that actually on the server? Let me try it. Nope, not yet. It's just local. How about Noita instead, then? No, I'm working on this. Alright. Let's play around with this some more. You pretty much abandoned AOC? It sucks, dude, because, like, I know that game could be good. I just don't know what they're thinking, man. Like, the direction of that makes no sense to me. And I've given them all the feedback that I can, you know. Alright, so this is the primary shot. Let's go into... There's the signature volley. Okay, so the signature volley damage, that's interesting. Huh. Impact Dagger's signature? That's never going to bite them in the ass. What is this? Damage entity parent. Damage calculator class signature base damage. Wait a minute. Is that a projectile? Are these projectiles? Deprecated. Oh, they are going to have inheritance. It's just not in, and it's in their deprecated features, and it's not shown in the editor. Oh. That's interesting. Maybe I can do inheritance. Hey, Jake, we may not need to re-implement projectiles at all, man. Because they have it right here. Like, this is inherited damage. Ooh. Ooh. I've got some cool news, but I can't talk about it. Soon. You'll see. All right. Talk about it? No. You'll see. Time midnight. Boop. Boop. Yeah, that's looking good. I'm really happy with it. All right, let's work on this thing, man. What are we going to build with this? Okay, so the way that they're doing this is actually a system of inheritance. It says damage entity parent, which is not something that exists right now. And if we go hit editor, it actually says, warning, this asset has a parent and inheritance is not yet supported in the property editor. That is why we couldn't find this. Because it doesn't exist in the editor, but it does exist in source for these, which is really interesting, because now we can actually pull the damage from that and it's going to work. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to send that along. Yeah. That makes me not have to worry about it. Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about re-implementing projectiles, man. Because, yeah. Parent being not working in the editor is your biggest problem with the asset editor right now? Yeah, it's wild. Like, I didn't realize that this wasn't functioning until now. I was just like, I guess they just don't have inheritance. It's like, that sucks. You know? Am I working on Heartbound right now? No, I'm working on Blockgame, dude. I work on Heartbound off stream. If you want to follow the updates for Heartbound, just go look at the Steam page, the Reddit thread, the Twitter post, the Blue Sky post, or the Discord post. I update it every month. Are you porting Blockgame to Hytale? Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. So if they do the effects and the projectile is here. Config, projectile config, shortbow signature volley. Now that's weird. How are they doing a config for this? What is that? A config? What? That's... What? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. Common projectile impact effects. Common projectile despawn. Common projectile miss. Huh. The smush tab spacing is making you nervous? I know. It's not even tabs, though. It's actually 2 spaces. It's double space indentation. None of this makes sense? No, it does. Once you spend enough time with it. The reason why this is really interesting is because they have a lot of gravity on this, but they're firing a config. And I don't know why they would be firing a config. That's quite odd, because if we go back to this, it fires a config in this case. Clear animation unfinished, true. Projectile. Item animation ID is shoot. And then they shoot the config. I don't know how that would do anything. That's a weird one, right? Okay, so let's see bow. It's their volley. Maybe just do the word volley, right? Short bow volley. Okay. Short bow volley. Signature volley. Okay. Volley shoot inner. No. That's how they do it. Look at this. They're firing the actions in parallel, and they're firing a left, center, and right charge at the same time. Volley charge 2 right, volley charge to center, and volley charge to left. They're doing it as a parallel interaction. Now it makes sense. Now, where do those live? Shortbow, volley, shot, shoot inner, with the configuration of that. So configuration... Okay, so the configuration, you can fire a config, and then that config can modify the actual ability. Okay, that's weird as shit. We're going to take this, projectile config shortbow volley. Okay, so in the charge ability, I need to add configurations, and the parent is going to be the actual shoot that I normally do. But we're going to add the configs that modify the spawn offsets for everything. That's interesting. Yeah, that's not how I thought it was going to work. Grab that. We'll put it all the way over there, and I can use that as a basis. Spellbolt, frostbolt charged. Apply charges, and we're going to do... There we go. And I don't know if it was a var on that. I'm going to go pull it up. Oh, come on, man. No. That's this one? No, that's not what we want. No. 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 Yes. So it's set as a config for that. I need to go into each one of these. It's so annoying, like having to close all of these windows. It's a nightmare. Okay, spell frostbolt charge. There we go. So we've charged left, charge right, and charge center. And what we're going to do on this is we're going to call it config instead of var. So we need to change these around, make that into a configuration for each one of these. And then we also need to have a parent for each one of these on the interaction. The interaction is actually called nothing. So let's grab one of these, actually. It'll be like this. We'll grab this here. Which is such an interesting way to do this, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's going to function, but we'll find out. Oh, is that going to be Madge? It is. Neat. Neato. Are you mad? You're invalid. Why are you always invalid? Actually, wait. You're good. All right. There we go. Is this using the new Hytale engine? Yeah. So what I'm trying to figure out is if we can do a parent into a configuration and do the configuration as a secondary thing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to duplicate this, and we're going to do this as a asset type config. Oh. Is that not an asset type config? How does one build such a thing? What asset type are you, sir? Get out of here. We don't need that either. We need this. I don't care that it's read-only, man. Like, I need to know what it is. Shortbow deprecated attacks volley. Deprecated attacks volley. It is an interaction. They're listed as interactions. All right, so we need to go into here and do frostbolt. And do duplicate. And we'll make it an interaction. And we'll call it spell frostbolt charged center. Great. And this one is actually cast launch charge center. So that's even more dumb. Rename. Oop. We did it. All right. So now in this one, when we go inside of this ridiculous bullshit, we can just take this and do parent projectile config shortbow volley. Which I don't think we need that. We need the parent, which is... Oh, we can't inherit it to itself. Oh, it's even dumber that way. Maybe we don't do it this way. Maybe there's an easier way to do this. Why do I need to make all these configs when I can just... I have an idea. Look at my ugly UI. You're starting to make a hunger bar? My man, that is horrifically ugly. Look how beautiful and ugly that is. You did it. I feel like we should do a different UI. You know? Instead of a bar along the bottom. I think one of the problems that I have with our HP bar before was that it's not very readable. Yeah. I think right now it's fine. But I think in the future we'll want to have maybe a graphic of some kind. I don't know what, you know? I'm not sure yet. Orbs. I mean, orbs are good. Diablo proved that, you know? We can just use that. Use an orb, dude. Oh, God. Henry's doing the S sleep. I hate when he does the S sleep. Look at him. I hate when he sleeps like this. It's so weird. He's one of the few that does this, and he loves sleeping in an S, and it freaks me out because it doesn't look comfortable at all, man. Most of them do the C. He does the S, and I don't like when he does this. Yeah, it can't be good for him. Yeah. It can't be good for him. But he loves doing that. It freaks me out. Henry sleeping in preparations. What is this? His next NASCAR race? That's funny. I don't think I want to do this as a config. I think there's a better way to do this. Oh. Crashed. Crashed. Yeah, I crashed the editor. As you do. Whoa. So what if instead of this bullshit, this tomfoolery, right? What if we just did the charge 3 times in a row? Did that go on the wrong one? It totally did. Apply that. Get out of here. Delete this. And make this one like... Oh, wait, did I just copy the wrong one over? I think I totally did. Oh, well, that's fine. This is supposed to... Discard this changes. This is supposed to be the thing. Or is it? Is that? This is supposed to be the thing. There we go. That's what it's supposed to be. All right, we'll apply it. That's not invalid. Don't you lie to me. It's the same one here. What are you mad about? What are you mad about? Don't lie to me. Son of a bitch. We'll just change this back to var. No, we gotta change this whole thing back. I'm gonna grab... Yeah, why is it broken? Firebolt. I'm gonna... Jesus. Frostbolt. Charged. There we go. I wonder if I can change that variable in a way that doesn't suck. And the answer is, I have no idea. Maybe? Wow, that was really mad. Hey, I crashed the server. Maybe. I think I made an infinite loop. It's probably fine. I totally made an infinite loop. Nice. I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. Hey, look, it's working again. Nice. Spell Frostbolt, charge next interactions to 0. Why are you mad? Okay, let's find out what's wrong. Frostbolt charged. Spell Frostbolt charged. Frostbolt cast launch charged. Frostbolt cast launch charged. Firebolt. 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 Frostbolt. 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 Why are you mad? Please, sir, do not be angry. Spell Frostbolt charged next is missing. Don't you lie to me. It's doing these in parallel. You better be doing this. Camera effect, first person particles, no, none of these are working. Interactions, no. It's thinking that this interaction doesn't exist. But why? There's spellcast cost. It's right there. What? Interactions, replace, default value, Frostbolt cast launch charged. It's right there. What? 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 Why are you mad? That doesn't make any sense. Does Fireball work? That works. I swear to God. Missing interaction, my ass. Frostbolt cast launch charged. Frostbolt cast launch. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rename this. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to change it to charge. And then I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to rename it back. Because it crashed while doing stupid weird shit. Yeah. 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 And then, I'm going to throw this book away. I'm going to go back in here. You son of a bitch. Why is it broken? Why? Is that not saving? It thinks that this doesn't exist, man. That's what the error message is. Yeah, why? Why? Missing interaction. Spell Frostbolt charge next interactions 2 and 1. The next interactions are, this is number 1 and this is number 2. It thinks that Frostbolt cast effect doesn't exist. And Frostbolt cast launch doesn't exist, but it's clearly right there. And it's in parity with the Firebolt one. So... did it just shit itself? Capitalization's perfectly fine. Are there enough brackets? It wouldn't be able to save otherwise. It gets mad if you do that. Like, if you do this, and you're like, and it's like, all right, invalid. So why is it angry about this? And why does the same effect work? God damn it. That's not what I want. Why does the same effect work with the left click, but not with the right click? Huh. Because if both 1 and 2 don't exist, then why exactly does 2 exist on this one? On the instant. I'm going to try something stupid. All right. All right. So why are you broken, sir? Why are you mad? Frostbolt cast launch charged. Instant, Frostbolt cast launch instant. Instant. Goes back to Frostbolt instant. Goes to spell Frostbolt instant. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Charged. Firebolt charged. Firebolt cast launch charged. Cast launch charged. Firebolt charged. Firebolt charged. Spell Firebolt charged on next. This is just correct. Buh. Frostbolt cast launch charged. Cast launch charged. Frostbolt charged. Spell Frostbolt charged. What are you mad about? Okay, hold up. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do one of these. I'm going to do one of those, and I'm just going to act like everything is cool. I'm just going to copy pasta all the shit that I was already doing. Let's put it over this, and we're just going to change the word to Frostbolt. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to go to this one. We're going to grab that one. I'm going to take this one. And we're going to change the word to Frostbolt. And then I will refuse to elaborate, and hopefully it works, because that makes no sense. Unless I have corrupted data, which... Now it half works. I think something's corrupted. I think something's corrupted. Yeah. Yeah. Something's gone wrong. Cast effect. Okay, what is next interactions 2 then? I love when shit just breaks in this editor. What is 2? What is the interaction? Frostbolt cast effect. That's the one I just made. No longer errors. No longer a problem. So it is that sound effect that's trying to do that. Dude, that's whack. Why is that happening? Save that back in there. That is a lie. There's no missing interaction. It's even playing the sound. That's all it does. Okay. Rename it. 1. Rename it again. Back to that. I'm going to lose my actual mind. Yeah. There's no error in the error logs. I don't actually know what's going wrong. I love when things just blow up for no reason in this. It's so confusing because I've been able to fix a number of these just by... Actually, I'm just going to restart the server. I'm restarting it. I don't want to think about it. I'm just restarting it. I'm restarting the server because I've been able to fix a ton of this stuff just by restarting it. And just being like, all right, there's nothing wrong. Is it looking for damage calculation? No. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with damage calculation. None at all. Yeah. Yeah, it might have corrupted with the crash. That's the only thing I can think of, is that something's gone terribly wrong. What is this, mine? Hytale thing? Whoa. The horror. You made a boat mod using the horse as a base. It's funny but functional. Take a look later. Hell yeah, dude. Sir. Connect. No, not the chicken, dude. The hero bride in the back. Server's haunted. Waiting on the server. Server's back up. Reconnect, please. Can we have that as a rare mob? Sure, but it'll delete all your inventory. So, I mean, if that's what you want. Only if it kills you, right? I mean, if it sees you, then it kills you, so. Hey, look, restarting the server made it work perfectly. This is exactly what I was talking about. Like, there was no error. Restarting the server was the error. Corruption. Yeah. God damn it, dude. I hate it. But this is the early days. This is when it will happen, you know? Okay, let's see. Next is going to be spell frostbolt instant. So in this case, we're actually launching the instant frostbolt, but this one's the charged frostbolt. So what I want to do is fire a couple of instants off for this. All right, we can probably do that in tandem. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do a better way to do this. Item animation ID is casserole charge. That's fine. Is there no special next on this? Maybe there is. Create. Type. And it's going to be interaction. Are you not going to let me do an interaction? Really? That's kind of annoying. Maybe we can do launch projectile. Hey, that's useful. That's useful. We could do a launch projectile. Let me go into the source now. Okay. Okay. This is going to get weird. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for how weird this is going to get. I'm going to make a Russian nesting doll of projectiles. Is basically how this is going to go. Do we have a projectile ID for this? We do. We fire a frostbolt instant out of it. Projectile ID. But that puts the animation on it. Don't really want that. That's a little bit weird. What is the... Is that the projectile ID? Where's our projectile? Oh, actually, the projectile ID is down here. That's the projectile. So we can actually do projectile frostbolt charge from this multiple times. Let's see what happens when I do this. It might actually shoot it twice, or it might just explode. It did shoot it twice. I'm a genius. That looks sick. Nice. All right, getting there. But I don't think I can modify it. Yeah, twin cast is good. It's working. I may be a dumbass, but I'm also a genius. That's how it feels right now. All right, we can do next on that one. Can I do multiple nexts? I'm pretty sure I can, yeah? Okay, yeah. Yeah? I think I could do multiple nexts on that. I don't know if I can. Oh, wait. Do we do that again? I think I do that again. A Russian nesting doll of projectiles. Into the future it goes. Projectile ID is going to be frostbolt charged. There we go. So now we do a projectile ID instead of a projectile ID instead of a projectile ID. Now we get 3 of them. So you're like moving, you're like... Let me stop being fast as shit. One sec. That looks like it's shooting 2. It's only shooting 2 clumps of them, so I gotta figure it out for the next one. I wanted to, like, go off from each other, so we're gonna figure that out. Okay, so... in this launch projectile... Jesus Christ, there's so many of these. And then we'll close that one. There we go. Do the projectile ID, and then we can do settings on this. Maybe effects. Horizontal speed multiplier. Runtime. What kind of effects can I do? Can I change shit? Maybe there isn't a way to do that. Maybe change the angle on the secondary one spells by 1%. That's what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to see where on this we actually can do that. Because we're doing launch projectile. How we modify that? I have no idea. So maybe tags? Maybe? I don't know. Nope. That could be anything. Not next. Failed? No. Settings? No. Rules? No. Where does this live? Like how bullets from a submachine gun are fired with angular deflection? I mean, all we need to do is just put them off from each other in like a burst. Like a shotgun, right? And the idea right now is I have no idea where the hell that lives. And there's no indicator as to where it lives. So we're going to play around with it. Movement effects. No, I don't want to disable a bunch of movement effects. Item player animation ID. Nope. Traits. Or trails. No idea what that is. Particles. No. First person particles. No. Huh. Idea. What if I just tell it to do it? What happens? I mean, it's not valid JSON right now, but like, what happens if I do that in the editor? Does it shit itself? Does it actually place this somewhere valid? The answer is no. It does neither. It does nothing. And it's mad about it. Well, what do we do with that? This is what it will do next. Maybe I have to create a directionality for those. Maybe this is going back into building the config system that I was talking about earlier. Because if we do a projectile ID, that's weird. Super Mario. I'm gonna get rid of that. See you, dude. I think what we can do is we can do. You make me on too? No. Yeah, dupe the projectile twice and change its origin. There's no modifier spot where we can change its origin in here. There's no modifier spot where we can change its angle. There's no modifier spot at all. So, does launch projectile just not have this functionality? You know? The answer is I have no goddamn idea. Because it's new, and there's no documentation. Then you just do plus under effects? No? That's particles. Yeah, there's no plus under effects, my dude. There's trails, item player animation ID, camera effect, and movement effects. But movement effects are like disabling player movement. It's not under the projectile itself, because then we'd have to edit manually every one of the projectiles, which does not make any sense. That's silly. There needs to be like dynamic modification on this. I'm not seeing that. Might need to write a plugin to add it? No. Just gonna wait. Wait for the ads. You did it with a goat launcher in Hytale? You can't remember how you did it? Yeah, I'm mostly interested in, like, why it's not just in launch projectile, right? Directionality, speed of the projectile, like, all that should be in the launcher for it, right? You said goat launcher, yeah. I could make this into a goat if I wanted to. You do the same thing. I just think it's weird that it's, like, tied into the projectile itself. It was in the config? Yeah, but I don't want to use... I don't want to do, like, 10 configs for every single thing that I want to do. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Change the origin of the goat. You made a staff that launches goats. All right. Like, that's not efficient to be like, ah, yes, I want to build one spell effect and 10 configs for it. It's just a mess, dude. Can you build your own classes? You could build your own classes somewhat in Java. The problem is this, is once you build one and you replace, say, the original class, you now have to get all of the projectiles to work over on your new class, which we might have to do anyway, but I don't know. Twitter's down? Okay. That's neat, you know. And nothing of value was lost. Please tell me that someone can actually make a proper RPG in this game with levels and stats and stuff. What do you think we're doing, Guardian Angels? We're porting all of Blockgame over to it. That's the whole idea. Yeah. Yeah, oh no, anyway. We lost all the Hytale memes and mods? No, we didn't. It's just down for right now. You don't spend $40 billion on something and then just let it stay dead. Probably here, Lady Piccolo. Yeah, better tweet about it in Blue Sky. Alright. Let me grab this. Let me see what's going on with this. The outage. Let's see. Down detector. What else is down? It appears to be Twitter and OpenAI is having problems. And that appears to be it. Yeah, it's about it. Oh no. Yep, it's just Twitter. Twitter's dead. Why am I so yawning today, dude? One sec. And I'm back. Seems like a Cloudflare thing? I don't know. I'm not seeing a Cloudflare problem, because that would impact us, too. It might just be a Twitter problem, to be honest with you. Yeah. It may just be Twitter shitting itself violently. You know, as Twitter does. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on that. Boop. Because, like, our wiki is still up. Snail's House stuff is still up. Yeah. It's 5th on the list with the same timing as the spike. For Cloudflare? We modding Hytale already? Yeah. Yeah, I made some spell effects today. So we got a fireball with a left click, and then a fireball where you hold it, and it's bigger. And then we have frostbolt, which is a left click, and then a right click that's going to shoot multiple. I don't know if I like it shooting a multiple. I may make it so that it shoots... I don't know if I want it to shoot 2 or if I want it to shoot a big one, you know? A big one might be cooler. I don't know yet. Why is Frostbolt so green? The grass is green. The ground is. Yeah, this is cyan or teal. That's just light. Yeah, it's all grass around us. Why is it cyan? Because it's ice. Okay, hold up. I need to ask a serious question. How many of you unironically believe that this color is green? That's teal or cyan. They're not talking about the bolt. What are they talking about? It's not greenish. It's teal. The light emission is not green. It's actually the exact same color. The ground is green. And because the ground is green, it looks that way as it gets close to things. As you can see, the ground is green. That's why. Ah! 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 Shown in a cave? Alright. It's the same color. It's still cyan. Yeah, it's cyan, dude. It's the exact same color on the edges there. You're just seeing light on the green. And then being like, it's green. Steam shutting? It's not green. This is the worst troll. This is honestly the worst troll. This is the most troll that I've seen today. Why are you all like this? There are 4 lights, goddammit. There are 4 lights. Yes, that nice teal color. It's not green. It's teal. It's not green. Get your eyes checked. No. Doesn't look like ice. It's ice magic, you goblin. It's shooting a teal-colored bullet. It's made out of particles. You don't look like ice. Chad has the worst new toy. Oh my god. Here, I'll go grab the bullet and I'll show you. Go look at the frostbolt, and we'll go look at shoal properties, and we'll do light, and look at that color right there. What is that? What is that color, Chad? What is that? What is that? It's not green. Oh my god, you're the worst. I'm deleting you. I'm uninstalling chat. I'm uninstalling. I'm gonna do it. I'll do it. I'll uninstall you. Promise. Just make it blue. All right, let me remember this color first. 7FD. And we'll make it like this gross-ass blue for you. Wow, that looks horrible now. Look at how awful that is on the eyes. Look at it. Look how terrible that looks on the eyes. Do you know why? Because your eyes don't like bright blue. And if you put bright blue in a video game, it hurts to look at. Which is why game developers don't use bright blue. None for you. Ice. Looks better, though. I swear to God. You're the worst. You're the worst. Yeah, there's an area of WoW that's like that, where they have, like, bright blue light everywhere and, like, bright blue fire, and it hurts to look at the screen. That's actually really informative. Yeah, no, it's something that a lot of people don't realize is you don't want to do bright blue colors in your video game because it makes it very hard for people to look at it. It hurts the eyes. Blue light is not good to look at from a screen. It is very painful. That's why we get, like, blue light blocking lenses for glasses. Blue light filter lenses is a normal thing. If you have bright blue light, it will hurt to look at. Yeah, you do not want this. Should be white then. White looks really weird with this. I'm going to tell you right now, if I shoot something across the screen at high projectile speed that explodes with a bunch of particles and it's bright white, think about the internet for 5 seconds. Tell me why I didn't do that. Tell me why it's cyan. Some of you got it. Some of you are a little bit too naive. We're not doing light blue. I'm making it this nice kind of teal color, and it's staying there. Yeah. Ridiculous. All right. Algae ice bolt. That's fine. I'm leaving it as algae. Make it white and fill up the whole screen. We're not making flashbang the weapon, dude. Yeah, it's not good. Can you make it red or orange? You're generally confused? Yeah, I can make whatever color I want. Like here, look. Let me show you. Go to firebolt. That one is a yellow. That yellow doesn't look super good, but also their lighting model doesn't quite work yet. So, I'm not really worried about it, because to be honest with you, I don't want it putting light out that far. But this is the minimum light distance that a projectile can have right now, because it's broken. That is not green. That's yellow. It's just not very good. Yeah. So why do we have green? Because your brain is broken. Yes. Science will slowly figure out what's wrong with you. But this is also not green. This one is yellow. This one is cyan. They're very different colors. Yeah. Both is the same shade of green. Go to an optometrist. It's time. I'm not changing it to that, Ian. I like the color that it is. It is distinct and different from the other one. And the impact effect is good. And it looks like exploding ice particles when it hits. Riot, everyone riot? No, I will not. I will not change anything. I won't change any values. Yeah, it's not green. It's not green. And if it was green, green is good, right? Alright, so do we want 2 ice bolts, or do we want a big ice bolt? Because we have 1 fireball, and then we got the big fireball, right? And I kind of feel like 1 ice bolt is cool, and multi-ice bolt is okay. With a charge up, it's just not as cool as I want it to be. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with green. There's no green ice. It's not green ice, you goblin. Schnappy, I'm gonna build Cinder last. I'm gonna release Neath before I release Cinder, just for you. Can we make it explode into green? I can make it explode into whatever we want. Never eat green ice or yellow. Dude, if the ice is green, we got serious problems. Is this going to be one of the dudes? It is. Oh, it's one of these weird frogs, dude. Those lava frogs are terrifying, by the way. Like, they're actually horrifying. The frogs are very strong, yes. Oh, look, I'm in Beppish Town. I'm in Jake's town. That's a frog? Yeah, they're frogs. Yeah, you're now leaving Beppish Town. We have towns on the server now. They're not working super well yet, but they're in, you know. Pepsi Town? That's definitely not the word I used, but alright. Yeah. Is Blockgame operational Hytale? No. I have some working spell effects. They look cool. We've got a working town system. But projectiles don't inherit from their parent in terms of damage. So we've got some, like, weirdness. But I like these effects. They're looking nice. So we have Gatorade Ice. I guess we'll be rolling a warrior. There's no Gatorade Ice. It's not your Gatorade Ice. I swear to God, dude. You guys are the worst. Actually insane. The range is wild. It's actually infinite range right now. So it just goes like here. Yeah, it technically just kept going. There's no range on it. There's no distance. You just can't see. It's possible to shoot yourself? Not really. Yeah, you can't, like, you're immune to your own damage, so. What's at the bottom of the map, like, vertically down? Well, lava. And then death. There's, like, a death plane down there. But, yeah, that's about it. No, you can't noit it yourself. I mean, I guess I could make it so you can noit it yourself. I don't see why not, right? Are there diamonds? Technically, yes, but they don't work like they do in Minecraft. See this right here? This right here is a gemstone. And inside of this, if we break this open, there's the gem in the very center, and that's the emerald. And then outside of that are these green crystals. So the way that it works is it puts one gemstone and then a number of crystals around it. They can turn into green crystal shards. And the same is for diamonds. Like, that one's a diamond there, and then, like, a sapphire and stuff like this. So if you're doing mining, you'll have to find these singular pockets with a single thing in it. You know, there's, like, a sapphire there as well. But that's generally the idea, is mine for the one gemstone, and then go from there. Which I think is cool. And it's actually really cool. Yeah, look, emerald, green crystal, and then green crystal small. Yeah. Also, chat is full of goblins. They're not cyan crystals, I swear to God. Who made you all this way? It had to be a government project. You're like a laboratory creature. Yeah. It's not green that's blue. You're not blue. You're green. Interesting. Yeah, I think I want this to do a flurry. I think it might be really cool to, like, do a full flurry on this. You know? You were exposed to the MK Ultra experiments and all you got was color blindness? Great. That's your superpower. Your superpower is to troll me into thinking that you're seeing green. Fantastic. Make second or third projectile do more damage? Could. Let me do TTS.
VR3D Grave said yar stinky 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 yar 7.
Ah. You're stinky, by the way. You're like 5 stinkies, at least. Ah. Weird. 1 sec. You're in a vulnerable state? No, you're in a stinky state. It's different. Yeah. Is that corn? Don't be corn posting in my chat. That's... Don't you do it. No hardcore corn in my chat. Alright? No hot buttered corn. Don't you do that. Don't you do it. Corn is cyan. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Cyan for the cyan god. You know what's funny? You know what the difference between cyan and teal actually is? Because everyone's like, cyan and teal are not the same. You know what it is? It's the difference between orange and brown. They're the same color. One's just darker than the other. That's it. That's the difference. That's it. Yep. Yeah. Cyan is darker teal, dude. That's it. It's saturation, my dude. Isn't corn music? Probably. Ask your parents. You can't orange your pants? I mean, you could. You just probably should see a doctor if you do. You got that backwards? You saying cyan is actually the lighter version of teal? To the internet! Is cyan just dark teal? Cyan with a dark shade is commonly known as teal. It is backwards. Teal is the darker one. Ooh. Which means this one is cyan. Which means I was correct. And then wrong in describing it. Both things at once. Good. But you know what that also means? They're the same goddamn color. One of them is cyan, one of them is teal. And they're the same. One's just darker. Cyan is correct. Cyan. Because it's green? It's not green. Is cyan green? Cyan is blue-green. You lose this round, chat. You lose. It's blue. And green. It's bleen. Cyan is grue, which means you got eaten by a grue. The oldies will know. It's over. It's all over now. Yeah. Yeah, eaten by a grue, dude. That sucks. No, not glue. Not glue. We had a good run. I know, right? It's probably true. We probably had a good run, dude. I wonder why we can't get light to work correctly. The radius on this is just not right. I've tried changing the physics values on this to reduce its size, but it's just not... It's not doing it. Yeah. Oh. Well, that's weird. Alright. Let's go into this. The old frostbolt. When we charge this thing up, and we do next, projectile, how many layers down can I do that? I don't feel like I should have been able to do this. I feel like this is stupid. Actually, is this doing double damage to this thing? I need to see if it does. It shouldn't, because I'm not calling that twice. Oh, it's not. Perfect. It's only calling it once. Great. All right, so that's useful. We can do 2 bullets for the cost of 1. That does actually make this quite useful. It is more efficient, you know? But I kind of wanted to shoot 3, personally. I wanted to do 3 of them. Because 3 just feels right. You know, if you can do a flurry, 3 feels good. I don't know why.
Tacho 5796 said hello Thor. Since
Hello.
hot dogs are basically just pureed meat stuffed inside an animal's intestine, a hot dog doesn't stop being a hot dog even after we eat it. We just become the new hot dog casing, and that makes this in a way a hot dog as well.
You ever think that God stays in heaven because he too is afraid of what he's made? Yeah.
WXRTHLTL_JWLPKLZ with 600 bits said for science.
Your science. Now what?
Bizarre with 500 bits said, hey Thor, I was thinking about when you said that they hooked up the Twitch API wrong for the level variable, and I just had an epiphany.
I don't think it's Twitch.
API integrations is like dating, it's all about compatibility and knowing how to talk to each other.
You're a dork. You'll go far. But also, it's actually on StreamerBot's side. But yeah, Twitch changed its API, and then Twitch did their side fine. It looks like StreamerBot's implementation is wrong, but StreamerBot is fixing it soon, supposedly. So we just have the Hytale UI down until they get their stuff fixed. Yeah. Look at all the Wellingtons. Oh, no. No. It's very funny, though.
Christopher
Yeah,
Darkmatter said, hi
it didn't
Thor,
fix it.
hi mods, yar chat, I've been down in my luck and out of a job for 2 months, and I had an idea. If anyone is interested, I can translate demos from English to Spanish for cheap. Also, I wanted to thank you because Indiasember has been the kick that helped me out on dark times, loved the games, loved the interviews, and gave me a great idea for a game.
Dude, I'm really
Thank
glad.
you all, can't wait for Indie Summer.
I'm really glad. No, that's awesome, dude. Yeah. Actually, Nate fixed it already. Version 104 is out, which means if I clear the queue, we can go fix this. There's 17 in the queue. God damn it. It's never happening.
WXRTHLTL_JWLPKLZ with 500 bits said, Goblin is as Goblin what? As Goblin
You're
is,
Goblin.
as Moonlight
You're Goblin.
stares. As
You're 5
Goblin
goblins.
sleeps, in Goblin coves, dreaming Goblin things. In Goblin chats, about Goblin TTS. Love your positivity font, feeling charged up now. Yes, it was a pun, Goblin Lord.
You're a goblin. You know that. I know that. We all know it. I want to see if we can make this config system. I want to understand what they're doing with config now. Over on this side, because it's quite weird. Their config system to do this, the spawn offset. If we can change that, it's a projectile config is the name of it. So let's go over to Blockgame, and we'll go to frostbolt. What is this? Morbid Duck, rating with a party of 8. Hope you're having a good day. And we'll add a new thing into this, and we'll call it projectile config. Frostbolt charged right, and create that. I don't actually know what a projectile config does yet. We'll figure it out. The parent, no, and the model, no, interactions maybe. No, this is weird, right? The spawn offset and the launch spawn rotation offset. Physics, tags. How do we add a thing to this? So we can actually change the model on this, on projectiles, do frostbolt there. So that's the frostbolt model that goes off. We can change the spawn offset to be 0.25. Right? So it's off to the left a little bit. And then I guess we can just tell it to launch that. I guess. No, that's not what we want. It's got to be in here somewhere, right? Rules, maybe? No. How do we add a config to this? I have no idea. There's no documentation. God damn it. What about this? Trails? Yes? No? Wait. What is that? What is a trail ID? What does this do? What? Hmm? I don't actually know what that just did. I have no goddamn idea. We'll do that. I did the position offset. Nope. What a unique shade of green. I swear to God. This is the worst toy you've ever had. This is worse than the key in the safe. I'll lose my mind. Spearmint. You're spearmint. You know what spearmint tastes like? Icy. It's green, though. You're green. That color is 255 green. You're 255 green. Can you add a key to the safe? I can, but only for me. You'll never have one. Pounds or kilograms? Pounds. Why would you want to kill your gram? That's messed up. You should talk to somebody. How are you, Thor? Have we found the bugs yet? Dude, we're only finding bugs. It's not cyan? Yes, it is. We're actually different shades of orange. True. That is true. Seed your lawn with mint? Please. Yeah. I'm fine with that. What do you... Whatever.
Jetfuel_N_Steel said someone said Thor smells, probably because he doesn't wash his hands after he pees.
I always wash my hands. Why would you not wash your hands? That's gross. You're gross.
NeoVivify said now that the new emotes are out and you being a previous record holder, what are your thoughts on Neuro beating the Hype Train record twice in 2 weeks?
I think it's awesome.
Neuro JAM Evil JAM.
Yeah, I reached out to Heartale and I said congratulations to him, and he was like, hell yeah, you know, like super into it, and I was even part of those hype trains, so I was there for the 123, and I threw in 5 gifted subs so I could actually get it, and yeah, Heartale has now beaten our hype train. We had 106, they got 111, 123, and now 126, so they've got the last 3 world record hype trains, which is awesome. Yeah. When you get add structures to the game, bro, when I get basic combat working, we'll talk about structures. We don't even have basic combat working, and like we're still kind of playing around with how their implementation is. And soon, it may all change. How was your time off for 2 days? It was kind of shit. I don't like taking time off. Not a fan of that, to be honest with you. We need to make the box move. I already did. If you look at this right here, this is a spell effect that I got to make. That's a little baby fireball, and this is the big boy fireball. And then this is a little frostbolt that I made today. It like flies and then explodes. It looks really cool for the caster and also for like somebody shooting it as well. So if you're not the caster, like it's really neat. It's got like a blast back set of particles there. And then also, I have one that shoots 2. So it's a volley, but I'm trying to make the volley a little bit better. So that's what I'm working on right now. And I'm playing around with the config, because I don't really know how configs for this stuff work yet. And projectile config is new to me. And it looks like the model of frostbolt, the spawn offset here. But I have no idea what we do with this. So, 2. Boop.
Der underscore low underscore said boots and cats and 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 boots and cats.
It's pretty good. That's a good jam, dude. Boots and cats is always a good jam. Default value. Interactions. What? What if the variable doesn't exist? Can we change the settings? Rules. We can't give it rules. Cooldown. Cooldown? Well, that didn't work. Alright. I thought maybe the cooldown would function, but it doesn't work out of the box. Did we just go clubbing? Yes. We did.
4 underscore chat said, dearest social kitten, you don't smell, today is not your birthday. This is not a time loop. Chat is not wrong, only helping. 12 ferrets in a coat is stronger than a 12-year-old human on average. It would be opposite day except for I love you, and what you do for millions of people. Keep up the good work, you're my favorite public nerd, ferret master, spicy nude influencer.
I don't understand. It's not supposed to happen this way. What? What? Oh, looks like my camera crashed. Sorry about that. You can't show me Hytale stuff on Twitter because Twitter is down. Yeah, it's dead. Twitter's like having serious problems. Oh, it looks like it's partially up right now. My timeline is not showing, though. It says something went wrong. Try reloading. And it will not reload, which is great. Yeah, Twitter is dead, dude. Twitter is kill. Alright, so let's go look in this. Let's see how we can implement configs. Because, like, what I was expecting was we would implement the configuration at the time the spell is fired. But it looks like that's not the case. So where the hell is a config implemented? Right? I guess that's that. Can we do a tag on this? Let me go look at this. Let me go into the config down here. The model is frostbolt, but the spawn offset is 2. So I don't understand. I don't understand how we can even call this config. Maybe we call the projectile config instead? Wait, idea. I actually have an idea. This might work. This might work. Where is our charged this? This. What if we do this, and instead of just calling that on this one, because this interaction is the charged launch, what if instead I do this, and under this one, we reference existing, and we make it not a root interaction, but frostbolt that can only pull a root interaction. Can that not do a config? Oh, it can't do parent for that. Hold up. I have an idea. Okay, we get rid of this shit. Get rid of that. Apply. We take this one right here. Because it can't do parent inheritance in this shit. Because parent inheritance does not work in the editor yet. That is not working. So, instead, I can take this and just delete it. And we won't... It doesn't exist. And we can apply that change. And then I can take this... like this, from that other weapon that we saw. We can put it there and then apply those changes. And we can say the parent is going to be this, but the config is going to be frostbolt charged right. And then apply those changes. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. That shit didn't work at all. Spell frostbolt charge next interactions to interaction 0. Okay, so that one did not function. Did not function. Let me go into the editor. It's very madge. It is incredibly madge. Frostbolt cast effect. No, that's not going to work. Go back into source. I was hoping. I guess that doesn't work. This is not supported yet correctly because it's like a configuration thing that's really weird. Wait. Oh, now it's mad. No, don't be mad. God damn it. No cooldown. We don't need that. Apply that change. There we go. Oh, it's doing that same bug as before, where it thinks that something is wrong, but like nothing is really actually wrong. What is this one? Okay, I have an idea. We're going to go back into the source. We're going to take this and just... and then do this. And now there's no sound, and there's no bug. And then we're going to take it, we're going to put it up here. In the wizard lands. Above this. So that it's cast costs and everything else. Let me just apply it. You son of a bitch! Restarting the server. I don't know why this one keeps happening, but it does. And the only way to fix it is by restarting the server. I don't know why. Don't you have to turn it to adventure mode to apply the changes? No, that's just for damage components. We're not working with damage components right now. Yeah, that's not necessary, thankfully. This one is a bug that only happens when I do a configuration error and then have to change it back. Have you tried adjusting the code for the net? I will find you. And I will make sure that your house is painted bright blue. I'll do it. I'll do it. Least visually more appealing than Minecraft. I agree with that. Modified Minecraft, though, is quite beautiful, but I think that this is just better looking out of the box, personally. What is this? Oh, Noobish? Yeah, no, you were talking about the differences between male and female color perception. Yes, there is differences there. On average. Not always, but on average, yes. Oh. Hey, look, it works perfectly and there's no more errors. Nice. I don't know why it loses the ability to identify the sound. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, X is dead. Otherwise known as Twitter. The blue bird has died. It's angry. As you can see, something went wrong. Try reloading. Yeah. Honestly, dude, the way that I feel about it is, I don't know. Butte. Grok is eating itself? It took it long enough. Good. Old Grok is... Dude, there's only two things that I see on Twitter right now. Tap my 4-picture image to make a long image, and Grok, put this in a bikini. Those are the only two things that are happening on that goddamn platform. The fact that it's down is irrelevant. There's nothing else happening on there right now, I guarantee you. That's it. That's the whole timeline right now. It's a mess, dude. Yeah, long image. The mess, dude. Twitter crashed, and yet you crashed earlier, and you'll never prove it. Never prove it. You put me in a bikini? Do it. Do it. And you know what'll happen? Someone will believe that it's real. Someone will ironically believe that it's real as a joke, and then someone slightly dumber will believe that it's real unironically. And thus the internet will overall believe it. Because there are many people, many, many more people, that believe that unironically than believe it ironically. It's just how that works. Can't read Simon's tweets now? Fair. I wish I could. What is this? Bitcraft? Open sourcing update? Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We've been waiting for this. I'm really excited for Bitcraft. That is awesome. The entire server module sub-repository. Wow. How a large-scale sandbox MMORPG can be built in a way that is extensible and capable of scaling to tens or even hundreds of thousands of players using Spacetime DB. While this does not include the client, it does provide a complete view into how the game actually functions at a systemic level. That's sick. You unbanned me from Discord? Tipseek, I don't know what your Discord name is, but if you got banned on Discord, you had to do some really stupid shit. So, what did you do? We'll start with this, Tipseek. What is your account name on Discord? You either got hacked and your account was owned and we had to ban you for that, or you posted something really stupid. You posted an image? Just that? What was the image of, Tipseek? Don't make me pull teeth on this. What did you post? I'm going to put money on stupid, and that money is slowly increasing as this bet goes on. What did you post? What was the image of? An image with hamburgers. What was the rest of the image? Tipseek, we don't ban people for just posting images of hamburgers. Just that? My ass. My whole ass. I'm going to go look right now. I'm going to message the mods. Can you show me the image that got the user Tipseek banned? Do you know why? Because we keep a record of absolutely everything that someone was been banned for, so that they don't come back 6 months later and be like, I got banned for nothing. So I'm going to wait for the mods to respond to me with the historical document of what you got banned for. And if it's if it's so not safe for work that I can't post it on stream, then you're staying banned on Discord. We'll find out. I have sent this into the emergency chat to the mods. Even if it was a burger bikini gnome, that'd just be a deletion. It's gotta be wild, dude. What is it gonna be? What did you do? What did you do? Is a nude hamburger just a plain hamburger? Maybe. Mods, where are you? I sent you a message. Where? Which moderators on staff? Set up a poll so we can vote? Maybe I will. Waiting on it. Was personal, I guess? No, it was not personal. No bans are personal. That is not how that works. Calm yourself. Tinny beauty? What is a tinny beauty, man? What does that mean? Let me message to find out what's going on. Funny. Dude, I'm telling you, Tipsy, there's context that you're not giving me right now. Kronos isn't replying. The mods aren't replying in emergency channel. The hell is going on? Where are you, nerds? Tomorrow's the jam? It is. Mods are on strike? Alright. Where are they? Let me go grab the user list. Find out who the hell is here. Find out why this is happening. Because if they're not on, they're just supposed to tell me. And I just don't know why nobody's responding. Jake and Kronos, neither of which are responding. There we go. Somebody has now seen the message. Lunch break? I don't know. I don't know what time their lunch break is. Waiting on it. They found the hidden bread. No bread for them, dude. All right. I'm waiting on them. 100% pooping? They could be pooping. Mods are paid? Yes. Yeah, the first thing that I did when you guys made me internet famous was I hired all the staff that was helping me run the stream. They are full-time salaried employees that make medical benefits, including medical, vision, dental, life insurance, and therapy on a $50 copay. Yeah. What are you waiting on them for? They have access to the entire list of historical reasons why people are banned. And this person is claiming they were banned in Discord. And they claim that they only posted a picture of a hamburger. And tinny beauties, whatever that means. Yeah. I don't know what that means. So they have a list. Yeah. Goddamn W. Thor? Yep. Done that the whole time. I can only hire as many mods as I can afford. So, I try to. And if I can't afford them, then we can't afford them, right? Can't you see these logs? I can, but they're the ones who are supposed to be maintaining that. And I'd have to go log in through the whole system, and it'd be a nightmare. I don't really want to do that right now. My job is to be here with you. Their job is to run those logs. I have a feeling that Tinny Beauties was porn. It probably is. It's probably going to be hamburgers and porn, is what that got that dude banned. And we're going to find out. Was it bad? To get banned from our Discord, you have to post something pretty bad. So, yes. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get even funnier now. Your account you said on Discord is named Tipzeek? Your account isn't banned on Discord. You're not even banned. That's like the weirdest possible outcome of this. You're not even banned, dude. Like... Like, dude. Unless you gave us the wrong account name, you're not even banned. Wait. Did you get banned from all of Discord? If you got banned from all of Discord, that's a you problem, dude. Like, that's wild. But no, you didn't get banned from our Discord. I vote to ban now? Maybe we should ban him. Yeah. Too many hamburgers. That's wild, dude. That's insane to me.
Wesvaldo0194 with 500 bits said, "Hello Thor, Lord of the Glue and holder of the sacred brain cell. I come to you after a long day at work. It is currently 3:30 a.m. and I plan to stay up until you go offline today. Have a good day, 7."
You're a 7. Maybe even 5 sevens. Maybe even 7 sevens. So with our frostbolt, I don't know how configs work. And inheritance doesn't work. It's like deprecated. And there's no tag for this. I don't know how this is going to work. So, I'm going to ham-fist this in a stupid-ass way. We're going to do it now. It's going to be ham-fisted. Let's take a look at this. There's a couple different ways I think I can do this. And I don't really want to. Yeah, hamburger fisted. Exactly. Full hamburgers for hands. Handburgers, as it were. A knuckle sandwich, you may say. My hope is that basically we can take the frostbolt, modify it, and that's what's supposed to be happening here. But it looks like they're doing it in a really weird way. Right? Yeah, I don't know how we do this. Let's go and look at the bows and see how they've actually implemented it there. If we don't know, we can find out. And there's no docks yet, so we can't go that way. Bow shoot charging. And we can go and look at this. Nope, don't override. Source. Shoot charged fail. That's not what we want. Modify inventory. Wait, does this go in order? I think it does. Huh. I think it does go in order. That's super weird. Wait, what happened to chat? Wait, what's going on? What's going on with chat? Did you get burgered? Did that happen to you? Now you gotta go do it to somebody else. That's unfortunate. That's rough, buddy. It did to you? That's why I just burgered you. Now I'm unburgered. But all of you? Fully burgered. Yeah. You're hungry now? Same. So there's a section down here called config. And we can make projectile configurations. And this projectile configuration can be called nowhere. How does this work? These are all under prototyping, so we don't know how this actually works. Tri-shot is what we want. Spawn offset. SFX bow shoot. How does this even function? That's such a mess. You would expect this to, like, be structured in a way that made more sense, but I guess not. Configuration's quite weird. Because you would expect it to be like, I'm going to go fire a projectile with this config to modify it, but there's nowhere to place the config to modify it. So let's go up here and look at tri-shot. Tri-shot projectile. Projectile config bow combat tri-shot. Type projectile config. Okay, that's useful. Let me grab this. If I can modify it that way, and we can go back to Frostbolt instant. We'll go look at Frostbolt. We're going to go grab the charged up Frostbolt now. And I think this is the interaction. This is the interaction. So this is type charging. And then spell Frostbolt charged is type simple. Frostbolt cast effect. Type simple. Launch projectile. This is the one. So I guess instead of a type launch projectile, we do a type of projectile? and then do it as a configuration. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. Failed to decode asset, don't care. Not a problem. And we can go into this, and we'll do config. Where's config in this? Does it have a config in this? It does not. Let's grab this. And we'll say frostbolt charged right. Yeah? What happens when I cast this, though? Does it... Oh! It did well. It did well. Fantastic. All right, well, I feel like that went exactly the way that it should. That's fantastic. Is this going to crash every time I load now? All right, good. Fantastic. Well, that didn't do what it wanted to. I guess config frostbolt charged right is not what we want then, yeah? That's quite funny. Let's grab this. This is the prototype. No, this is not how configs are working. I have no idea how this shit works. I just need like a good example of like a very simple effect, and this is not... This ain't it, man. Boo. Let's wait to see if the tri-shot is in the game yet. It is in the game. You just try to cast an empty projectile? I think I might have, but also maybe not. Because we did charged config this, which that is doing itself correctly. Type is projectile. Frostbolt charged right. Right? Maybe I have to set a projectile type in there? No. I got nothing, man. I have no idea. Yeah, I got no idea. Alright, ads are gone. So, if we go back down to frostbolt charged right, this config, and we go up here, and we look at the launch charged, and we look at that, like, they are tied together, and this is the model of frostbolt. Spawn offset is X, 2. So I would expect that to actually fire the frostbolt, like that model. I don't want it to mess up food. I don't want that. So this is not working the way that I expected, which sucks. Yeah, it really sucks, actually. Well, damn. Config does not work in this way. Does not work in this way. So we'll put it back here, and we'll say frostbolt charged. And then apply that. That should work just fine. Go back into here, and do this, and be like, bam! Alright, that's still working. But why is that not working in the way that I want it to? Why can't we fire 2 of those this way? Yeah, the only thing I can think of is the volley, man. I gotta compare the arrow volley. And see how they implemented this. It's such a weird implementation, but like once I get the hang of it, like once I know what the hell is going on, we can actually go from there. So we've got projectile config, deprecated volley. Yeah, I love that it's called deprecated. I'm going to take this, we're going to put it over here. So this is the config. Config. And that is name center. Let me grab the name of this thing. Stop. I need you to... Sure, duplicate. Whatever, man. I just can't grab the name. Whatever. We'll call that one center. Next one is going to be projectile config short bow volley. So there's another config in here which is projectile config. And that's just called config. So it's a config into a config. Okay, man. All right. Great. And then volley. We can do short bow volley. Charging. Volley charge 0, 1, and 2. So they have different versions based on how long you charge it for. Charge 0. Short bow volley shoot inner. Left, center, and right. So on the actual volley shoot, it just does all three as parallel interactions. That's it. And it does it as parent and config. And if we try to show this, it does nothing. It won't show any of that. It shows the parent, but it doesn't show configs, because configs don't show up in this. All right, now I have a general idea. This is going to be in item interaction. Yeah, this is item interaction. All right, item interaction. Okay, now we can go back to our frostbolt, and I have a general idea for how this can work. Frostbolt. It's probably not going to. I have a general idea. A general idea. This is our charged right here. Where is it? This is the charged one. Theirs is type parallel, which is what I have right here. And then the interactions therein. The first one is the spell cast cost. That reduces our durability. The second one is the frostbolt cast effect. So what I need to do is take this one here and replace frostbolt cast effect inside of that interaction. Just like that. And we'll apply changes there. And now, I'm going to ignore this. We're just going to fire that and see what happens. Okay. It's shooting an arrow over there. Holy shit, it's working. I have the idea. I understand how this works. Kind of. It's sort of stupid, but I get it now. It's just stupid. Arrow to the right, yes. And now we take this same thing, and we put it here, and we put it there. And then we'll say center, and we say right. Yeah? Apply those changes. And now, it's shooting 3 of them. Yeah? Yeah. I actually understand how it works now. It's just kind of weird, right? So now what we need to do is we need to go down here and projectile config, which is this one, which is our config. We need to make a new config. Oh, we have so many configs to make. Okay, let me think about this. The next one needs to be... Let me grab this. This is going to be a bunch. This is why I don't like this. I don't like this way of implementing. It's weird. Because we have to pull each of these, and then this has a config that then also has a config that also has a config. So we've got this config that pulls up the projectile config short bow volley, right? And that's a new config. So we have to grab that config. And that config is this one. Right? And that's weird. So we're going to override that asset. We're just going to bring it over. And we're going to go to... Yeah, that's fine. And now that needs projectile config arrow base, which is going to be another config inside of weapon arrows. I think that's just a projectile, yeah? I think it is. I think it's just a basic-ass projectile. Because it's under weapons arrows, yeah? That's a projectile config, though. What the shit? Okay. I guess we could do that. Let me grab that, and we're going to go over to frostbolt. Blockgame. And we could do plus projectile config, and we could call it, what is that one name? Projectile config frostbolt base. Create. And then make this applied, and then go to here and change the arrow to frostbolt. There we go. Yeah, yeah. With a launch force of 10. And now that is technically correct. We'll go to volley, shortbow volley, and we'll change this to projectile config frostbolt charged. Rename it. And then in that one, we can go frostbolt now. Down to our charged frostbolt in this weird bullshit. And we do parent config frostbolt. And we'll swap it to that. And this was arrow base, so we can do frostbolt base. Yeah? And then we open this, and we put it in source. We look at it, and it's probably going to be weird. And then we do frostbolt spells. Where's my charged frostbolt? Where's that special cool sound that I do? Where are you? Cast effect. This one. And we go down here to frostbolt base. No, we don't want that. There's so much projectile config madness. Grab that and change it from bow shoot to ice shoot. And then apply it. And now, when I do this, it blows up the server. Okay, well, it's kind of not doing what I wanted, but it's also not crashing the server. One step forward. All right. We're getting there. Getting there, dude. TTS time.
WXRTHLTL_JWLPKLZ with 500 bits said orphans love this one weird trick. You build a queue, and then Thor feels emotional about not clicking the button. Luckily only lizards don't have feelings. So the orphans are safe. Or is this the timeline where he was a secret lizard?
You're a secret lizard.
Slurp, lick eyeball.
No. I don't lick eyeballs on stream. Frostbolt base. There we go. The gravity there is fine, I guess. The gravity 1. Frostbolt projectile. Where's our frostbolt? Ah, there it is. Gravity of 1, muzzle velocity 40. So this is just re-implementing the same shit. This is so weird. Why is that just in the emitter, man? Like, I don't know why that's got to have, like, a whole configuration thing for it. For multiple... It's such a weird system. Projectiles in Hytale are very odd, I think, right now. Is the biggest thing to me, is, like, they're implemented in such a strange way. Like, you would expect something like the thing that casts a projectile to just be like, cast 5 of them. How many of them do you want to cast? What patterns do you want them to be in? Like, not doing a bunch of configurations for these. It's very odd. Like, on a per bullet basis, you know? Yeah. Oh. Let's see. Alright, so that works. Mr. McLevin, if you actually want to know what we've made today, I've built this nice little particle effect for this, and then also this exploding particle effect, and then that light particle effect thing. And what I'm trying to work on is I'm trying to work on getting this to work to shoot multiple projectiles at once in a system that has no documentation. So, there's no documentation out yet. Soon, there might be. But for now, we're ham-fisting our way through it. And I'm doing it based on other implementations that the developers put in the first place. That are all marked as deprecated. Just like, not the best. Yeah. You're still here because I'm chilling and encouraging. I will always encourage you to make things. In fact, tomorrow, our 18th Game Jam starts. Go sign up for it. It's free. Free! Here. Go make things. Always, my dude. Always make stuff. Did that just not work? YouTube? There, I'll just spam it for you. There you go. You're so excited? I'm excited to see what you guys choose as the theme this time around, man. You're here to annoy Thor? Good. Yeah, he did Frankenstein a bunch of versions into one game. That is true. This is like a Frankenstein's monster of versions. And it's weird, but like at least our cool spell effect will survive. Not really, Magnus? Already joined? Missed the last one because life happened? Ah, that's fair, dude. It happens. Yeah. You're here for burgers? Honestly, get as many burgers as you can. Life is about how many burgers you can get. It's true.
Karamak with 500 bits said, I wish for documentation because I have been trying to figure out how ranged weapons work by reading the assets.
Dude, same.
Problem. Ranged weapons are implemented 5 very different ways.
Yes,
bows,
they are.
Crossbows, staff, book, and assault rifle. That don't work the same at all. There's no indication which is the correct method, as if different devs were doing whatever bespoke methods at the time. Zone not like this.
Dude, you are in exactly the same position that I'm in. I have it working for my own implementation right now, which I don't know if that's going to survive the test of time, but it's also like really overcomplicated for no reason. And basically what you do is you set up a book, right? Weapon frostbolt. This is what this is. You go into functionality, you set up a stat modifier, which is what I have on that for a damage base, but you also set up an interaction. So primary interaction, secondary interaction. Primary interaction is casting frostbolt instantly. Secondary interaction is charging the frostbolt and then casting it, right? Let's look at it for firebolt, because firebolt I actually have set up correctly, and I'm trying to set up a volley for frostbolt. But if we go into firebolt, it's the same thing. Interactions, we go into here, instant and charged. Then those call the instant and charged versions of this. Charged allows you to hold the spell down for 1 second until it casts that. Instant goes through instantly. So the effect of this is we throw a fireball, or we hold it and throw a fireball. And see how those effects were completely different from each other? That's because instant casts spell firebolt instant. Spell firebolt instant. And that goes to this, which is reducing the durability of the item, canceling if we have no durability. By the way, this one doesn't work yet. And then this here is casting the instant fireball and casting the sound effect for it. Instant fireball is now firebolt cast launch instant. Firebolt cast launch instant is right here, and it fires the projectile ID of firebolt instant, which is this one all the way down here, which uses the explosion of firebolt small, which is the gigantic explosion that I built all the way out here. And you have to make that twice. One for the big one for the little one. This seems incredibly overcomplicated, but at least is mostly straightforward to me now. Now, getting it to fire 3 at once, that's the problem. So, give me just a minute. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, I've returned. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. That's very nice of you. All right. Let's think about this. We can do all of our explosions correctly. All this is done. So, frostbolt. The only thing that I don't understand now is configuration for multi-shots. And if we go look at frostbolt, we have frostbolt charged right, which is this one. And the spawn offset being X2, right? And if we look at volley center, which is the one that I need to copy over, it's going to be like center or something. Center? Is it there? It's going to be a configuration. This is the offset. So the yaw isn't going to change. Wait. Let's grab that all the way at the bottom. Oh my god, why did it do this? I hate when you search something and then you can't. Like, you have to like do this. There's volley. Projectile config short bow volley. Short bow volley. You can't follow up on it. There we go. Charge 0. There we go. Grab those. Now we have center, left, and right. Wait. What? Why is left more X, center is a little bit X, and right is 0? Are they slightly... Is X in this case this direction? And Y is this... Is it... That doesn't make any sense. Why would left be... It's not pitch. It's not pitch. There's yaw, but there's no pitch. Okay, let me grab this. I'm going to say center. And we're going to say left. Left. I'm going to say right. Right. There we go. And those are going back to shortbow volley, which is a different file. And that shortbow volley is going to projectile config arrow base. Now, this one is the one that we could dupe. Yes. All right, so now that we've done this, kind of, I can go back up here to charged. We can look at this. Shortbow volley shoot inner. Deprecated volley charge left. Deprecated volley charge center, charge right. And if we take this, we go into here and we do this, it is not going to work, which is fine. Where's our charge left and right? Projectile config deprecated volley charge right. Did I copy this over? I don't know if I did. Stop it. I did not copy this over. Did I script shortbow volley shoot inner? I did not. So why is this madge? I'm going to fall into the sun, chat. This is it. This is how I die. This is how I fall into the sun. Yeah. Something's wrong with it. I don't know what it is. Shortbow volley shoot inner. Let's just go look at that under Hytale's read-only shit. Why are you mad? What do you do? What do you do? Nothing. You don't do a damn thing. Short bow volley. Short bow volley. Grab this. Inner. Interaction. Okay. So that one's going to be... We need to get all of these. Basically, I got to get the whole set. Projectile config. Shoot. Inner. Don't you do this to me. Don't you do it. You son of a bitch. All right. Now let's take a look at this. Okay, from the top, we go into charged. We have this. That is the parent effect. And I need to grab that, and that is an interaction. So when I go into here, we find that interaction. That is an interaction. I have it recorded. That's the top level for it. Go back to frostbolt. We go into Blockgame, frostbolt, go back to charged. Charged is then using config of projectile config deprecated volley charge left. Go into here, doesn't exist. Go into Hytale, does exist. Grab that. Projectile config short bow volley. So we're going to grab the left one, and I'm just going to put the name there, and this is going to grab it, and we'll throw it in there. And then I'll grab the other ones. I'm just going to put it like this. Center. And right. All right, done. Now, those are using projectile config short bow volley, which we don't have access to. So we're going to grab that one. This one is a projectile config. I need to pull the names of these too. These have to be projectile config. So this is a projectile config. And these are two. And now this one is that projectile config arrow base right there. We can grab that, dump that down here, and that is tied up to this like that. Such a weird system. And I believe that is also a projectile config. It is. All right. Projectile config. And that takes us to interaction, bow projectile damage, which is really weird. Is that actually where the damage is done? Is that how they're doing that for inheritance? They go all the way down this chain and then they hard code the damage into the ability? That sucks. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do it that way? I guess it's using damage entity parent. Does that even show up in the editor? No. This asset has a parent and inheritance is not yet supported in the property editor, of course. Okay, so maybe it's not actually doing that. Maybe the damage is just set to that and it's not hard-coded. It's doing it through inheritance from the main weapon, which is good. If that's the case, that's good. And it looks like it's actually doing damage as a type. It's doing it as physical damage, which is also really good to see. I'm going to screenshot that and send it to Jake and say this gives me hope. Because it does. I have hope. Hopium. These don't display in asset editor yet. They are in source. So that's elemental type, basically. That's damage type, and then the element for it, which means it does exist in data. It just doesn't exist in the editor because we can't have inheritance in the editor yet. This is the worst the system will be. Yes, correct. That is actually correct. Yeah, we're going to need inheritance for damage, for sure. Yeah. So this is the worst that it will ever be. Can you not look up the parent manually? I can, but the issue is not the parent, it's being able to see it and implement it. If we look at damage entity parent, you can see this right here. So when we deal damage, we can actually do stuff, right? In this case, and this is weird, clear potion. So when you deal damage to a person, it removes their healing over time potion. Which feels very bad. But that's in there, and it just does it, right? So on the target, it clears healing over time. Which is whack, dude. Yeah. But here we are. It also does apply effect, red flash. So when you hit somebody, it applies a red flash to their client. Heard Hytale out of the box is like a combo between Minecraft and Valheim. Were you misinformed? You're probably getting that from the perspective of playing the video game. I'm doing it from the perspective of making cool shit in the video game. Right? Like, spells. They do cool shit, right? So, like, if you're just playing it, it's kind of a video game right now. If you're modding it, it'll be the best video game. Yeah. You having fun learning to program in Hytale at the moment? Yeah. So, like, I think the biggest thing for me is there's a lot to solve here. Their documentation is not out yet. And if you look at all of the items in the game, they're all built completely differently. Like a bunch of monkeys with typewriter status, right? So because of that, it's rough. But it's also, like, kind of fun, because every time I get something to work, that dopamine hit is great, dude. For people say Hytale's a fusion between Minecraft and Terraria. No. No, it's not. Not really at all. It makes... I think the thing is... How do I say this? People don't have pattern recognition. A lot of them don't. So when they see a block, they go, it has blocks. Tetris. It's kind of like the dumbest way to look at something. Like, if you look even a little bit beyond the surface, you'll find that this is very different from anything else. Like, incredibly different. Do not be the dumb guy that stops at, it looks like Tetris. Because that's not the case, dude. Like, at all. And I find that that is very, very common on the internet, right? So anytime someone sees a block, they go, Minecraft, Terraria. And then I go, well, how is it like Terraria? And they go, blocks. It's just not, it's not what it is, man. There's so much more in there. Yeah. Hytale was a super popular Minecraft server. Actually, it's Hypixel, which is the name of the company that owns it. Yeah. And they wanted to make their own thing. They wanted to make their own Minecraft. And they did. It's better. Yeah. Game reminds me of Blockgame. You're goddamn right. But I do think that, like, vaguely similar makes sense. Because they're both using voxels. But when people go, oh, it's just Minecraft, I go, no, it's not. And you have to use a little bit more effort to look into something. Because it makes no sense. You just need official servers? I don't want to play alone? Fair. Yeah, we tried to set one up and it imploded, so. So is Teardown also Minecraft? That's exactly the problem. Right? Hytale reminds me of APL. What is APL? I don't know what that is. Like, I'll give you a really good example of this, right? We can fly around this environment at maximum velocity. You can look at all these different creatures. You're basically never going to find stuff like this all over Minecraft. In fact, let me show you something interesting. I want you to look at this environment. You see how it's kind of like just dark? With spirals in the sky? I made that weather. I made it do that. Let's go in here. And we'll go look up Blockgame. This is Zone 1 clear. We can change this to be whatever we like. We'll grab that. We'll look up at the sky, and you see that it's not displaying anymore, right? There's a couple of bugs with this, but that's okay. And we can modify this any way that we want to. Let's go look at colors. I want the moon to have specific colors in this. I'm going to make these expand all. We're going to grab the sky. We're going to set the sky to void for that. That's what I've got set for that. And I was playing around with this last night. And now you can see the moon is a void. I can change this based on when a boss appears. I can change it so that when you walk into a certain biome, or you cast a specific spell, it changes for everyone in a 100-block radius. We could turn the moon blood red and make it so that monsters spawn. I can make it so that when this goes on, there's actually particles that go across the ground. There is any number of things you can do with the skybox and all of the settings and the environment anywhere in the game, on any settings that you want, automatically for players. Can you make multiple moons? I don't know. I haven't tried yet. But this is the thing that's really important that sets this apart from Minecraft, is I can do that in real time, anytime that I want to, and set this up any way that I want and test it live. And you see that on the server when I'm doing it. That's the part that's insane. Nothing exists like this in Minecraft. It is wholly incredible because of what you can do. Let's even just go look at the colors, right? We'll go grab, I don't know, moon scales. At this time of day, I want the moon to turn to a size of 5. And I want it so that as we move forward in time, it shrinks and grows beyond that. So we'll set it to 1 and 1. So what you'll see now is as the moon traverses, it gets larger and then smaller again. Isn't that crazy? And I can just do that immediately. So as it traverses the sky, there we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Anytime that you want. And if you look at this, you can set it up based on number of days. So I can set this up once a year, this thing happens. Or once a month, this thing happens. And then you can just do whatever you want. You can change the graphic. You can do anything, right? We'll change the moon scales there to 5. What if we change the moon glow colors? And I want it to be red. But only during that time. And then outside of that, we just don't have any moon glow colors. We'll set it back to black. And black. So then when the moon gets very big, which in this case it's going to look really stupid, but you can see it starts off with like a black aura around it. All the way down there. If I can do this. There we go. And now as it gets closer to the time, it gets a big red aura and then goes back to a black aura and leaves out. You can just change this stuff. Like, all of it is modifiable by you in real time, any way that you want to. And it's kind of insane, dude. Like, I've never seen a game let you do this to this degree. Not in real time, in a multiplayer environment. Ever, right? So, yeah, shit's rad. Love Red Moon. All of it's cool, yeah. Here, we'll go into moons, and I'll change this over to... We can change the Northern Lights, maybe. I think there's a moon in here, yeah? Hello, moon. We're going to set it to gibbous. No. We'll do the crescent moon, or the new moon there. And then we'll do... moon. Crescent moon. And then we'll do... half moon. And then we'll do gibbous moon. And then full moon. So now, as we rotate forward, we can actually change the look of the moon based on these cycles. So you can see every day, the moon type changes between these. So you can even do daily effects of animating the moon back and forth. Anytime that you want to. Right? And that's going through the different days and seeing how this can rotate. And that doesn't even look perfect yet, because it's not doing the other side of it. The inverse, right? And I think that's the whole point with this. You know, is like, you have full environmental control. Can you make the moon a GIF? You can do whatever you want. So now let's watch this. I think this may break. There we go. And we can change this to poison, lands, purple, whirl. And now watch. Wait for it. Not only does it have all of the spirals in the sky, but if we do time midnight, this is what it looks like at night. And it also has fireflies now. And they're not just little points of light, they're actually animated fireflies. Over the whole environment. You have full control over this. You could just change the graphic out. We can make it my face if we want to, right? And that's the whole point with this, man. You can make it fast, you can make it slow, you can change the graphics around, anything you want it to be. And, like, I think when I said, like, if you're playing this game, you're playing it wrong, I really meant it right now. Is, like, this is one of the most awesome tools that I've ever seen for making a multiplayer environment in real time that I've ever seen. Like, it's just crazy. And now we can just do it, you know? So play around with it. It's a toy, you know? All right, I need to go back to where I was. Instances. And if you want to see how crazy that can get to, go to, like, Hedera. It's not a bad idea. Your face is the skybox. I can totally do it. Like, this is just another one of those aspects. Everything in this game was made using this editor. That music change. The glow. The little particles going up. The fog, the, like, haunted moon over on the other side and the haunted sun through this. All of that is just through this same editor. So, like, go nuts, dude. Like, yeah. Looks awesome. It's crazy, dude. The sun is a deadly laser. True. But, like, look how crazy this looks, man. It was just like a haunted... I don't like how haunted that was. I don't know if I can hit that. I need to make the projectile explosion size on that larger. Can you make biomes? Yes. Yes, you can. You can already create that. Biomes, trees, all kinds of shit, man. It's solid, it should stick to the model. If it's a solid, it should stick to the model? What are you talking about? Oh, no. I just don't have... I think the radius on it is set to 0.1. It still hits, but you have to be, like, direct. Oh, look. A thing. Boop. Boop. Can you make rain glue? We can make it rain, too, yeah. Let me do this. Go to map. We'll go back to our environment. I think it's under world. Yeah, instances, and then flat world. And we can go to weather, set, rain, but the rain is going to be zone 4, wastes, rain. We'll set it there, and it should start raining in a moment if the rain is actually running. There it is. And you can change all the graphics on that rain, too. You can make little tiny faces if you want to when it hits the ground. Or do particle effects or whatever. There you go. You know? And, like, look how nice that rain looks, too. Like, it already looks good. And, like, if we take this and, like, put it up there, it actually hits the block. So I think after we change it from, like, flat little particles like that, maybe make it do a little splash, like, all of that would look really nice, you know? This is the ugliest it can be. And you can just go from there and do whatever you want with it. Have you played with any of the exploits that Spiff showed in his newest video? No. I'm not really, like, into doing exploits in this right now because it's a tool, right? When you have the ability to change everything, I just don't feel like it matters, right? So right now, I'm focusing on trying to understand all of their tooling and giving them bug reports for the tooling when it's not working correctly. And then also giving them feedback on stuff that, like, hey, I wish we could do this, you know? Why on earth did this get canceled? I don't know what Riot was thinking, man. I really don't. What is this? Is this a scam of the real Hytale merch store? I'm going to guess yes. One moment. Seeing as their main website doesn't seem to have a link to that, that sounds like a scam. Right? Right? AOC update? Link me to their patch notes. Yeah. That looks like a scam, my dude. And maybe it's not, but you just got burgered. Let me see. Hytale merch. Yeah, that looks like a scam, dude. Let me see who owns it. One sec. View, page source. Jesus Christ, this website is built terribly. The horror of it. This looks like a scam. This looks like a scam, dude. Why are there a million tokens in this like this? This looks like a scam. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. Yeah, no, this is a scam. There's no way. There's no way. It's 100% a scam. What is that? Is that AI generated? That looks AI. What is that? That's insane. What is that image? What is that image? No, this is a scam. There's like 50 scams. That's a scam. Look at that. It's a flat plush of a 3D character. That's so funny, dude. Oh my god. It's a bunch of community documentation, although, yes, there is community documentation. Some of it's wrong, though. We've noticed, so one of the things that I've noticed for community documentation is there's a couple of websites that have been using AI to generate documentation, and that AI-generated documentation is just using Minecraft documentation and saying that it's Hytale. Because AI doesn't know what it is yet, because no one's made it yet. Which is great. So there's like a bunch of websites that are just filled with Minecraft documentation that is just wrong and saying it's Hytale. Yeah. It seems like it'd be a very long time till Blockgame can be properly ported. Not as long as you would think. Snotty man. There's a couple of things that are stopping us right now. I'll give you an example of something that's working perfectly. You ready for this? This is going to kind of blow you away. Something that we could just put in the game right now. I spent a very long time creating a salvage system inside of Blockgame. And salvage in Blockgame is sort of annoying. I have to put tokens for each one of the items. I have to make it so that those items actually have flags on them so they can be used with a salvage kit item. We had to write in custom Java to make it so that that salvage kit item could then be used on any item that actually can be salvaged, and ones that can't, it doesn't use it on those. Then it had to remove items from your inventory and replace them with other items, even if your inventory was full, so it would throw some on the ground. Guess how this works in Hytale? You just put the item in that. And if we go into here, and we look at this, and we go to Hytale, and we say salvage, the recipe is right here. And that's it. That system was 25% of the work for items, and it's done. It takes 2 seconds for me now. It is incredibly, incredibly easy for me to make salvage in this game, and you get a cool workbench to put it on. So we go in here, and we look at this, and I go pull, like, thorium, and we grab a thorium chest piece, and we take that and we put it on here. Not only does it eat it, it looks cool when it does it. Look at that. And then it spits it out over here. And then if we go over here and we look at salvage and thorium, chest piece, that's actually the salvager right there. Isn't that neat? Isn't that rad? Like, that fixes so many problems for me right off the bat. So there are certain things in Hytale that are just ready for us to put Blockgame in it. And there are certain things in Hytale where it's just not ready for us at all. Have you tried modding Hytale in Java yet? Yeah, we actually have some Java stuff we've already done. Let me grab all this crap. Inventory. Wrong thing. / inventory. Clear. So if we go out to... Come on, man. I think it's there. Is it /TP world? /warp world? I don't remember what the hell it is. Let's just go up here. Go to Creative Tools, World, Instance, and Default. Might be default old. Fix the weather, man. This is depressing. Don't be depressed by nice rain. All right. I think it's down... Where is it? Do this. It might be the other one. There's too many worlds. Map. World. Instances. Default. It's the ugly version. It might be default instead of default old. Get out of here. There's that. I swear to God it's down over this way. Which world is this in? Is it basic? No, it's not basic. You know what? Screw it. New. New town. There we go. Buttsville. Create. You already in a town? God damn it. Slash town. Town spawn. There's no commands for it yet. I need to know where my town is. It's somewhere around here. I know it is. I just don't know where. Anyway, we can build towns on the server, and I don't know where the hell they are. They're hiding somewhere. Is it default? What do you mean default? There's too many worlds. Default is not the right one. I think it's default old. Lost in the World Spaghetti. / TP World. Is that what it is? Dude, there's too many worlds. There's too many worlds, Jake. Oh, there we go. Okay, this world is the world that I was playing in before. There we go. To the south. Towards the village of Beppis. So yeah, this is custom Java that Jake was working on yesterday. And now I'm in Asgard. Down here. I left Beppis down and I'm in Asgard now. We go time noon. But you can see that on the world map, it actually shows up here. On the compass at the top, it actually shows it as well. And then when you leave and enter, it actually does a pop-up. And that's with / new town. We can actually claim areas of the map, and it will show. And you can have multiple areas of the map in the same town and make it larger. So the idea behind this is that Townie was a system we used in Minecraft, and we want to re-implement Townie as our own so that it's more efficient. And then just kind of go that direction. Friend made a Hytale server for our friend group, but now can't enter the server because he keeps saying, waiting for chunks to load. What could be happening? I don't know what could be happening there. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. We can also have regional music. Yeah, it'd be really cool if you could have your own music set on your own town, right? You could do stuff like that. But the idea is that we build a system that's like Townie, but more purpose-built for what we're trying to do. You know, and that's the whole point with that. Server to chunky? I don't know. Chunks in this game are 32 by 32 instead of 16 by 16, which is already interesting. Yeah. If you give access to this implementation to the community? No. No, we're building it into Blockgame. Like, we're making an MMO for you to play. You can add a UI for mares? Yes. In fact, one of the things that I was trying to work on the other day is adding a UI that shows statistics, but we're having problems with it because there's not a lot of good tooling for adding our own custom UI right now. At least not yet. Eventually there will be. We have to build a lot of tools, currently. Yeah. Yeah, Blockgame's custom behavior is a monolithic mod, so we can't just expose the town system. Agree. You guys could always wipe your world and go from there. I don't know what that would do. How do you check more players to Hytale Blockgame? As a Minecraft server is difficult to play due to lack of players. I think, to be honest with you, when I announced that we were going to Hytale, it killed off a lot of the players in Blockgame Minecraft server. I think the other problem that we had before that was general toxicity. Because it is a social sandbox game, and we were removing people that were toxic, but we weren't removing enough people. And the people who were toxic basically eroded all of the non-toxic players, which ended up being a huge problem. So we're just going to need to be more stringent on moderation in the future. And also, once it's in Hytale, I think that'll be its permanent home, you know? Yeah, fresh start is what a lot of people are into. The league problem, kind of, yeah. It was very, very much so a league problem, you know, like, I think the biggest issue with it is I'll give you an example. We had players that were taking screenshots of them saying nice things and other people saying really horrible things, and then sending those screenshots to us as devs and saying, and reporting players for bad behavior. The problem was they were leaving out the context of all the things they were saying, too. So there were people that were basically baiting shitty behavior on factions that they didn't like, and then screenshotting that shitty behavior that they got because they baited it, and then sending it in. And all of these people were doing this. All of them. And I just banned them all. It's like, nope. That's it. And it was a lot, dude. Yeah, so it wasn't even like, dude, just fight each other in PvP. They got a 30-day ban from the server. And it was like, dude, just fight each other in PvP. Stop including the moderators. This is not our job. Your job, you go fight each other. You have the systems to do so. Fight. Leave me alone. Leave me out of it. The only time that a moderator should get involved is when you're doing some weird shit. And I shouldn't have to deal with it. Screenshot proof's in a good way? No, it's not, because we have the full server logs. So, we know exactly what was said on the server. You know? It's a sandbox and a game. Exactly. Let them fight. They should just fight. I'll give you another one that we actually banned for. This was really interesting, actually. It was kind of shit behavior. Basically, there was a leader of one town, and there's a leader of another town. This town was small, so they couldn't fight the big guys. These guys were big, and they wanted to PvP each other. These guys wanted a PvP, but they couldn't because they were too small. So, what do? They made a bunch of alts, and they took those alts, and they put them in the other guild and acted like they were completely different people. Spies. Totally valid gameplay. I don't really have a problem with that. But what they did with it was a little bit too shitty to me. They waited for the guild leader of this guild and this town to have a medical condition. And when he was in the hospital, they declared war from this town. When they declared war, they took their alts and they put them on the battlefront and killed their own characters over and over again to win the war. I banned them. That's the horrific behavior. That's insane, to be honest with you. But yeah, they literally just put their alts over here, and they took their mains, and they killed their own alts over and over again to win. They got a 3-day ban for it. I was like, stop it. Don't do that shit. That's too much. You could put spies in there, that's fine, but the multi-boxing to win a battle is just insane, dude. Stop it. Stop doing that. Yeah. Yeah, they got a 3-day ban for it, and they were told not to. Because, to be real with you, technically it's okay. Technically it's allowed, but it was just gross. And I was like, dude, that's... The amount of sweat that you're portraying there is a bit too much. Technically, the game systems allow you to do this. You could totally have spies, that's fine. But, dude, that's a bit much, right? Gross because it's nasty, dude. It's just gross behavior. Specifically, taking advantage of an IRL medical condition is disgusting. Yes, that's where it got weird, right? That's where it got weird. Because they waited for the guild leader to be indisposed before pulling that off, right? That's just nasty. It's too much. You like the Tale of the Tall Tower? The Tall Tower was pretty funny. There was a player that kept finding exploits in the game, and he found a way to create vanilla invis potions. Vanilla invis potions, if you're not aware, last for a full freaking 8 minutes, which is insane. That is an immense amount of time. And they save to your character, so if you log out and log back in, they're still on you. So what he did was he stripped completely naked, ate an invis potion, vanilla invis potion, looted a bunch of chests inside of a dungeon, and then logged out. And then would do that every day, every 24 hours, would just keep doing this until I caught him. And I was like, stop it. Stop doing that. No vanilla invis potions. Took all his shit away, right? And then I found him doing it again. And I was like, what the shit? We fixed the way that you made those. How did you do this again? And he wouldn't say. And he kept being sneaky about it. Sneakier. This guy lived in a giant tower. Eventually, he got banned for this kind of behavior. He was constantly doing this. And when I destroyed his tower, I found that he had created walls inside of the walls using half blocks and all kinds of shit. And in those walls, there were item frames. And in those item frames were hundreds of vanilla invis potions. He had made them all early and stored them in the walls of his home for months. And would just sneak in there and pull one out and then use it. They weren't in chests because he knew that we were using a system to auto-detect everything that was inside of chests. So he put them in item frames in the walls. Banned. Actually insane behavior. It's always clever, But it's always like, what is wrong with you, dude? Like, why are you like this? There was another one that, like, turned in a thing where if you grew, you could plant beetroot. Oh, we got ads. We're going to go into the ads. It's so sweaty. It's all so sweaty. It's so sweaty.
Gun 4 Hire 2025 with 500 bits said one day soon the prophecy will be fulfilled. When the point hole is full and then the 7 stars align. The fracking 5 will reunite and chat will be free from this box on the right of your screen.
They'll never be free.
We will eat the glue by the factories and the mods will have bread.
You can't have it. No. You will never have it. You won't do it. You can't.
Re-ink
the ads,
Designs with 500 bits said the same way you spell 2 with 2 O S when dealing with amounts. Do you ever feel like there should be a spelling of the word so in the same fashion? Like so much feels like it should be spelled with 2 O S.
No. 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 No double O.
A wet tree with 500 bits said good morning, Thor. I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Anyway, what level hype train do we need to reach to unlock the balding, bowl cut, Friar Thor hairstyle? I vote for level 7.
Level 7 is super easy. You guys hit it all the time. Are you guys point holing? Don't point hole. Is it Tuesday?
Karamak with 500 bits said when I said that the ranged weapons all work differently, I realized listening to you that you've allowed the staff and spellbook to gaslamp you into believing that a weapon can't pass damage to a projectile because you haven't read bows or crossbows, which do pass different damage values to the same projectile respectively. Bows and crossbows still have different projectiles form each other, but all bows share one projectile despite getting stronger.
Correct.
Kiata shrug.
I know that they do that. The difference is if we go into the actual creative tools and we look at asset editor and we look at the bow, there's a problem in there, and it's a really interesting problem. So if we go and look at bow, and we look at the bow projectile, bow, and we're going to look for the word damage, too. Short bow, shove damage, block damage. See this right here? This asset has a parent and inheritance is not yet supported in the property editor. So it's in there, we know that it's in there, and it can inherit it, but there's no indication as to how without the editor information. Other than the few fleeting examples that exist. It is possible, but we don't know how to do it with a special stat, right? This where it says base damage and physical. How do we do that with a custom stat? Because it's not finished yet. So we're just waiting. I'm just going to wait on it. All right, so with that in mind, we were talking about the final hilarious bug. There was a player that came to me, and they were kind of younger, right? And they came to me and they said, hey, if you put down beetroot and then you harvest it immediately, it gives you rewards. And I was like, that's really bad. And I went to go check and I was like, oh shit, we missed this one crop. Everything else works perfectly. And I was like, cool, man, don't do this. We're going to have a fix out in about 15 minutes. And we got the fix ready and we put it out. But while this was going out, the dude that he lived with in his town contacted me and said, hey, man, this guy in my town is in a pit farming beetroot endlessly with an auto clicker. And I went there, and the guy who just reported this was abusing the exploit in the bottom of his home in the basement. Just making infinite rewards. And I was like, you just turned this in, man. And so I banned him. I was like, why did you do this? I was like, what is wrong with you, dude? It was just so stupid. I was like, this is the one, you just turned this in. You're the one guy who knows about it. And then you abuse it. Oh, God damn it, dude. I was very mad. I was like, you could be any other way. Yeah, beating beetroot in the basement, dude. It's just insane. Anyway. Yeah, he beat Beetroot in the basement. Say that 5 times fast. You pirated my game and you really liked it, so you bought it? Cool. Piracy is generally an issue I find of, like, economics. So if you just couldn't afford it, then that's fine. But I do have a demo out. The demo should give you a good indicator of the video game. So if you didn't know that exists, you should use the demo instead of pirating it. Because I don't know what weird bullshit third parties have put in the game. To be clear, the demo is clean and it's on Steam. So got caught beetrooting in the basement. I know, right? The demo is too expensive. You goblin, it's free. It's free. All right, so with bows, it's weird. And the way that they do this is with a damage entity. And I've seen this already. But it's super weird, the way that it functions. Like, super weird. Yeah, this right here. Base damage calculator. We can't use specific statistics for that. And we can't do different types of damage. So if we look at physical... Physical is a damage cause. But is that a damage cause to us? Or is it a damage cause to enemy? What does durability loss do? It's just true or false. This is when things get very weird. And this is why I was talking about, like, there's not enough shit here that we're doing. So we will find a way, though. We will find a way. I found a way for many other things. Emotional damage. Yes, it is. All right, so what was I working on? I was working on multi-shot ice particles. That's what I want. How did you get the spellbook to cast the spell at all? Oh, my friend, I didn't just get it to cast at all. I got to do all kinds of shit. Let's do bolt. We have firebolt. We have frostbolt. And those are my 2 big ones. So we've got a left-click one that's an instant. And a right-click hold that does a big boy one. Right? And then a left click on this one, it's instant. And that's cool looking. And then a right click for that does nothing correctly right now. Yeah. Die. Gigantic rabbit. But it looks cool when it hits. It's actually really awesome. Bring that all the way back down to 1. Can you change the cast time? Yeah, I can change whatever I want. Check this shit out. Go into here. We're going to go to Firebolt. Firebolt will actually have a charge effect up here. I think it might be that one. No, this one. And we'll set that to 5.0 right there. Apply those changes. We'll go back over to our Firebolt in game. And now look how long it takes to cast. But it looks weird when it's doing that because he's kind of holding the book, you know? Oop. Yeah. There you go. So that value needs to get changed. Now, problem with this is that value is hard-coded. I can't make that into a variable, which means I can't set up cast time. If I can't set up cast time, I can't get cooldown reduction to do anything. We're getting there, right? There's all kinds of shit that needs to get done. You can't make the book stay open during the charge? I can, actually. It's just not designed for that right now. You have a flamethrower spell or a cone of gold? Yeah. I don't see why not, you know? The spells that I want to do first, though, are projectile spells, and not necessarily cone spells like what you're talking about. Because cone spells, I'm going to want to set up a thing for ray tracing. That's because they're instant, you know? Maybe a particle effect could build up on the book. Yeah, like the idea of doing particles on that, we could totally do that. I don't see why not. I think it'd be really cool. I already made the particle effect for this today, though. Like, the ice bolt thing that you're seeing, the frost bolt, that's all from today. It's just neat. It was kind of at the beginning of the stream, but now I've been mostly talking and trying to figure out how we can make specific effects and trying to get it to do a multi-shot effect, which is the whole thing. So, firebolt instant, firebolt charged. Let's go into frostbolt now. So with frostbolt, I've got all these dummies, these configs down here. Charged right. Projectile config frostbolt base. Frostbolt. That's the model. And that's the appearance of frostbolt. So I think that's correct. Pretty sure that model is right. Let me go look at this. Yeah, frostbolt. Good. Yeah, yeah. And now we could go up here, and we'll go to charged. Is this correct? Because the parent is going to be shoot inner. I think it is, anyway. Maybe not. Maybe I'm dumb. Let's go grab this. Shoot inner. We don't have a shoot inner on this yet. What does shoot inner do? Projectile config short bow volley. And that is an interaction. Short bow volley, shoot inner. And go back to Blockgame and frostbolt. There we go. I think this is the correct way to do this. It's so weird overall. There we go. I'm going to grab that and call it that. Interaction. That's what it's called. All right, so on that interaction, we've got projectile config short bow volley. All right, so I need to make an interaction, which is going to be projectile config short bow volley, which we're going to call projectile config frostbolt volley. Frostbolt volley. We'll make short bow, we'll call this frostbolt volley. Anywhere that short bow exists, basically. This is super weird. We're actually going to get rid of that, because it's the hit and miss. Which we won't need that. This is where damage gets inherited under their current weird system, where some of these work and some of them don't. Launch force is going to be 10. Stop it. 10. The sound effects are going to get changed. We'll make this frostbolt volley. Projectile config arrow base. It's going to be frostbolt base, which I think I already have frostbolt base. I need to grab that one. Projectile config arrow base is the one that we're after now. Read only. There's so much in this shit. Arrow base. God, if I could type. What the hell is that? Model is arrow crude. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate, Spackle. Sorry to hear that, man. Let's go put it in this. And now we could do frostbolt base. We'll call this one frostbolt base. The model is going to be frostbolt. Huh? And cool. The physics are going to be completely busted. We don't want that just yet. Yeah. And now that frostbolt base, that arrow base is going to be a projectile config class. Projectile config. I think this is a little bit over-engineered for making a multi-shot effect. Legitimately. I really, really do think this is over-engineered at this point. And I think that is the main problem that I have with Hytale right now, is that projectile and spell effects seem to be incredibly over-engineered. And I don't know why they're so over-engineered. And I'm hoping that they normalize this and make it simpler, because it's very silly right now. Projectile config frostbolt volley, projectile type, frostbolt base, frostbolt volley. That's going to be sound effects frost, which I have over here. Frost. Future-proofing? This isn't really future-proofing. It's actually just adding like a shitload of weird debt, I think, right now. And I think that's like part of the feedback that I've given, which is a normal spell effect is like 12 parts. Which is a little bit silly, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was hundreds of branches and they made it work, exactly. And it's not intended to be this messy. And I think that's the feedback that I've been giving, is like, this is messy. Please help. I think I can get rid of these interactions on this. I don't think we need those. Because that's the damage and the miss, which we don't need those right now. So we'll grab that for launch force. We'll go into this frostbolt base. Projectile config deprecated volley charge right. Frostbolt. Frostbolt base. Frostbolt volley shoot inner. Projectile config. Frostbolt. Volley charge right. Frostbolt charge right. Why are there so many zeros and weird shit in this? Projectile config short bow volley. Now we're going to do this. Make that one left. Left. Center. Project. This will be frostbolt. Frostbolt. I guess wherever it says volley, we can change it to charge. Charged. For that. Yeah, charged. 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 Projectile config, short bow volley. Frostbolt. Charged. Do that. And then this is the Frostbolt charge shoot inner. We already have that down here. That's an interaction, so we can get rid of this one. Boop. Now, projectile config Frostbolt volley. Projectile config Frostbolt charged. This is the one. And then we can do, this is the base. I think I have the whole chain now. Shoot inner is the one that's missing. Projectile config short bow volley. So, Frostbolt charged. Okay. The shoot inner is such a weird one. We can rename that. And that's an interaction. That interaction then does projectile config frostbolt charge center. And these three. These are going off with that. And those are using the charge, which projectile... Okay, I think I can do this. We're going to go frost. Projectile config. And it is going to be named... This weird-ass name. Make it. Oh? We have a projectile config with that name? Thanks, pass me. You're the best. Bam. Alright. Good. Alright, now the next one. Projectile config frostbolt base, which is a projectile config. Now we're going to make that one. Projectile config. Already got that one too. Frostbolt base. And we'll grab this. Cool. Apply the changes. Change gravity to 1. Very good. Now, the next one is projectile config frostbolt charged right. Frostbolt charged right is going to be renamed. We're deleting this. Get out of here. Get. Projectile config frostbolt charged. All right. This is under short bow for some ungodly reason. I don't want to think about it. We're going to make a projectile config. We're going to make it named this. We're going to create it. And then I grab this. Apply changes. All right. Now that is set up. And now we're going to duplicate this a bunch of times. And we'll name it left. Of course, I put the L in left as lowercase because I'm a genius. Fixed. And now we'll duplicate it again. And we'll grab the one called center. And we'll put it in there. Create that one. And now under center, we have to set the X variable on that to this. And on the left one, we set the X variable to that. Apply both of those. Now those are working. Now, we need to make a shoot inner interaction, which is stupid and strange. Frostbolt charge shoot inner. And that is a interaction. Interaction. Create it. And now in that one, we do this. Apply changes. Now, when we say frostbolt, on this. If I did this correctly, which I probably didn't, this may work. All right, so now I need to grab this, our new name for this. Projectile config deprecated volley charge left. Yeah, we're not calling it that. We're doing this. And then we're making it so that these... Don't scream. It'll be fine. I know it's broken. Don't look at it. I don't want to talk about it. It might be working. It'll be fine. I'm not saving yet. Apply the changes. Shh. Shh. Don't worry about it. It's not working. That one's not working. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The editor is very angry right now. Left. And right. Oh my god, there's no error. Okay, hold up. It worked. It technically worked. It worked. You saw it. You saw it for a tenth of a second. It worked. It worked so good. It was perfect. All three of those bullets went out, then it blew up. It was so good. It was so good for just a moment. Okay, why did it crash? Unlimited power! Alright. Well, something happened. Why is it doing that? That's hilarious, dude. Well, it's technically working. Alright, it's technically working. Is it hurting this guy? You. Look, alright, maybe you just have to crash the server for yourself every... It just crashes the client. Alright, so like... He's not taking any damage there, so if I do like O, wait, O, and then O, right, and then he takes damage from that? Is he taking damage? Are you taking damage, dude? Okay, hold up. Put it on, and then turn it off. Now he takes damage. Now if we do this, right, and then we reconnect. Look, maybe that's just the gameplay now, alright? Maybe the gameplay is to crash every time you cast them. It's a good player experience, right? It doesn't destroy the server, it only destroys your client, okay? So, like, at least we're one step closer. One step closer to figuring out what the shit is going on here. What's causing this? I'm gonna go look at the server and find out what the hell's happening here, because this is wild. Where's the console logs? What are you mad about? Oh dear. Hold up. Alright, I'm gonna blow myself up. What did you get mad about? Java thread. Remove player from world. Yeah, but what broke? What broke? Exception while ticking entity interactions. Removing. What is going wrong here? Projectile interaction. First run. Simple instant interaction. Oh, is that the problem? Is that the problem? Shit. I think the issue is that it's not receiving an interact with that when it should have, which probably because I removed it. That may be the problem. The tick chain is broken, and when it's trying to do the interaction in that chain, it's shitting itself violently. Let's find out why. Player remove from world. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. I'm going to reconnect. Yep. To be an entity when firing the projectile? Absolutely not. No, it's not that. So, if we go pull this up, there was something I deleted, because I thought it would be fine. Silly me. I should have known better. This right here. So projectile config short bow volley is the name of that, and it's doing interactions for damage. And I think it might be that's shitting itself. But this means that I'm onto the right track. So let's go into here. We're going to go pull this up. Short bow volley, which is this one right here. And see this right here? I got rid of that, because I didn't think I'd need it. Frostbolt. Blockgame. Put it over here. Do this. Do that. Apply those changes. Projectile hit. Bow combat projectile damage. Bow combat projectile miss. This is probably going to look stupid. It may also still crash. Still crashes. All right, so it's not that. It's not that. What is it then? What are you mad about? There's something wrong here, but what is it? Yeah, I know. It's apparent. And there's inheritance there. Launch force is 10. What are you mad about? No, there's no missing a closing bracket. There's none of that. That's not a syntax error. Idea. 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 Let's just get rid of the other 2 bullets. And see what happens. So it's not the number of them. They're all broken. They're all broken, which means that it's something that's interacting with the projectile itself. So if we apply this and we go to shoot inner. And we look at this. Projectile config frostbolt charged is the name of the config. Frostbolt charged. Shoots the effect. What if I just got rid of that sound? Right? Like, what if I just did that? And then we look at frostbolt base. What is that? Is that charged? Why is that a config?
Ukisk said, hello Thor, Goblin King, hacker of the power plants, 4x8 overlord, CEO of an oil company.
Not true.
I was wondering if you could let chat hear this wonderful melody. It's been a while, so I thought it would be nice.
What is it?
Link incoming, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=wl-.
What is this cursed thing that you're trying to get me to send? What is this shit? What have you done? Fair. Fair and good. What? All right, let's find out when this exploded. Why are you mad? What are you crashing on? There's nothing in the logs that indicate what you're crashing on. You just hate. You're just full of hate. What if we just do that? What if we do it as a projectile, huh? What if we do that? That might be what it is. Maybe. Let me grab all of this and put it in here. I don't know what's going to happen there, but that seems correct. I know you all love your sea shanty. Wait. What did that just do that time? Hold up. Load it with bloat, push it live. Look. Was that making multi? Was that shooting multiple ones? Is that 4? Hold up. Is this recursively firing these damn things? No, it's just 3. All right. No, it's just 3 of them. It's this. It's the particle effect that's fooling you. Yeah. Instant bolt is working fine. Yeah, it's just the particle effect. All right, so it is working. What is causing these to blow up? Your sea shanty ends due to ads. I'm gonna play music. Yeah, there's no logs for this. I don't know what's causing it. I'm gonna look into this more. There may be more information that I'm just not getting right now. Ah, wait. There are logs. Okay. Illegal argument exception specified map is empty. What map? Spawn projectile, first run, simple instant interaction, operations builder, server tick, do tick chain, remove if, tick chain, remove if, tick, interaction systems, do tick, store, archetype ticking system, tick internal, tick, and then it explodes. What do you mean map is empty? What map? The hell is empty in this case? There's a piece that's got to be missing in here, isn't there? What field is missing in the JSON? What did I miss? I don't think I missed it in it. No, there's no maps on this. It means that I'm missing an interaction call in the JSON, which I don't think I am. But that means I definitely am, and I'm totally wrong. So, maybe it's this. It's definitely this. Okay, so we do this. And we grab this bullshit. And we go back to frostbolt. We go back over to here. Go to Blockgame. It's got to be in here. It's hiding. It's hiding from me. I know it is. Launch force should not be 80. It should be 10. Apply that. I mean, it's going to pull that interaction of bow combat projectile miss. Bow combat projectile miss end. I don't think we have anything else that goes with this. We go to the editor. Interactions, interaction. That's the damage system. Blockgame. Yeah, we got nothing in there, man. Tax. Frostbolt. No, we don't have anything in there. Shit. Alright. That's the problem, I think. We have to re-implement bow damage inheritance. I need to go look at bow combat projectile damage. Great. Boop. Okay. Bow combat projectile damage. Let's go look at this. Read only. What are you? Damage death entity parent. But what are you? What are you? Impact dagger step? Wait. They're using the impact dagger step particles on the projectile for bows with a hard-coded value in the damage call. There has to be a better way. There has to be a better way, man. Nah. What is damage entity parent? Nah. This feels like spaghetti. I feel like I'm... Dude, like, there's so much spaghetti here that I'm watching Will Smith eat it. That's what's happening right now. There's got to be a better way than this. No. No, that's spaghetti. That's hot. This is going to get changed. There's no way. There's no way it stays this way. That's spaghetti, dude. It's on my sweater already, like it's over. That's 100% spaghetti. We'll get out of this. We'll get out of this spaghetti, dude. There's no way. Because this works just fine. And this is... Well, you know. Alright. If that's the case... Explode armors, R's, and buffs. Yeah, they're all hard-coded. You can't do random ranges. It's super weird. You can't do minimum to maximum in this. If you add a minimum and you add a maximum, it just adds them together. Which is really weird. So I turned that bug in today. I was like, yo, that's very weird. There's gotta be, like, a way to do this, and I just don't know what it is. Let's go back to frostbolt. Let's do a whole chain of this. So we have our charged attack. That does frostbolt charged. We do these interactions in parallel. That's the config for shoot inner. And we go to shoot inner. Where's our shoot inner? There we go. Projectile config frostbolt charged is the config. Projectile config frostbolt charged. So we go to projectile config frostbolt charged. There we go. That's the one. And this does projectile config frostbolt base. We don't even need these interactions. These interactions are stupid. We can actually get rid of those. Fantastic. You're invalid. You're 5 invalids. We'll get rid of launch force, because we also don't need that, because I think that's in our thing. Projectile config frostbolt base is in there. And that's the one. So we're going to do parent of this. Launch force is already in that, so that was overwriting itself, which is silly. And that is now spawn rotation offset. Why is that as a projectile config instead of just as a projectile? God damn it. Bounciness. Is this supposed to have an interaction on it? It's not. Projectile config frostbolt charged. 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 Wait a minute. This goes projectile config frostbolt base as an inherited, which inherits this of the model of frostbolt. And when this is called, it does this with the model of frostbolt. Why are we doing a double inheritance? Why? Why are we doing that? That's stupid. That's so spaghetti. It's so much spaghetti. This is infinite spaghetti. What if I just did that? Right? Nah. That's spaghetti. That's mom's spaghetti. Oh, don't you get mad at me. Model can't be null. Model. Now what happens? I bet it doesn't even fire now. At least it still launches, right? Oh, god damn it. Yo, what happens if I delete this? Let's delete that. Let's just put this as model only. And just apply the change. I just want to see what happens, right? Yeah, we're just deleting more, dude. Delete it all! Okay, well, it's still firing somehow. I don't even know how this is working anymore. Like, how... What does that even mean? Wait. Here's the true test. What if it's not even working? What if it's not even working at all? Wait. That's wrong. Wrong. How is it able to... That's the wrong model. This isn't even being used at all. I'm deleting it. I don't even know what's going to happen when I do this. This might be the problem right there. That may be the issue. Hold on. I'm going to do this again. I know the world's not crashing. I know the client's crashing. Oh, you son of a bitch. I don't even know what's going to happen when we do this, but I think I understand what's going wrong, though. I think this is not hooking to the other one correctly. So we need to create a new projectile config of projectile config frostbolt charged. A new one. And we make it in this folder, which is weapons. No. No? Where do you exist? How do those exist? I think we'll just make it in the root. I don't want to talk about it. And then we'll go over here. And we'll grab this horrific whatever this is thing. Apply that change. And it can't find config frostbolt base. That's fine. And this one... can't decode ASIC projectile config frostbolt charged. Because that one's not done. And now, we go make another projectile config. And we call it projectile config frostbolt based. Projectile config frostbolt base. And then we just create it. And then we put it in there. And then we apply that. And it works. And then we go to the charged one. And it works. And then we go to the center one. And it works. And the left one. And it works. And the right one. And it works. And then we go in game. And we cast it. And it works! Kind of. Wait. Ah, shit. Alright. The bug was that there is no bug. I just had to delete them all and remake them in exactly the same way. That's it. Nothing changed. It didn't crash, and it's shooting 4 of them. But it didn't crash. Which is kind of cool, and it's not doing the effects correctly. So we'll figure that out. But... this is progress. Alright. I'm excited for this. This is good. This is good. It's good. Definitely not a syntax error. No, it was not a syntax error. Syntax errors actually pop up when you're doing this. We'll go into this. The interactions on projectile hit and projectile miss are actually stored in here. Miss particles, system ID, explosion, frostbolt small. So that's going to be a totally different interaction. I now have to rebuild that as a new thing for projectile miss and projectile hit. Combat projectile damage is weird. What happens if I hit an enemy with these? Hey, big guy. Okay, well, that's actually hitting. And it is actually doing a thing. That's kind of cool. When they hit the ground, nothing is good. And that's where things have to get fixed. So it looks like we need bow combat projectile miss. It's actually going to be frostbolt. How do we do that? Explosion frostbolt small is the way that I have it set up. So I have to make up a new thing. Let me go look this up and see how they implemented that. See, this is going to get even weirder. This one is the sound effect that it does. And a remove entity. We did an explosion. And that's under... What is that? An interaction? You're a genius? There's a little bit of genius. You cooked here. Thank you. That is wonderful. I've been cooking all day. The meal is too salty right now, but I'm almost there. And I have that and this, which is cool, so that works. Damage being 0 is irrelevant. I know how to fix that. This, which looks really cool, you know, as it flies. It's quite neat. And then this, which also looks cool, but now they stick to things. You know, maybe that's actually cool. What if we make that a feature? What if I make it stick in the monster and then explode? That's way cooler. What if I make them sticky bombs? Yeah. Oh, that would be so neat. Magic missile. Magic missile. I don't know why it's shooting 2, though. 2 volleys, so we're going to have to figure that one out. Alright, so for charged frostbolt. It's working. It's working. All day it has taken this. Frostbolt charged. Why are you casting 2? Left, center, right. Oh. Yeah, that would probably be the reason. Get out of here. I don't need you. Ridiculous. Apply that. There we go. Alright. Alright, this is working. This is working, and it's cool looking. Wait. The particles have gone mad with power. We'll figure it out. Yeah, it's kind of working. I don't want it to be that wide. I want it to be more centered. So they, like, stick and do things. Yeah. I cast Mundane Missile. You just spent half a day adding throwable kunai only to find out they're already in the game? Good, because now you know how to make throwable kunai. Needs to be homing? It's not Magic Missile. It's Mundane Missile. It's different. Okay, those effects are in. Where is my charged left? 0.5. Apply changes. Right. One O. Why is center to the side? That's very weird. Okay. This is gonna be weird, isn't it? Uh-oh. They haven't changed positions. Is it the yaw? Is that the only thing that matters? Ah, that's why. I understand now. Apply changes. I want left and right. So we'll say this one needs to be negative 0.5. Apply that. Go to this one. 0.05 actually. 0.05. And then the center one needs to be at 0. And the yaw on this one needs to be negative 5, and this one needs to be positive 5. And apply that. There we go. Much, much tighter there. We're going to change this a little bit more. We'll do 2.5 and apply that there. Go to the left and do negative 2.5. I want them to be even closer. And then I'm going to do pitch on this one here. Actually, we'll do it like this. We'll say Y. We'll say 0.5 up. And we'll put this as pitch of Probably 2.5. I don't know if that's going to pitch it up or down yet. We're going to find out. There we go. That's starting to get the direction that I want it to be. We're going to kind of tighten all that together now. Almost to where I want it to be. Almost. That looks quite cool. So if you're up close, it's a little bit off, but you get the general idea. I need to find out why that is not quite the thing that I want. Yeah. 2.55 in one of the values, is it? Ah, you're totally right. Thank you. Oh. I don't think it was that one. It's the rightmost one, not the left one. Let me try something weird. Is that actually the right one? What? That's a little bit weird, right? The yaw on that left, right, center. The center is offset to the right. You're totally right. No, it's not. It's offset upwards. That's a Y, not an X. This one is set to be higher up slightly. This one is set to be X to the left. This one's set to be X to the right. At least I think that's X to the right. Yeah, let me do this. 5. Apply. Why does it look like third person? What do you mean? This is third person. Wait a second. Is that making this the wrong ones? I think I know what's going wrong. My left was my right. So it was fighting against its own yaw. There we go. Hey, neat. Now I've almost got it. My left and right were wrong. So left is 0.05 there. X on this one is there. 0.25, 2.5, and negative 2.5. 0.25, 0.25, and 1.0. So I think we're pretty good there. Would you stop being that way, the way that you are? Could you stop that? Thanks. Why is it Madge? Why? Let's do this. Answer the phone, I refuse. And let's do this. So just get that completely out of there. There we go. I don't care about the center one. I care about the other two. The center one is wrong, yeah. That's quite weird, right? Because this is going to be 5 degrees yaw. Let's do that. We'll grab this. That's the left. And that means this one's going to be negative 5. Apply. The center one up there is slightly to the right by 1. I wonder if it's a block radius, like a block direction. That might be the reason. That might actually be the reason. So we're going to do this. Maybe it's got to be 2.5. Maybe it's got to be set to 0. I'll lose my goddamn mind. It's actually got to be set to 0. Ah! All right. That's the reason. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. All right, we'll do pitch. We're going to do 0.25 above. We're going to do the changes on these ones to be 0.25, 0.25. We'll do the yaw in this case is 2.5 degrees. We'll do the yaw in this case is negative 2.5 degrees. And now we've got it... Is that a... That was a comma. And now we've got it completely in parity with each other, and we can just do that. And now we'll do the last one, which is going to be the pitch in 2.5 degrees. Up. And we can save that. And now it's a perfect shot. Really cool up close. Probably needs to be a little bit closer together. We're going to play around with it. Negative is down left. Oh, I'm aware. Yeah. Yes. Princess Akana. Yes. With this, I think what I'm going to do is reduce the yaw. So make it 1.0. We're going to reduce this to 0.1. Apply that there. Right. 1.0. 0.1. And center 1.0. And 0.1. And apply all those, and then we can make it look good. Now it looks quite cool. Now it's like a shotgun blast. And it spreads out as it goes. Yep, that looks cool as shit. Small targets you're not going to hit with all 3, but you will hit with like 1. I like that quite a lot. I need it to have mist particles now. For whatever reason, mist particles are not functioning, so let's go work on those. Okay, so our frostbolt base. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Spawn offset. Get out of here. That's why this is set so stupid. Alright. The baseline spawn offset was broken. Spawn rotation offset. None of that works. Can you add a delayed explosion, specifically if you aim to the floor? All kinds of shit. Yeah. The issue that I'm having right now is this should actually be what it's doing. And for whatever reason, it is not doing this. And I don't know why. It's kind of weird. Launch force should be 10. So let's change that, and then we can take a look at it. Cool. Now they got arc to them, you know? And now we can go back into this. We can set the gravity to, I think, 1. Apply changes. And we'll go to my charged frostbolt here. I think what we could probably do is just take this. And just... I don't know if it's going to let me do this. But maybe it is. Actually... What if I try something really stupid? What if I try something really stupid, Jet? I don't know if this is going to work, because we don't have any indicator that it will, but we also don't have any indicator that it won't. Oh, failed to decode asset. Damn. We don't know how inheritance works yet, because there's no documentation. Boo. Wait, parent? Boo. It's a projectile config, so we can't do anything. However, what if I just do this? It doesn't seem to be mad. Did that seriously just kind of work? I mean, not fully, but kind of. Do not the stupid? Dude, I the stupid. Why is there no documentation? Because they haven't released it yet. When they will.
Meta Mindset Gaming said, "Hey Thor, love everything you do. Now really quick, I have a huge Android lead interview today. I struggle with leak code interviews. Any last minute tips or tricks?"
Honestly, if you... I hate coding problems in the office, kind of a thing, dude. I really do. Because they're never super realistic at the end of the day. They're always like... It always comes down to like, what are you learning from your candidate when you do that? That being said, you really just have to rely on your own innate skills for that stuff, man. You know? Like, that's all you have to do. I think that doing interviews in that way doesn't tell you enough about the candidate at the end of the day. And I think that it sucks. I think it's a bad way to conduct an interview, but that's me, right? I don't do that kind of shit. I never did when I was interviewing people. It just doesn't tell me anything about them. It puts them in an unrealistic environment. Like, when you're programming, you're looking shit up constantly. And scenarios like that where you can't look up anything, or like with unrealistic problems like that, are just very silly. Was Blockgame mod ready on Hytale release day? Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been doing. Like, why do you think this works already, right? In an interview, screenshot the question, write line by line, top down, AI the whole thing. Jesus, dude. I want to play online. I normally on PlayStation, but just started BC. Any servers to join? You could actually just play locally. Yeah, just run it. Alright. So the hit effect is working, but the miss effect is not. Let's find out why. That's very weird. It looks like it's actually pulling all this stuff correctly, by the way, and if I just do this, it appears to still work. Although it may actually be broken. Let's find out. Apply changes. Totally broken. So, this is the same bug as before, which means inheritance is not working correctly. Is it? It's not. It's not working correctly at all. Shit. Shit. So inheritance is broken. Is basically what's happening here. Yeah. That's what's happening. Okay. Let's go to here and look at anything. Model frostbolt, launch force, physics, interactions. Interactions is what we want. In this case, we have interactions for miss particles and hit particles, which means our sound effects, firebolt miss, firebolt death. Let's go and look in here in source. We have the particle system for death particles and miss particles right there for system ID. Can I do that as a particle system on frostbolt base? Let's find out. We have interactions, we have physics. We don't have anything else. Which way is the proper way to do this? Shit. How much AI do you think they'll use in documentation? Likely none. You have to understand something about AI, my dude. AI is really good at regurgitating something that has already been made before. It's not really good at building something new. Which is why if you go to a bunch of websites right now that claim to have Hytale documentation for all the stuff that we're working on, it's actually just Minecraft documentation. Because it's been AI generated, and AI doesn't actually know what Hytale is, or how it works. Because it's up to us to go and investigate right now. And up to the developers to put out actual documentation. A lot of the time AI is just lying, yes. And this is one of those times. So we can't use it for that shit. That over-reliance on AI leads you into areas where you're just going to get confused because of stuff like this. Have you seen the website that shows clocks designed by different models? No, that's weird. You have to teach it on several existing mods so it can configure out patterns. Yep, and those existing mods barely even exist right now. Everybody's kind of seat their pants, you know, Wild West on this right now, which is fine. The AI clocks, let me look at this. What the hell are these shitty clocks? At least that one kind of works. Jesus Christ, dude. I love it. Look at that one. What's going on in there, man? I mean, it's technically got all the parts. This is my favorite part about this, right? Where, like, it technically has all the parts. It just doesn't know how to use them. Like this one. Insane shit, to be honest. Design a terrible volume control. Exactly, dude. So I think the correct way to do this with this style of doing projectiles is a little bit weirder. And I think what I need to do is I need to make an interaction for the hit and an interaction for the miss, and then tie this to both of those interactions. Because the way that it's set up right now, if you go into the source for this, there's nothing in here. But on this one, there's actually an interaction for projectile damage and projectile miss, which means it's working here. And then this one is technically working as well. So we need to go play with that. I need to make a new interaction. So we're going to call it frostbolt combat projectile miss. And we'll make that into an interaction. And no, god damn it. There we go. Create. And now we'll go look up that other one, which is this right here. And we go bow, combat, projectile, miss. And we go up here, and we'll go up to read only, and we'll look at this, and we'll look at their miss. And what is it doing? Nothing. Nothing valuable. Let's go look at miss under combat bow. Can we get particle effects on this? I think we can get particles on this. Okay, now I'm going to go up to frostbolt. We'll go to our shit. And we'll do combat. Where's miss? Projectile miss. There we go. And we'll go over to here. Shit. Type. This is supposed to be an interaction. Why are you doing this? Interrupt? Oh, shit. What kind is that one? Let me go to this. Hytale. What are you? You are a simple type. Blockgame. Frostbolt. Grab this. Change the type to simple. And a simple interaction should have effects associated. And we'll do particles. And I can go and add this particle effect. Don't you be angry yet. System ID is going to be explosion. Frostbolt small. Frostbolt small. On self. When we interact with something. First person particles are fine. And our interaction is going to be nothing. So I think that's all we need to do is that for right now. And then we can go back down here. Go back into our source because it's not going to show anything correctly. And we got to grab Frostbolt charged. No, Frostbolt combat projectile miss. Frostbolt. Frostbolt, rather. Combat projectile miss. Apply. And now. Okay. It disappears. Instead of firing its effect. At least it goes away. Closer. Not quite what we want. We needed to do that. So it's not doing the effect yet. But it's getting there. We're getting there. All right.
Noctis6502 with 500 bits said, come to think of it, who says the sky is really green? Maybe we're all just colorblind.
Why are you like this? No one says the sky is green. You actual goblin. You're fully goblinoid. Somewhat unbroken, which is the best part. The sky is cyan. The sky is teal. The sky is plaid. Can't prove otherwise.
Sona_Dracoculus said, I hereby sacrifice upon the altar of hearing all of my points. No. First of all, it's cyan. Second of all, light blue is good, but not for ice magic. Maybe for pure arcane or something of the kind.
Purple.
Third and lastly, is that a Princess Mononoke t-shirt?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Princess Mononoke is my favorite. From the old Djibouti. Arcane is purple, yep, 100%. I know that it's fantasy magic. I know that there's no reality there, but Arcane is purple, goddammit. And there's not a single way that you will convince me otherwise. Arcane is purple. Arcane is purple. And Frost is cyan. Yep. Void is purple? No. Arcane is purple. Void is dark purple, dude. Yeah.
Gadana said, if you think about it, Bologna is a hot dog pancake.
That's not even wrong. That's just correct, my dude. Yeah. Bologna is actually a hot dog pancake. It is. Like, you just can't... You can't even fight that. That's just real. That's just a reality of life. I hate it here. I do too. But we're trapped here forever now. With the knowledge that bologna is a hot dog pancake. You take it back, it's too late. It's too late. You have it now. It's like an SCP, dude. Yeah, it's over. Why are you so correct so loudly? Why are you correct so loudly?
Bedside Juggler said, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room with rats, and rats make me crazy.
Okay, so if we have a simple effect here, and we make that particle effect go off, I guess particles isn't the right way to do this. I was hoping it would be, but it looks like it's not. Because when we hit that, it's sending the effect off. So I think what's happening here... Explosion, Frostbolt, small. If we go look at a Frostbolt instant, and go pull this up. Frostbolt instant. There we go. Miss particles, death particles. I think that is the problem right there. Is there's no miss particle and death particle on a non-setup projectile. And since this is a config for a projectile, it's not quite the same. I wonder if we can set up miss and death particles on this. Right? Like, maybe we can. Now, let me set this up. Apply those changes. Let's go over here. Oh, we only have physics. Interactions? Collision. On collision... Interaction. Simple. Particle. Frostbolt. Not as insane as I would think. So interactions, collision, on collision, interaction simple, frostbolt. Maybe this works. No. It is not working. I was cooking, but the meal was wrong. That blastback particle actually looks sick. Look at that. Shoots across the whole screen like that. Yeah, this is not what I ordered. I ordered that. And I'm getting this. No succulent Chinese meal. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's a triple ice lance attack. That's what I'm building right now, but it's not doing the backblast is a little too much on screen. I know it is right now. The problem that I'm running into is that we're not even getting the collision particles. Relog? I guess I can try it. Let me restart the server. We're going to restart the server just in case it's that, because we've seen that a couple of times. Yeah. You know what nobody's prepared for? Bouncing fireballs. I can make that. I've already seen the bouncing effect.
Fluffy Rogue Viking said crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room with rats, and rats make me crazy.
What about rubber rats in a room?
The real Nosma said JSUT wanted to thank you for streaming how you dev. You were inspiring me to have another go at deving myself.
Do it!
I got myself burned out hard, and you are helping me to recover. Thank you, 7.
No, thank you. You're awesome, dude. And the biggest thing about all of this is making stuff is about playing, right? We're playing around with it, and we're coming up with weird ways for it. Sometimes it doesn't work, and that's not frustrating. That's fun, right? Yeah. That's all it comes down to is like this shit is broken, and it's also not documented. So if we can get it to work, that's rad. Just the fact that I've been able to get it to work this far is already really quite fun, and I'm really happy with it. No! Oh, that sucks. Okay. All right. I let the devs know, Jake. That one does suck. I'm sad about that. Yep. That one they gotta fix. There's no other way around it. How can I attack animations for my custom NPC? I don't know. I haven't made a custom NPC yet. Time. Day. Yeah, we gotta fix this. Time noon. So, the issue that we're seeing right now, see this? See how this pops up for me? This whole UI is held inside of the client instead of in the asset editor. We can't edit it. So, I sent that over to the devs and I'm like, yo, you should definitely allow this. Because if we can't modify our player sheet and our inventory sheet, that's going to suck. So, I let them know. They probably didn't even know that. Hopefully, it'll get fixed. We're talking like, we're already in early days shit. So, there's a lot of stuff that's just going to be busted right now, and I'm not too worried about it. And they've been really helpful with everything so far. I've just been talking back and forth with Buddha-Cat. All right, let's see. Let's get back in here to Frostbolt. So that did not fix my issue. We're going to go pull up Frostbolt charged. We're going to grab the source for this. This is how the Frostbolt is right now, and it is a projectile type. This over here is a projectile config type. So if we take this and we do miss particles and death particles, why is a projectile config not working with that? Is my question. Apply those changes. Invalid JSON. Why are you invalid? You're invalid because of that. Apply. And if we go back over to an editor, it doesn't show up, which means a projectile config lacks the ability to do miss and death particles, which means they have to be applied somewhere else. Which blows. Yeah, that blows. So we'll go back into our source. We're going to remove these. Apply those changes there. The system right now, as it stands, is doing projectile hit and projectile miss as interactions in another area. Frostbolt, combat, projectile miss, and bow, combat, projectile miss, end. And that's how those are set up. So if we do frostbolt, combat, projectile miss, explosion, frostbolt, small is what I tried to do for that. And it didn't seem to do it. So when we go down here, explosion, frostbolt, small, why is that not applying that to this on effects? And the answer is I have no goddamn idea. How many weapons are you planning on having? Blockgame, the game that we're going to be porting over. Like, I'm trying to get some baseline shit working in this, because we have 1,918 items, 1,296 recipes, 233 monsters, 15 worlds, 9 professions, reputation system, talent trees, and towns. It's a lot. But the way that you start that is you make one. Once I get one, and it makes sense, we can go from there. And I'm learning all the ins and outs of their weapon system and special effects system right now, which is what I've been doing for the last couple of days. So, there's a lot. There's a lot to port. Yeah. I'm learning to move the box. As Hytale of its own quest system, we're going to build one. That's for sure.
Thompson said, hello, Mr. Social Kitten. How
Hello.
does it feel being stuck
like
in a
this?
green time loop?
No, what? What does that even mean? You can't say that. It doesn't make any sense. God damn it. Oh, wait. You should have worked. Is it just you and Jake working on this? Yeah, it's just the two of us, man. And we do a good job. It just takes time. Miss particles, death particles. Why does a projectile have this, but a projectile config doesn't have this? Editor. What kind of a particle effect can you be? Get out of here. You're bad. No. There's got to be a better way. There has to be a better way than this. Shit. There's got to be a better way, dude. There's got to be a better way, dude. Is there a way to pause time so noon stays forever? I think there is, yeah. I think you just pause time. If you do /time and -- help, I think it tells you everything. Yeah. And you could do floating point numbers, time dilation. Yeah, all kinds of shit. Yeah, you can even set it so that time moves slower if you want to. You know? Whatever you want. Smoke is coming out of your ears. It's true. Because I'm running out of ideas on how to fix this. Now, this is kind of how this always works with dev. All right? Getting this done, that was the I'm a genius moment. This is I'm an idiot, right? I'm a genius, I'm a dumbass. You're seeing the, like, I'm a genius, I'm a dumbass loop in full effect, right? And, like, that's making stuff. No matter what you're doing, I'm a genius. I'm a dumbass, right? Whatever's going on there. But our special effect is working, and that's all that matters to me right now. I just need to get that explosion effect working when it hits a wall. And when it hits an enemy. You mean both at the same time? I am both. Simultaneously. So how do we get this done? All my special effects are working. Just the hit. I don't think there's an interaction that works with this. Maybe I'm developing this the wrong direction. There's nothing else that works the same way. There's nothing that works like this. The duality of man, it's true. The genius dumbass, dude. Okay, so we have the interaction here of bow combat projectile damage and bow combat projectile damage end. That does nothing currently. And our frostbolt combat projectile miss. This is supposed to do the particle effect of explosion frostbolt small. What if it's getting cut off? What if I do something really stupid? I'm going to try something really stupid. This might make an infinitely exploding particle effect. Or nothing. I've made a mistake. Those entities will be stuck in the wall forever now. Literally forever. Yeah. Looks sick, though? It does. But I'm also a dumbass. And those are stuck in the wall until I restart the server. Also, they take damage from other bullets. Can I shoot a bullet out of the air with a bullet? It's the best game ever. I can totally do that, actually. Now that I can think about it. Alright. We need to make an end mechanic for this. Interactions end. Let me go look at the end for these. We're going to go to... volley... No. Short bow. Projectile config short bow. Get out of here. Delete that. Don't want to look at that. And we'll go into here for read-only. Short bow... miss. Volley... miss. The hell is it called? Miss. Bow combat projectile miss. Got it. End is just remove entity, and entity is the user. What if I get that wrong and delete myself? I feel like I'm going to. I feel like it's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, wait a minute. This is what I needed. This is what I needed. I have an idea. Why didn't this work? Why didn't this work? I didn't give it a runtime. Oh, okay, one moment. I understand. I understand what we need to do. It's stupid, but I get it. Okay. Okay. This is dumb. It needs to have a runtime. This says how long it's supposed to run for. Oh, it's so stupid. So it has to make the particle effects, and then it actually has to run the particle effect. We'll do miss. And then... miss end on read-only. Combat projectile miss end. What if we just did miss? Combat projectile damage end. Yeah? Tri-shot damage miss. Miss end. I guess we just have to make that. Blockgame. Miss. Duplicate. Frostbolt. Combat. Projectile. Miss. End. End. Create. And now we go into here, we just do that. And it removes itself from the server. And then we go Frostbolt. And we go down here. Frostbolt charge. No, don't discard it. Apply it, you goblin. There we go. And then we do this. And we do this. And then maybe this works. Am I a genius or a dumbass? Shit! Oh, wait. Partial genius. Partial genius. All right, so it deletes itself. Partial genius. Idiot savant. This is the way. So it's got a runtime on it. It plays the effect when we get the miss. Why doesn't it do the explosion? What the hell's wrong with this thing? Yeah, that should be going off. The shit? That's kind of weird. It actually like a targeting issue? It's not a targeting issue, though, man. When we do that special effect, it's supposed to play a sound, too. It's not even playing the sound. That's weird. That's, like, really weird. Yeah, we got ads. I'm waiting on the ads. I'm just kind of dorking around while I wait, dude. Don't worry, you won't miss anything. Target entity part. Huh? I thought for sure this was going to work. Where's my explosion? Where's my audio on this? There's like another sound effect that I play when it explodes. And I don't remember what it is. Cast effect. Cast effect fail. Cast cost. Frostbolt charged. Frostbolt hit. Frostbolt. There's something that plays when these projectiles hit. There we go. We do fireball miss and fireball death. But I don't think that's the sound that I use. Maybe it is. So when we miss, it's supposed to play this sound. But it doesn't seem to be playing that sound. I'm going to apply that. You are not doing your job, sir. Why? 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 A polymorph bolt would be neat. I could do that pretty easy, actually. You can change the model of another unit pretty simply, which is quite funny. The hard part is getting effects to go off. They at least despawn. I mean, they despawn now, yeah, because of this, right? It gives a runtime of 5 seconds. Can you make a polymorph bolt into poop? Yeah, I can do that. There's poop in this. Have you played the Hytale base game? Basically not at all. Like, here, look. You can throw poop? Yes. Wait. If I can throw poop, that means poop is a projectile. Maybe poop is the answer. Wait. Where is it? Where's the poop throw? Where is the poop throw? You didn't hardcode this, don't you lie to me. Don't tell me you hardcoded this. No. Did they hardcode this? Don't tell me you hard-coded this. Where is it? What did you name it? Where's the poop, Simon? Where is it? It's hiding. They hid the poop. They hid the poop. They hid it. It's not in there. I don't know why it's not in there either. Is it in here? It's not. The poop is secret. What exactly am I looking for? If poop is a projectile, that means it exists in there. And you can see when it hits the ground, it explodes. Which means it's a different kind of projectile than other projectiles in the game. And when I look it up inside of the asset editor, it doesn't exist. It's a secret turd. Simon has hidden the poop from us. How dare he? Because none of these are that. There's an ingredient of poop, and that's an item. Wait. Item throw projectile. Never mind, it's not hidden at all. It's under a different name. Launch projectile. Rubble stone. Okay. You could just... Is it inheriting that somehow? I think it is. I think it's inheriting this as an item, as an ingredient. Effects is unarmed swing horizontal. There it is. Projectile ID is ingredient poop. It is inheriting it. It's an inheritance system. Which means when we go in here, it's not going to show it. Or is it? Aha! It's not going to show it. Not correctly, anyway. Okay. Item throw projectile. What can I implement with this? Give me a weird item. Any item you want in the video game. We're going to try something stupid. That's got to be sounds. They had to have added that somehow. Fish? Are there fish in the game? Fish. Lobster. Does this have a right-click effect? Okay, hold up. Look, all right, I'm going to do a terrible thing to this lobster. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I can already hear you being upset. I can hear the upset. No. It's for science. It's for science. It's for science. It's for science. You have to understand it's for science. No! I will do my science. You can't stop me from doing this. I need to learn about throwing projectiles. You can't stop me. It's too late. You've let me become too powerful. The lobster will be mine. Projectile ID is going to be... It's ingredient poop right now. But we'll go into here. And we'll look at lobster under Hytale. What if we do poop? Ingredient poop is the item. Lobster is fish lobster item. Fish lobster item. Why did they make a poop noise when I did that? I'll find a way to do this. You can't take this away from me. Ingredient poop. Ew, it spins. Gross. On the item ingredient, player animations ID, icon, interaction bars. Is that not functioning? Unarmed swing horizontal. Interactions. Parent item throw projectile. So if we go into lobster, and it's fish lobster item, and we go into Blockgame, we grab this, interaction bars, item throw projectile, parent item throw projectile, fish lobster item, and the effects right there. Let's go back into here. Has a parent and inheritance is not yet supported. Don't care. Item throw projectile. Cancel. And everything should work in there. But it's not throwing it. So what did I do wrong? Where this can be thrown, and that one can't. There's got to be a way. It may be a property, yeah. Let's go and grab the poop. Because this is going to teach me about projectiles in the funniest way imaginable. I'm grabbing that. I'm throwing it over on Notepad. Yoink. Okay. Now, we'll go back over here and we'll go to lobster. Blockgame. Lobster. Fish lobster item. You know what it might be? I think I know the problem. It's not a block type. That's the issue. It's not a block type. We need a different item. Delete. Goodbye, lobster. You will be missed. I need... Poop is under an item ingredient. Let's go to item ingredient. Item. Ingredient. I guess item again. Ingredient. Block? No, crystal. Blue. No. No, we want a whole crystal. Something weird. Sap. Does that have a block? Blocks plants. That is technically real. Bolt. Items, ingredients. Not a block. Not a block. Not the same. We need a block. We need one with a block. Bar of adamantine. No. A stick. We need one that has a block type, model transparent. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be another way with block type. Maybe that's why it's not working. I want to implement fetch. No, I want to implement something really stupid. No, that's not the way I want to do it. I want to use an item that shouldn't be used for this. Something strange. And I think I can now. Where's my lobster? Yes. Yes. I have an idea. I have a dumb idea, Chet. Give me just a moment. That's the item version of it? I think we can do this. Yeah. And then the texture. Just because it's an NPC doesn't mean I can't throw it. lobster. No, fish, lobster, item is what it is. Fish, lobster, item. Projectile ID. All right, I'm going to try something dumb. We're going to duplicate this lad. Create him. And then we're just going to apply that. And it's going to be breaking, and that's fine. Oh. Oh. Lobster. Hello, Fred. I mean, it's trying. I made a purple cube that disappears when I throw it. But it's almost there. I just want to throw a lobster. All right. The name is whatever. Rock. Lobster. Very good. Oh? Okay. It's got poop flies on it, too. Which is ridiculous, actually. Yeah, I named it Rock Lobster. It's a rock lobster. Is your hand a lobster? Look, all right. Don't worry about it. All right. I'm going to get rid of the flies. How did I put flies in this? Where are my flies? I need to get rid of that. Item splatty. Drop on death true. Cool. Fish lobster item. Unarmed swing. Item throw projectile. Projectile ID. Wait. Is there an ingredient poop? Projectile? Blockgame. Read only. Ingredient poop. There is a projectile. There it is. Override that asset. We're going to call it ingredient lobster. Create. Now, inside of this, we're going to change this. Model, projectile, blocky model. We're going to change this over here to ingredient lobster. That's what we're going to change the name to. I'm going to change the texture of this and the model of it to the name of this model. The model is no longer a poop. It is now a lobster. The texture of it is no longer a poop. That is now also a lobster. This is going to be alchemy when I'm done with this. Projectile blocking model, projectile default. Okay, good, good. We just don't look at this for a moment. Lobster. We go back to our lobster item. We go down here. I grab projectile. Ingredient lobster. Apply it. You son of a bitch! Why aren't you working? Why? Let's go find out why. Item throw. Item throw projectile. Interactions. Item throw projectile. Ingredient lobster. Unarmed swing horizontal. Projectile ID. Ingredient lobster. Hitbox. Minimum scale. Maximum scale. 1. We change the size. The model and the texture. Default attachments. Model texture. I don't know why we have default attachments. Let's save this, and we'll go look at the editor. That's some bullshit. What is this? What is default attachments? I don't know what this means. Lobster? There's the lobster texture. Is that the right model? It is. Okay. Why don't we just check lobster for that, right? Lobster. It's under swimming beast. Gigantic lobster arm. This setup kind of looks like shit. Thanks. Why? Why does it hate me, chat? Why? Why is it so full of hate? I just want to throw a lobster. If I can throw a lobster, I feel like I could do the rest of the video game. I feel like if I could throw a lobster, I can make everything else work. Projectile animation is set different from the poop item. Let's look. Item throw projectile, interactions, parent, ingredient lobster, unarmed swing horizontal. That's correct. That's doing the right animation. And the projectile D is ingredient lobster. And ingredient lobster is right here. You know? What if there is no bug? What if I just have to restart the server? What if that's the bug? Wait, why is that set to a model asset? Wait. Ah, shit. I know what's wrong. I think I know what's wrong. It made it into a model asset instead of a projectile, and I don't really know why. That doesn't make any sense. We'll find out. It's going to wait on it. I am restarting right now. You were waiting for the moment it made sense? Dude, I have no idea which one is wrong. I wish there was documentation. There is none yet. Soon.
Agawa338 said you've made all of these cool-looking spells.
Yeah.
But did you make a box move? Like, literally. You can't just skip over that. You were so vocal for it being one of the first steps.
I made so many things
check
move.
Market Kappa.
I made so many things move. I made so many... There's so much movement happening. Some of those are box-shaped, so yes, technically. I did. I have done it. But was it a box? A lot of the things were boxes. Hold up. Where's the lobster? Wait. Ingredient poop. Player projectile ingredient poop. Is this the right one? I'm dumb. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb, Chet. I'm done. I'm super dumb. Override asset. Ingredient lobster. Can't believe I've done this. I understand now. I understand what's gone wrong. I understand. Where's my ingredient lobster? Hit particles, death particles, everything is cool there. And that's the ingredient lobster. Okay. Now I will be less dumb. Now is the moment of I am a genius. Unless, and this is also possible, I am a dumbass. Okay, it shoots poop. I have a lobster that shoots poop. We're making it. We're almost there. Ingredient lobster. Lobster. Lobster item. Ingredient lobster. Projectile ID. Ingredient lobster. Appearance. Ingredient lobster. And now, hell yeah. Lobster gun. So anyway, I can make a lobster gun now. It also turns into poop when it hits things. And does 0 damage. Welcome to my TED Talk. I understand. I understand now. It's not infinite. I'm actually losing a lobster every time I throw one. I'm out of lobsters. Anyway, let's go back to making, like, a spell. But I understand something now. And that's that the only time you can actually get particle effects to go off on hit is when it's a projectile. So if it's not a projectile, I have to come up with a completely different solution, which is super weird. Yep. Thrown to extinction. At least I understand now. Oh. Is the lobster going to grab on and do a dot? No, the lobster was a test of my understanding of the projectile system. I learned yet another way of throwing a projectile now, which is ridiculous. Yeah, there's going to be an update tomorrow. I'm excited for it, to be honest with you. I heard that there was an Ashes of Creation update, but I don't know what it is. Let me look. Ashes of Creation patch notes. Let's see if this is true. Nope. Today's the 16th. Last one was on the 14th. There is not an update. Server's still patching? Oh, wait, they're patching right now, so the servers are down? Is that what you're saying? Weird. Catling gun that shoots kittens? Yes. I have a lobster that fires out of my hand right now. All right. I'm going to go get a snack, because I haven't eaten anything yet. And I'm getting that good old blood sugar crash. So one moment. I have returned. All right. We don't have to care about any of these now. I understand how the lobster works. My brain has absorbed the madness of the lobster. Okay. Sound like you're eating Vegemite? I'm actually eating these nuts that my grandmother sent me. Yeah, D's nuts, actually. I understand the nuance of the lobster. Okay. Explosion, frostbolt, small. For basic attacks are working just fine. Charge doesn't work in this way. It works through projectile config. The model of the projectile config is the model there. Projectile config can have a parent of another projectile config. But other projectile config has to be a projectile config, not a projectile. Since projectiles can contain mist particles and death particles, and the systems therein, including the mist sound of NID and death sound of NID, but projectile configs cannot, then we need to tie this back to something else. The model of frostbolt, in this case. However, I know that miss end can go off. So why can't we run an effect here? A sound effect. Unless we can. What if we can do that? What if we do this? I'm going to try something really stupid. Yeah. I heard it. Wait for it. It's going to make like a fart noise. There. All right. That means if the bullets are farting correctly, that means that they're actually going off with miss. Let's set the runtime to 3, so it'll fart 3 seconds after it hits the wall. There! Yes, okay. So the effect is actually happening, but the explosion is not. Idea. Runtime 0.1. Next. Interaction. Not a root interaction, you son of a bitch. That's not what we want. Reference existing. Frostbolt. Miss end. There we go. So when we finish, the next thing we do is that. But the first thing we're going to do is play this particle effect of Frost Explosion Small. And it's not doing it because it's full of hate. Now what might happen? I found out how to do this correctly. I found out how to do this in a way that is better than the way that they were explaining in this. This was stupid. And my system is better now. We've advanced. We've advanced beyond their strange implementation. Less spaghetti. Where is it? Where's that shit? I know it's in here. We don't need this anymore. Victory is mine. Spaghetti reduced. There we go. All right, we got it. Bro, I don't know what you're trying to say, Astro, but that shit's way too zoomer for me, man. Work. Missing interaction, frostbolt, miss end. Screwed it up. Where's my miss end? All right. Frostbolt, combat, hit end. There we go. We got it. All right, so it disappears on impact now, but it's doing it in the perfect way. All we have to do is go to hit, and then we can change this. Where is it? Is it on hit? There's a runtime in here somewhere. Where are you? Ah, runtime. 1.0. Apply changes. See that? Now I can make it stick in something for an amount of time that I want to. And then it's doing the wrong effect at the end. But it's doing an effect. Right? Which is kind of interesting. So why is it doing the wrong effect? Let's go look at the explosion. Where's my explosion? Explosion frostbolt small. This is the one that's supposed to go off, and it's not doing that one. It's doing a completely different one. It's supposed to be doing this. Like, that's what it's supposed to be doing, but it's not doing it. All right, let's go into editor. I'm going to take a look at this. Not in that one. We need it in this. So, target entity part, self. Maybe not self? Maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's the problem, right? When the explosion goes off, when this is chosen for the explosion, we do frostbolt charge instant. Might be the sound. Let me grab that. There's got to be a way to do this. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to getting this to work. So I feel like I'm outside this. I just feel like I'm getting closer to this working. Maybe it's broken. I don't know. Because I feel like this is supposed to go off, right? Like, if we look at this, it's doing a particle effect. It's doing it on index 0. It's supposed to run this, but it's not running it. And I don't quite know why. You know? Like, we'd set this to there, and then do this, and set this one to 0. And it's not really supposed to do this. It's just instantly destroying it, you know? And it makes me wonder if the reason this is happening is because it's waiting on the runtime. Because it's a wait to the next. And it doesn't seem to do the effects until after. Shit. Maybe that's the problem. Because it waits on the runtime to do the next thing, but is it waiting on the runtime to do the special effect on this? No, it's not doing it either. Runtime on this one is not going through either. So that one is just doing it on its own. Get rid of this. Remove entity is just removing the entity. When the entity gets removed, we're supposed to be doing this effect. Explosion. Firebolt big, right? Yeah, it's not even doing that. And if I do firebolt big, it seems like it's not able to do that. It seems like when you're creating an entity through a interaction, you can't run the particle effect through the interaction. Shit. Is it nullifying itself? It seems... So it's not nullifying itself, because I tried leaving it up on the wall, and it just doesn't do it. It seems like particles do not run when they're a part of an interaction that is set this type simple. So maybe we need to change this from simple type. What if we make it a launch projectile? No, because it already is a projectile. There's a player craftable grenade. What is it called? What is that one called, Zafra? Let me see. Gun PvP. Grenade. No, this is using item throw. That's how the poop works. Yeah, it's a different item. Yeah. So that's not doing it. I'm just a Dave. I actually put out a short about that, bud. I think you just took my information and fed it back to me. Yeah, the bomb throwable is not really what we're after either. Because that's an item throw, right? Projectile config bomb base. Yeah, it's the same implementation as the poop. How's it going? It's going good. Thanks. Also, Sniper, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I'm trying to think of like how we can get this to work. That is really nice of you though, man. Seriously is. Because there are two different... Okay, there's like 5 different implementations of projectiles now. There's an item throwable projectile. There's a projectile where the projectile actually handles everything, which seems to be the best implemented, but can't inherit damage. There is a damage inheritable version of the projectile, but it can't do particle effects on impact. It's a nightmare. All of this is a nightmare. Is there a Boolean condition that isn't met? No. No, there's nothing like that. What? Ooh, that was weird. So the issue here... is when we hit, it does this, and it doesn't play the particle effect. But why? It does play the sound. It does play the sound. Let's do runtime of 3. I'm gonna try something. Huh. It's not doing anything. It's not playing the sound effect. It's not doing anything. Why isn't it doing anything? Is this just broken? This has got to be doing something, right? Why isn't it not doing anything? What? Yeah, I mean, that's the proper effect there. Entity, maybe? Wait. It worked. Do you see that? Self doesn't Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does a projectile count as an extension of the player's self? The effect is exploding inside of my head. God damn it. It's been there the whole time. The entity is the projectile. Self is your character, even when you're calling self from the entity. That is the projectile. Great. All right. Now it makes sense. I was like, there's no reason this should be working this way. All right. We got this. It's fine. Runtime 0. Reference editing. We're going to say projectile. Hit end. There we go. Now we'll do this. Does it actually, like, remove the effect, though? It does. That looks really bad, actually. This does not work the way that I want it to at all. Man. If only it was easier to work with their projectile system. Well, the effect is technically working. You helped with Hytale? No, I am adding our MMO into it. I'm porting it in. Have you seen the Spiffing Brits Hytale exploit video? No, I have not seen it yet. So why, in this case, why is this working this way? How are you spaghetti pesto meatball doing? Good. Fat. As usual. You know.
Nico Spud said, did you know that after a dinner at the Savoy in London where only 13 people turned up, a famously unlucky number, when the first person to rise was killed only a couple of weeks later, the hotel decided to enact a policy to prevent this omen of ill fortune. At first a waiter would join the table, but this left the hotel one staff down, so instead they got a statue of a cat that will join your meals to this very day. Yes, the Savoy has seen a rise in 13-person bookings since then. His name's Casper.
Why you like this? That's actually insane. Okay. Fireball miss. Fireball miss. Right. This is fine. The entity hits. We need the runtime of this to be 0.25. So it gives a moment for it to hit and then do the thing. I don't know why it's doing the effect twice now. It should also clean up the particles, but I don't think it is. It's also not playing the effect. Damn. Well, that's not working correctly. It's working semi-correctly. I know there's no sound effect, it's fun. I'm gonna try something weird. I want to offset the position of the particle effect. There's got to be a better way to do this. You know what I honestly don't understand? I don't understand why the projectile system is set up in a way where this is even a thing. Like, it should just be like, you fire a projectile, and all of the effects and specials and, like, visuals of that projectile are tied to the projectile item. Like, all of these extra, like, interactions and all this ridiculous shit all over the place is really inefficient and strange, I have to say. So I think that's, like, the feedback I'm going to give them. The projectile system is really weird, dude. Because, like, this one works fine, and then this one is, like, it should be the same. Like, the system should be like, fire 3 instead of 1. But it's, like, really weird. So I think that's the feedback I'm going to give him, is, like, the projectile system is really weird. Yeah, the projectile system isn't really compelling to you? No, it's super broken, dude. It's got, like, a lot of strange-ass problems, for sure. Like, I'll set this to 3, right? 3 full seconds on that. Probably for compatibility with people porting this over Minecraft? No, that's not it at all. No. There's no compatibility at all here. Projectiles in Minecraft are dramatically different than this. Yeah, this is just not working. Super weird. Yeah, this is all just new shit. And that's why I gotta get feedback on it and be like, yo, this is weird. All right, so this doesn't work this way. Let's think. Get rid of that. Set to 1 second doesn't change anything, man. Runtime only matters if we're actually, like, doing something with the runtime. You know? And this isn't even doing anything. So remove the end off of it, and now it's, like, still not functioning. Yeah, I mean, the effect is just dramatically different when it's run that way. Yeah, it's just super, super weird. I don't understand why either. A flamethrower? Bring me the Flamenwerfer. The Flamenwerfer.
Retlock64 with 600 bits said quit your cyan about it being green because all you're doing is talking yourself blue in the face. Yarn need.
No. It's not green. You're green.
Redwood Foxy said nothing Borgard.
You're a burger. What is this shit? What is this? Fatal Fury is using generative AI. Are you just claiming that because of the way that it looks, or do you know this? What are you eating? Don't worry about it. Are you just claiming it? Yep, the fireball charges are just like the other thing. It's got deprecated inheritance going on. I know it does, and I think that's why this is all broken. I'm pretty happy making all the spell effects that I have, to be honest with you, but it is broken right now, for sure. You see patch notes are up? Let me see. This is it. Artisanship stat adjustments. Quality stat value increase is received from artisanship consumables and service building buffs has been reduced to from 30% to 10%. The servers were down for 3 hours for this, yes. Server side improvements that should improve performance and reduce issues that cause people to crash. This could take 3 hours for that. This is just going to make people upset. I don't know if there's a benefit to that. Yeah. Yeah, the server-side improvements could be extensive. Yep. This takes 2 minutes, this one. This one could take hours. But I don't think people would notice that. I look really defeated after reading this? Nah. Honestly, dude, until they add a /report feature in game, I don't really give a shit what they do. They've been telling me for a year and a half that they're looking into it and that feature is coming. /report to report another player for misconduct. It has been a year and a half. Yeah. That's insane to me. Yeah, we'll have a report feature in Blockgame Hytale before they add it to AOC. It'll take us a day. And we'll have it hook up to Mimir, which is our system for managing tickets, same day. Like, they already have a ticketing system, /bug sends it to a report set. They already have that. Yeah. This update feels like rage bait. I don't think it's rage bait. I just think that people don't understand the difficulty of server-side improvements, and I don't think that they have done themselves any favors by being kind of, like, concise about it. So if we go pull this up, this right here shouldn't be one sentence. It should be an entire explanation of the things that they did to show people how intricate and involved those server-side improvements were. This is not a 3-hour change. That's a 5-minute test for QA. This could be a 3-hour change, and they're not very verbose about it, so people just go, well, what the hell? Immediately, your reaction will be, they didn't do anything. Give them the details, man. And this is the same thing I keep saying every time they put out a patch note. Where are the deets? Yep. You feel like this was written by an engineer? If it was written by an engineer, it would be 10 miles long. Yeah. The server part is in addition, so it's less important. No, it appears less important to the reader. If you understand server-side improvement stuff, that can take hours, and then testing it can take hours. Like, that's really not an easy thing to test. There's a lot of intricate and involved testing scenarios that you'll have to do, especially because they have a server worker system for that. They need to explain that to the layman. And the fact that they're not explaining that to the layman and they just put it as in addition so it looks like it's much lower in terms of difficulty to do, people are going to get misled. And they're going to get mad at the devs. So, yeah, the communication is the problem, exactly. It's just, this is kind of what I see from them all the time, where it seems like a mismanagement of communication every time. And mismanagement of resources. And I kind of see this from everything that Ashes is doing right now, and I've called it out every time. And it's super weird. So, maybe they'll figure it out, maybe they won't. I've been telling them the same shit for over a year. So, it's on them to do it, man. I hope this game pans out. I do too. No, I really do. Because, like, it could be amazing. But they need to figure it out, really, at this point. It's an optics issue, 100%. Yeah. The Flame Crystal Staff uses fire essence as ammo. I saw that, yeah. If you pull it up, it'll actually do, like ammo or item reduction for it. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm talking about AOC, not for Hytale. Hytale's amazing. Hytale is exactly what I want it to be. They've got some stuff to fix in terms of documentation and in terms of, like, the asset editor, but that's about it right now. Do you have a good video written guide for easy server plugins modding? No, not for Hytale, because all the stuff that's out there is either tribal knowledge or people using AI, and AI is giving them incorrect solutions from Minecraft. You got to get in there and dig, dude. Get your hands dirty. I understand a lot of the projectile system now. I'm trying to solve this last portion, and I haven't found a way to do it. What'd you miss? I made a gauntlet that was a lobster that shot lobsters that turned into poop. It was a good time. Yeah. How much fun are you having with it? A shitload. I actually really... I just realized I've been doing this for almost 12 hours. I put the lob in a lobster. I did. Okay, so frostbolt combat projectile hit is not working. Now, the interesting part about this is the way that they did it was really weird, actually. And apply those changes. Their way of doing it was like this. And then in their version of hit, they had a runtime of 1. And then the explosion... So this is something really weird. I'm going to give you an example of something weird. There are 2 ways that you can accomplish this. You can set up in the editor a runtime of 1 and then a next to go to the next event. And the next event in this case will be end, which removes the entity. Or, and this is where it gets really weird, we can go down here to frostbolt under charged, and we could set up the interactions as this one and then that one, and it will run the first one, wait a full second, and then run the second one because of the wait time that is in the first one, even though it's not referencing the second one. The behavior between these 2 things is exactly the same. But the implementation is wildly different. In fact, this implementation is worse because it doesn't tell you in the item, like in the actual entity, what the next interaction in the chain is. This is really weird. Like, it's really weird. I don't know why they've done that. But yeah, no, it's super, super strange. You're afraid Ligmagen will be correct about Arch Linux? You'll become a virgin again? Getting put on the coffee table? By Ubuntu ain't worth it? Dude, I'm telling you right now, if you install Arch Linux, you have become a virgin again. That's how it works. Those are the rules. I didn't make those rules. Everybody who says... I use Arch, by the way. You know the truth. That's how it works. Blue Thunder, thank you for the Blue Thunder 1080 rather. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's very nice of you. Yeah, it's installing. It's over, dude. You can feel it now. All of your experience flowing away, gone. You never lost the V, so you can use it safely. Well done. Eventually, if you stay that way, you'll become a wizard. That's how it works. The old rules. You have to make it to 30 and then you become a wizard. 40, you're like an arch wizard. 50, I don't even know what you become. It's terrifying. You've been an arch for 2 years. I love it. My condolences. Yeah. Yep. 40 is a sage. I think 50 is a sage. I don't know which one's which.
Moby1249 said, "Good day, Thor. I'm a software engineer with only a few years of experience, and no game dev experience, except for a small text-based dungeon crawler I built in my coding bootcamp with jQuery. Cool. Today I'm trying Unity for the first time and may have been bit by the bug. Hopefully in a few weeks I'll be able to bring my text-based dungeon crawler to life in 3D. Thanks for your positivity and encouraging us to just try stuff and build."
Always just try stuff. And I'm proud of you, dude. I just realized something interesting. When those disappear, I get particles above my head. You see that? Why? Why? This is super strange. Maybe it's the self effect. There's an explosion going off in a dumb spot. Is this happening in a dumb spot? Shit. Where is this happening, man? Yeah, Beaker I saw. I don't know, man. The amount of changes that they're putting out on each patch is pretty anemic. I don't really know what they're doing right now. What is this? Oh. What is this? I think the most interesting thing that I've seen about Hytale so far is the amount of people that are just shitting on the game because they see it as trying to be like a finished game right now, which it's definitely not. Which is quite funny.
Akari Gullwing said good morning, Thor and chat.
Good morning.
I come to you with a confession. I've been struggling with depression lately and told my partner about it. He put his hand on my shoulder and said, Earth. It meant the world to me. Until we meet again.
You son of a bitch. It could be any other way. I don't think this is the right way to do this. I think doing projectiles in this way makes no sense. I think this is the deprecated version, and I need to stop doing it this way. I think creating a projectile object is the right way to do this, but it doesn't inherit yet. So I'm going to stop doing this. I think this is stupid. Because it feels less good. All of this feels less good. It feels dumb. It feels dumb. I'm getting rid of it.
Potato Nunchuck said, Thor, I have used ChatGPT to generate an image of you in a bikini, as requested.
Horrific.
If you would like, I can share with you via Discord, and you can share with chat at your discretion.
I don't want that. I don't want you to share that with me. I don't want you to share that with anyone. I don't want that to exist. That should not exist. No human being should own such a thing. And the burden that you have placed upon your psyche forevermore will never be undone. So, I would say I'm sorry, but I'm not. Yeah. Enjoy that.
Kill_Roy with 500 bits said during a physical pen test, how does it end? Do you go find the head of security or manager and tell them who you are, or do you sneak back out and report to someone else?
So, usually what you do when you're doing pen tests is you have scope that says you're allowed to do certain things or within certain constraints. And every time you do something, you start off very quiet. You try something very small and minor, right? And then as you go forward, you try something, and when it works, you write it down. Then you get a bit more risky, a bit more risky, a bit more risky, until they catch you. And you just keep writing down notes. You keep making sure that you're writing up your report. And then when they do finally catch you, if you're a pen tester, you got a pen tester card, and you go, I've got a pen tester card in my pocket. You can get it out of my pocket. Everything's cool. You know, and they take it out of your pocket, and they go, okay, cool. And then you go have a meeting together with the blue team. And you discuss your findings with them. You discuss your findings with everybody. And you know, everybody moves forward and you work together. Because you have to understand something is, as much as red team is adversarial, it's not. You're on the same team. Blue team and red team are on the same team. They're working together to make sure that the business, or whatever it is the most secure it possibly can be. Yeah. Your get out of jail free card. Yeah. Glorious Splat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. But yeah, that is the way that it works, man. Like, you have to understand that you are on the same team. You see Spiffing Brit's video on Hytale? No, I haven't yet. I've heard about it, but it's quite funny. But do they hate each other? If there is hate between those two teams, that is a failure of management. Most definitely. There should never be hate between those teams. There should be a pizza party. There should be hanging out. there should be laughter. And then there should be fixing the holes that were found. That's what that's for. It's a rivalry. It's not an enemy, you know? Yeah, it is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be a positive thing. There are times where a blue team will get tipped off by what is called the white cell, and that ruins the entire event, and nobody wins. I'll give you an example. There's kind of three teams here. You've got your blue team, you've got your red team, and in the center you have what is called the white cell. The white cell's job is to know what the red team is doing, know what the blue team is doing, and when things escalate where it's about to go to something like law enforcement or an armed response, the white cell goes, hey, time out. This was a red team activity. Everybody stop. The white cell calls timeout. They're like the referee for a lot of this stuff. Sometimes, though, the white cell doesn't do their job correctly. And what they'll do is instead of doing this, they will go, hey, blue team, I work with you guys. Red team's trying to get in. You should look good. Here's what they're doing. And guess what happens when that happens? Everybody's time is wasted. Nobody learns anything. Nobody wins. And the blue team loses most of all because usually the red team isn't an on-site permanent red team. They're one that visits, which means that they had to go and travel to go and do this for a certain amount of time, and then they're gone. That's the problem with that. A drawing is needed. Some people like a visual reference. If you don't, it doesn't matter. Yeah, they spoil it, and that causes a huge problem. So it's really about that kind of a situation is about camaraderie. You're on the same team. You're on the same team. Always have been.
Matt Latterson said, hi Thor, I finally made it to 500k channel points.
Nice.
I originally wanted to save up to get one of the Heartbound keys, but with everything that's happened that was removed. Anyway, I now have 10 TTS messages I can send instead. Well, 9 now.
That is a lot. That is a lot of points.
Sin of Hatred said, will there be a chance for spell slots? For example, left click equals firebolt, left click hold equals cone of cold, right click equals call lightning, right click hold equals earth wall.
Let me show you. Left click, firebolt, tiny. Right hold, charged cast, big. I already have this in. Each spellbook will be a charged attack and a basic attack. Basic attack, charged attack. And that's what I'm working on right now. Yeah. But, a lot of messages to send? Yes. Hytale looks sick? Yes. Can you do channeled spells? Yes, I can. I can do channeled spells. I'm just not doing them right now. Channeled spells work exactly the same way. Wait a minute. You're a genius. I have an idea. I'm getting rid of all this. This is going away. We don't need this. I don't want to do this anymore. It's done the wrong way. I'm deleting it all. Everything we've learned, gone. I have an idea. I have a brilliant, brilliant idea. Trust me. It'll be great. I don't think you realize how interesting that idea is that you just said. Did you see that? You see how it has the little tips on it? See it has the 3 different versions in the middle there? Do you see that? It's got pips on the actual bar now. Do you see that? I'm going to make it so it shoots. Boom, boom, boom. As you charge it. It's going to be a channeled effect. Ah. We can't see the bar? Yes, you can. It's in the middle of the screen. Watch. See that gray bar right underneath my reticle? Right in the center of the screen? See how it has 2 little lines on it? Those two little lines were just made by doing this. 0.33, 0.66, and 1.0. So that way, yeah, they're really hard to see. It's one of the first things I would change is the cast bar for that. That way, we might be able to do individual breakpoints that do something. So we can have pips on them and then make it so that it goes off on individual pips. I don't know if we can yet, but this is the intention. Display progress. What does that do? Okay, that's not doing anything. Can we make this go off? Is there a way to make it fire on each one of those forks? I don't know if there's a fork for this. What does a fork do? I guess not. Ability 1, 2, and 3? No. Cancel. Can we charge this? Can we do a setting? Adventure creative. We don't care about that. Rules. Blocked by, interrupting, interrupted by. Effects. Runtime. What is runtime for this? Cancel an item change. No. I guess yes. On item change it should be. But it breaks into 4 parts. It breaks into 3 parts, actually. Yeah, so when we do this, it's actually showing 3 indicators for that. Oh, it's not showing anymore. This one is not showing. Hold up. I know why. I turned that off. For whatever reason,